Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Nous avons un petit message de sécurité avant que la manifestation ne commence. Tout d'abord, vous souhaitez la bienvenue à la maison de l'UNESCO. Mes collègues de la Sûreté et moi-même sommes là pour assurer la sécurité de cette manifestation, mais surtout votre sécurité. À ce titre, nous vous demanderons de ne pas encombrer les espaces de circulation, les allées centrales de cette salle, les allées situées sur les côtés également de cette salle, et si toutefois une évacuation générale était nécessaire, un message vocal et une alarme sonore vous demandera de regagner l'extérieur du bâtiment et nous serons là pour vous accueillir et vous guider vers l'extérieur du bâtiment. Nous vous souhaitons une bonne journée, une bonne réunion et une belle manifestation. Merci pour votre attention.
Just a small announcement, all sessions are interpreted in English, French and Spanish, so please feel free to use the headphones or the headsets that are in front of you and select the channels 1, 2, 3, English, French and Spanish. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kenzavigan, a resident of Zone 2, Bidibidi Refugee Settlement. In Zone 2, water is really a challenge to us. You find there are a lot of water taps put in place, but in it there is no water. So the only source of water we have is borehole. And these boreholes, they are really far from where we stay. And also when you go to eat, people are very many. So for you to get a 20-liter jerrycan of water, takes you like 2 to 3 hours. And it affects even up to students, peoples, going to school, maintaining their hygiene is really hard. And even water for domestic use is really hard.
Three bore wells with abundant water. 2021, only one is leaking. The other two completely dried out. This is the grim situation of the groundwater in my community. Even worse, our society is dumping 8,000 liters of RO water every single day. 3 million liters per year is going down the drain. Solution: if we allow this RO water into recharge wells and redirect rainwater into the natural groundwater, the water table will rise. And this water, filtered over years, will provide us with a generous source of clean water. The water situation is scary. Wasting even one drop of water is like wasting life.
Thank you. We just watch examples of real life stories of communities struggling for water access, thanks to the organized competition on groundwater stories. Unfortunately, what we saw, we have billions of people in similar situation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted, honored, and excited to warmly welcome you at UNESCO for this UN Water Groundwater Summit. Thank you very much for this very important mobilization. The summit is a culmination of the campaign on groundwater, making the invisible visible, started last March in Dakar with the celebration of the World Water Day during the 9th World Water Forum. To start this opening statement segment, we are pleased to have the video message from the Chair of UN Water, Mr. Gilbert Humbo, Director General of the International Labour Organization, who was not able to be with us. Please, the video.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending and contributing to this important Groundwater Summit. I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you in person. So thank you, Director General Azoulay, for your welcoming address, and to Ambassador Lee, USG for DESA, for your opening remarks. Ambassador Lee, your support is sincerely appreciated. UNESCO and the International Groundwater Resources Assessment Center have demonstrated great leadership in organizing this summit, for which I am deeply grateful. As you have just heard, groundwater is a lifeline for millions of people around the world. In the driest parts, it may be the only water people have. In fact, almost all of the liquid fresh water in the world is groundwater. Yet, we simply do not know how much water lies beneath our feet, which means we could be failing to harness a potential vast water resource, a resource that is under threat from overuse and pollution, which affects the healthy functioning of ecosystems such as wetlands and rivers, from overexploitation, which can lead to land instability and subsidence. In coastal regions, overexploitation can lead to sea water intruding into aquifers under the land. Shallow aquifers, in particular, are under threat from contamination by human waste and changes to nature caused by human activity. And this affects communities and ecosystems, creating a problem that could take many years to remedy. Without good stewardship of this hidden treasure, water supplies and sanitation systems are at risk. We cannot afford to neglect this precious resource. With an expanding global population and an increasingly erratic climate, we need to protect groundwater and use it sustainably, balancing the needs of people and planet. Groundwater must be thoroughly explored, analyzed, and monitored so that it can be used responsibly to build resilience. Cooperation is essential to strengthen institutions and to ensure peaceful international relations as we work together to manage transboundary water resources. Dear colleagues, this week the UN Water Family releases a joint message and call to action on groundwater as a contribution to the UN 2023 Water Conference. Our aim is to ensure that the issue of groundwater is entrenched in sustainable development policy making. I am very proud of the strong partnerships we have created and our shared commitment to action. Let us continue to make the invisible visible. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the Chair of UN Water for this very encouraging message. Protecting groundwater, better use groundwater, monitoring groundwater, cooperate for groundwater. This summit has been organized by a committed and dedicated UN Water Task Force under the leadership of two groundwater passionate coordinators. So please join me to welcome Mr. Nino Kukurik, former director of the International Groundwater Assessment Center, IGRAC, and Mrs. Alice O'Reilly, Chief of Section on Groundwater Sustainability and Cooperation at UNESCO, who are the two passionate groundwater coordinators who led all these big events. And I want to give them the floor to tell us why we are here and what are we expecting from this forum. Nino and Alice. Thank you.
Good morning, Groundwater. In Dakar, someone mentioned Dakar, at World Water Day, early in the morning we were waiting for the bus and we were singing, "Oh happy day, Groundwater Day." Today is also a happy day. This is my religion. The other happy day, and because we have a first ever global groundwater summit, and we are very happy and we want to share that with you. We will start with a short introduction of the summit. First, I will say something about context, and then Alice will introduce a program. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Imagine that there is no rain, no rivers and lakes, no seas and oceans. And now imagine there is no groundwater. Groundwater. It's so difficult to visualize something which is not visible and something so precious as groundwater. Almost half of the population drinks groundwater every day. We wouldn't be able to grow our crops and make so many other products without groundwater. Groundwater sustains vegetation, maintains base flow of rivers, and has so many other important functions. And the world is changing because water availability is reducing, and due to climate change and what we do on this planet, and reliance and pressure on groundwater is increasing. Yet we still don't know sufficient about the state of groundwater resources, and we keep polluting and overpumping our aquifers. So groundwater maybe can be out of sight, but can't be out of mind. That's the reason that we started all together with a lot of partners all over the world campaign Groundwater Making Invisible Visible. And so far it was a great campaign with the World Water Day and World Water Development Report and so many other events and activities all over the world. And now the summit. And Alice.
Thank you very much. It has been said already, this is a real culminating event of the work that the UN Water colleagues and partners have executed, developed, worked with all the year. And definitely, please, and definitely it is also one of the preparatory events we shouldn't forget. We have an important appointment next year. This is one of the preparatory events of the UN 2023 Water Conference in New York in March, 22nd, 24 March next year. And it's a thematic topic that we are considering. And UN Water decided to look at this topic because of it is invisible and there is not enough attention to it. The program is based on the consideration of the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework. So this day, the first day of the summit, we will look in the different sessions at how groundwater, if sustainable managed and governed, could really contribute to the achievement of the SDG 6. As you know, there are 5 accelerators: innovation, data, capacity development, finance, and governance. So we will look with the colleagues of the UN that we would like very much to thank. Many of the colleagues of the other agencies have worked with UNESCO for the preparation of the summit and for the sessions. So they are with us and they will be with us today and tomorrow. The next day program tomorrow will be more thematic, and we will have a report of the regional dialogues that are the preparatory dialogues for the conference next year. And we will have a session on a crucial issue related to groundwater, that is transboundary aquifers, something even more invisible than the invisible, because many of us don't want to see this. Then we will have, for the first time, a session organized by the Youth Groundwater Forum that has been established this year in the consideration of the importance of having the new generation of experts ready to go ahead in a better manage of groundwater resources. What I would like to say is that before to leave tomorrow evening, we will listen to the UN Water Joint Message. The task force of the UN Water has prepared a joint message, and this is collecting some of the message of the UN and several partners to governments, to the international scientific community, to the donor community, and in particular looking at commitments, voluntary commitments on groundwater at the water agenda next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the two, as I said, passionate groundwater coordinators. They work tirelessly just for a digression. Those last days, being at the office at 8 p.m., 9 p.m., going home, pass by corridor, seeing Alice's office. I said, Alice, still there? Yes, Abu, we have to deliver. Thank you very much for all this passionate action and mobilizing, bringing people here. The campaign, as you know, on making the invisible visible, was based also on another product, which is the United Nations World Water Development Report, which was this year on groundwater making the invisible visible. As you know, this report the preparation is coordinated by the UNESCO World Water Assessment Program and published on behalf of UN Water by UNESCO. So I'm pleased to welcome my colleague, Michela Milotto, the coordinator of the World Water Assessment Program, to tell us the main messages of the report. Michela.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. Bonjour, distinguished participants, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Groundwater, making the invisible visible. This is the title of the 2022 edition of the United Nations World Water Development Report. The WWDR is the UN Water flagship report on water and sanitation. Published by UNESCO on behalf of UN Water, it is the result of the concerted effort of UN agencies and partners. The UNESCO World Water Assessment Program coordinates their contributions and lead the production of the report. I would like to invite you to a journey through the aquifer, the reservoir that contains the groundwater, thanks to this video produced by UNESCO WAP. Groundwater is everywhere and accounts for 99% of all liquid fresh water on Earth. Groundwater represents an enormous supply of fresh water globally, especially in the context of growing water scarcity across many parts of the world. Groundwater's immense potential can no longer be overlooked. As I said, groundwater is plentiful, albeit unevenly distributed across the Earth. At the global level, however, only 25% of the total fresh water that we use comes from groundwater. Groundwater provides 50% of the volume of fresh water withdrawn for domestic use worldwide, being often the only accessible freshwater source for the vast majority of the rural population. Its distribution and percentage of groundwater abstractions vary across the continent. In the past 70 years, some regions tremendously increased groundwater withdrawal. 2/3 of the global total is withdrawn in Asia, followed by North America, while in Africa, groundwater is still largely unexploited, its withdrawal accounting only for 5% of the global total. Nearly 50% of the global urban population is estimated today to be supplied from groundwater sources. This dependence will intensify, particularly in the rapidly urbanizing areas of emerging economies. Currently, the agricultural sector accounts for 69% of all the abstraction, serving 38% of the world's irrigated land. And domestic uses represent 22% of groundwater abstractions, while 9% of abstractions go for industrial purposes, including manufacturing, mining, oil and gas, and energy generation. Groundwater is less impacted by climatic variation than surface water. Hence, it plays a critical role in climate change adaptation, especially during periods of severe water stress. While abundant, groundwater remains vulnerable to overexploitation and to pollution. Groundwater pollution is a virtually irreversible process. Once contaminated, aquifers tend to remain polluted. Another major problem is groundwater storage depletion. Its rate is between 100 and 200 cubic kilometers per year. It causes declining groundwater water tables, oftentimes beyond economical reachable depths. So, how do we unlock groundwater potential? Unlocking the full potential of groundwater will require strong and concerted efforts to manage and use it sustainably and avoid the overexploitation and contaminations. We need to have a place sound governance frameworks and conjunctive management of surface and groundwater. The development of underexploited groundwater resources in places like sub-Saharan Africa can offer opportunities for food security and economic growth. Data collections and sharing of information are often deficient, especially in low-income countries. Given its common pool nature, all data and information about aquifer system should be made available to groundwater managers to make the invisible visible. Thank you very much. Enjoy the summit. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Michaela, for this very creative way of putting messages coming from the WWDR 2022, groundwater making the invisible visible. Thank you for that. After Dakar, as we all know Dakar, we had the 9th World Water Forum. The next one, the 10th World Water Forum, will be in Bali, in Indonesia. So I'm pleased to invite the Minister of Environment of Indonesia, Ms. Siti Nurbaya Bakar, for her messages.
Thank you. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have also here Governor of Bali Province, Bapak Wayan Koster, who is sitting in the middle. Pak Wayan, in which will be our host in Bali in 2024. Very good morning. It is my greatest pleasure to be here in the UN Water Summit on Groundwater 2022. My sincere gratitude goes to the UNESCO and International Groundwater Resources Assessment Center on behalf of the UN Water for coordinating this special summit and leadership, for shining the spotlight on the often so invisible groundwater issues and mainstream it into our global agenda. As we all might be aware, sustainable management of groundwater and raw water are in the face of alarming challenges, ranging from storage depletion due to intensive abstraction to meet the growing demand as population growth, pollution, notably from agricultural and industrial activities, as well as from human settlements, uneven availability between regions, and others associated with development, management, and governance. Indonesia is in the light of awareness towards the importance of groundwater that discussed as an integral part of other components and societal relevancies with synergistically efforts. Firstly, groundwater synergy with surface water for water resource management, implementing the concept of a smart water management system to overcome problems related to groundwater issues currently and in the future. Secondly, in the project policies and preparation by instrument of strategic environmental assessment, SEA, and carrying capacity, we emphasize to consider the factor of water resources and its availability for the development plan as indicator, which means including analysis on groundwater resources, spring, underground, stream, and aquifer. Thirdly, groundwater synergy with the environment, the infrastructure development must support efforts to preserve the environment and the soil and water conservation civil works combined with massive tree plantation in critical recharge area for underground stream through percolation and for water resource protection, as well as protecting landscape ecosystem associated with groundwater resources such as karst land system in Central Java and South Sulawesi provinces and some other areas. Complementing these efforts, Indonesia has developed infiltration wells as many as, in example, 1,885 units in recharge areas of Siburia Spring in West Java, and succeeded in increasing the water discharge up to 1.528 million cubic meter per year. Fourthly, groundwater synergies with technology. The technology applied to facilitate management and support infrastructure reliability, including the technology of water harvesting and water resources protection. In example, clean water for community in the remote small islands in Nusa Tenggara and Maluku provinces. Fifth, synergy to societal relevance and activities, in particularly on efficient use of water, apply crop water requirement practices and water balance taken into account at farm level for climate adaptation action. Institutional capacity building and synergy between the line ministries, local government and communities are necessary measures. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by emphasizing that it is important to protect the quantity and quality of groundwater resources, ensure their sustainable use, and protect the water resource spots and areas. It is requiring us to move beyond business as usual and pursue more robust efforts. We invite any collaboration to promote cross-sectoral and integrated approaches towards sustainable water management. Now is the time to move forward, and it is imperative that we gather as much support as possible to have a truly effective and vigorous effort on sustainable groundwater management. With this, I wish you a fruitful discussion, and I hereby have the honor to invite all excellencies and distinguished participants to the special session on the 10th World Water Forum 2024 to be held in Bali, Indonesia. I am also pleased to extend an invitation to all excellencies and distinguished participants to the cocktail reception following the special session. In line with the venue of the 10th World Water Forum 2024, I would like to conclude my remarks by warmly introducing you a glimpse of Bali's ambience, which reflect the ambience of Bali as the venue of the 10th World Water Forum 2024. Excellencies and distinguished participants, I wish you all enjoy the performance of Legong Tepak Dara dance, accompanied by gamelan, which was inscribed in the UNESCO representative list of the intangible cultural heritage in humanity in 2021. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for this message, and also for welcoming us for Bali. So awaiting the arrival of the Director General, we'll pass few videos, but please be seated. Just bear with us for a few minutes. Mahmoud? Merci, merci. Merci beaucoup à cette excellente troupe Panja Indra pour cette magnifique prestation artistique sur la danse traditionnelle indonésienne. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, les ambassadeurs, gouverneurs, chefs de délégation, chers experts, distingués participants à vos titres et rangs respectifs. Encore une fois, nous sommes très très honorés d'avoir vous parmi nous et vous remercie pour votre forte mobilisation et engagement pour la cause de l'eau et plus particulièrement pour les eaux souterraines. Sans plus tarder, j'ai le plaisir d'inviter la directrice générale de l'UNESCO, Madame Audrey Azoulay, pour son mot de bienvenue. Sous vos applaudissements.
Monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères du Tadjikistan, Madame la ministre de l'Environnement de la République d'Indonésie, Monsieur l'envoyé spécial des Pays-Bas pour l'eau, Monsieur le secrétaire général adjoint aux affaires économiques et sociales des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le président de la Conférence générale de l'UNESCO, Madame la présidente du Conseil exécutif de l'UNESCO, chers amis, bienvenue à tous ici à Paris, à l'UNESCO, pour ce sujet majeur qui nous réunit et pour lequel, vous le savez, l'UNESCO est engagé depuis longtemps. C'est désormais la moitié de l'humanité, 4 milliards de personnes, qui vivent dans des régions où l'on manque d'eau, selon les dernières données du rapport mondial des Nations Unies sur la mise en valeur des ressources en eau, publié cette année. Cette pénurie se fait toujours plus sentir, conséquence du dérèglement climatique, mais pas seulement, conséquence aussi de la consommation toujours accrue en eau. La situation aujourd'hui, par exemple, au Kenya en témoigne. Kenya qui est confronté en ce moment même à la pire sécheresse que le pays ait connue depuis 40 ans, avec toutes les conséquences que cela peut avoir sur le quotidien des personnes, la sécurité alimentaire, mais aussi sur la paix, la possibilité de la paix, les droits humains, sur l'éducation aussi. Ce défi de l'eau est un défi urgent, existentiel, et pourtant, malgré l'immensité de ce défi, nous sommes face à un paradoxe. L'essentiel de l'eau douce présente sur Terre ne fait l'objet d'aucun plan de gestion, avec tout ce que cela comporte comme risque de gaspillage, de pollution ou de conflit d'usage. Et je veux bien sûr parler des eaux souterraines qui représentent 99% de l'eau douce sur Terre. Et ici, à l'UNESCO, nous savons bien, nous qui reconnaissons l'histoire et les patrimoines immatériels, comme l'histoire de l'humanité est intrinsèquement liée aux eaux souterraines. Si la Mésopotamie doit son nom à ses fleuves, on y vénérait déjà comme l'origine de toutes les eaux et de toutes choses, le dieu Apsu, c'est-à-dire l'océan souterrain. Et peu après les débuts de l'agriculture en Mésopotamie, les premiers puits, les premiers canaux y sont aussi apparus. Et cette quête des eaux souterraines, le patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO, comme la liste représentative du patrimoine immatériel de l'humanité, en porte la marque. Je pense par exemple au puits à degrés de la Reine à Patan, en Inde, aboutissement spectaculaire au XIe siècle d'une technique développée dès le IIIe millénaire, ou au système d'irrigation des Khanats perses en Iran, ou des Al-Afaj aux Émirats arabes unis, que l'on voit d'ailleurs sur l'exposition qui est juste à la sortie de cette salle. Et pourtant, alors même que le défi de l'eau est de plus en plus présent, les eaux souterraines restent encore trop souvent les oubliés des politiques publiques et de la coopération internationale en matière de ressources en eau. Et c'est ce vide que l'édition 2022 du rapport mondial sur la mise en valeur des ressources en eau, qui a été coordonnée par l'UNESCO, C'est ce vide que le forum de Dakar en mars dernier, que ce sommet aujourd'hui, viennent tenter de combler. Je me réjouis donc d'accueillir aujourd'hui ici à l'UNESCO votre participation à tous et de le faire au nom de la grande famille de l'ONU-O, car c'est un effort collectif. Et je veux remercier mes collègues des Nations Unies et des agences sœurs avec lesquelles nous avons préparé ce sommet. Je remercie également le président de la République de Slovénie et la première ministre d'Islande de leur soutien par le message que nous aurons d'eux. Leur soutien pour qu'il y ait enfin plus d'attention et une place plus importante donnée aux eaux souterraines dans l'agenda international. Cela passe pour nous ici à l'UNESCO par 3 objectifs qui nous semblent importants de se donner collectivement. Une meilleure connaissance, une meilleure gestion et aussi le développement de la sensibilisation et de l'éducation en la matière. Premier objectif, celui d'une meilleure connaissance de ces eaux souterraines. Car il est inconcevable que nous continuions à méconnaître à ce point ce qui est pourtant l'essentiel de la ressource en eau douce. Il nous faut donc agréger des données qui soient fiables sur les ressources en eau, sur leur qualité, en mobilisant tous les acteurs, publics et privés, et en partageant les données à l'échelle internationale. L'UNESCO y travaille au quotidien avec nos partenaires en rassemblant les données hydrogéologiques nécessaires pour cartographier, modéliser, quantifier ces eaux souterraines. Et nous avons publié l'an dernier avec le Centre international de l'UNESCO d'évaluation des ressources en eau souterraines de Delft, aux Pays-Bas, une carte mise à jour des aquifères transfrontaliers, un atlas qui répertorie désormais 468 aquifères, une carte que nous allons régulièrement actualisée à l'avenir. Excellencies, dear friends, we not only need to better understand groundwater, we also need to better manage it. And this is the second focus of our action. In this area, much remains to be done for water management. Plans that integrate both surface water and groundwater are still all too rare. We must therefore set ourselves a clear aim to systematically include groundwater in these management plans from now on, which is not the case. And with our Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, IHP, UNESCO is committed to this goal, working to help states to better build capacities and knowledge they need to manage their water resources. But to advance this objective, all states and the entire UN water family must work together. In this spirit, I would like to congratulate the Senegal River Basin Development Organization, and I welcome the presence of His High Commissioner with us today. It is doing remarkable work to facilitate cooperation around the Senegalo-Mauritanian Basin and to include groundwater in this trans-border initiative. And this example shows that we need to work towards real progress in international cooperation for waters knows no borders, and especially underground water. In this area, we have a very long way to go, with only 6 of the 468 transboundary aquifers identified to date that are managed through agreements between different countries. This issue is especially crucial in Africa, which has around 100 transboundary aquifers, and in this field, like in all those of the mandate of UNESCO, it's a priority for the focuses of our reflection and actions. And there are successful examples of international cooperation. For instance, we're taking action with Egypt, Libya, Sudan, and Chad to ensure that the Nubian sandstone aquifer system is managed jointly. We're also working with Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa for the Stampliet aquifer. But we're taking these efforts to offer other regions of the world this possibility of transboundary cooperation, such as in the Mediterranean for the coastal aquifers or the Guarani aquifer in South America. And I'm delighted to announce that just 2 weeks ago, we launched an important project to improve cooperation between Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, and Montenegro for the Dinaric karst aquifer system. Boosting international dialogue and cooperation is the goal of this summit, and it was also our goal when we launched the Groundwater Youth Network last March. And tomorrow, the young people of this youth network will gather for the first forum, global forum on this issue, and they will present their reflections to you. I would like to encourage all states and all water actors to build on these efforts, notably by providing financial support to the United Nations Capacity Development Initiative on Water, coordinated by UNESCO and the UN DESA. And I would like to thank the Under-Secretary General, Lee Junha, for his presence as well with us today in Paris. The last major goal I would like to mention is that of better educating and training on water-related issues. It means, of course, training professionals, those who will write the future of water, and we are trying to improve this goal. And as a result of this, an additional 10,000 professionals will be trained. It is our objective over the 2022-2023 period. But these efforts must not stop at the professionals only. They must extend to the entire population to prepare younger generation for the challenges that await them and to make them more aware of these invisible yet crucial resources of groundwater. And this is why we're working with our member states to better integrate education on water and more generally education on nature in their curricula. Mesdames et messieurs, pour conclure, ce sommet vient à la fois marquer la fin d'une année d'efforts pour mieux rendre visible cette ressource des eaux souterraines qui est si importante, mais ce sommet n'est pas seulement un aboutissement, c'est aussi une occasion à ne pas manquer, un départ pour faire en sorte que les politiques publiques travaillent avec et non contre la nature, même quand elle est aussi discrète et cruciale que ces eaux souterraines. C'est un moment pour prendre des engagements qui soient tournés vers l'action et pour faire vivre cette diplomatie de l'eau qui est une diplomatie de la paix et qui est la raison d'être à la fois de notre famille ONU, mais aussi de notre action ici à l'UNESCO. Je vous remercie et vous souhaite un excellent sommet. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Directrice Générale, pour ces mots. Mieux connaître, mieux gérer, éduquer, sensibiliser, prise en compte effective des eaux souterraines au même titre que les eaux de surface pour les plans de gestion. Merci beaucoup. We'll now have two video messages of keynote address by head of state and government. The first keynote address is from the President of the Republic of Slovenia, His Excellency Borut Pahor. Video, please.
Dear Secretary General Azulay, dear Under Secretary General Lee, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, water scarcity around the globe is increasing. Climate change, population and economic growth, and unsustainable use are affecting the availability of water and its quality. In my country, Slovenia, groundwater provides more than 95% of drinking water. It is also the main source of supply for agriculture and industry. Excellencies, I attended the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Not everyone was satisfied with its outcomes. However, there was a very important and progressive development. For the very first time, water was put on the agenda of a COP. We should make sure it stays on the agenda of all future COPs. This will help to recognize the potential of groundwater for climate adaptation as a buffer and contingency supply. Groundwater is our last resort. It is the source of our resilience. If we fail to preserve it, our survival will be at stake. This is why this summit is so important, and I commend UNESCO for organizing it. It raises the visibility of this invisible and often undervalued resource. I expect that the summit will also provide recommendations and commitments for action to preserve and protect groundwater. These recommendations and commitments should be brought to the UN Water Conference next year. Let me point to one of the issues that needs action sooner rather than later. More than 460 aquifers are shared between at least 2 countries. Only 12 of them benefit from cooperative agreements. We should make groundwater a vehicle for mutually beneficial regional cooperation, not competition or even conflict. Slovenia, for example, has an agreement on a shared aquifer with our neighbor Austria. I am very happy with the fact that tomorrow a transboundary water coalition will be launched. I expect it to play an important role in advancing the cross-border cooperation with the aim to achieve better water security and mitigate climate change more successfully. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us make groundwater visible, not just today, but also at the 2023 UN Water Conference in New York. Let us make an impact by committing to action. Time is running out, and so is water.
Thank you to His Excellency for this powerful and inspiring message, and particularly for stressing the urgency for water cooperation. Thank you very much. The second video message is from the Prime Minister of Iceland, Her Excellency Katrín Jakobsdóttir. Please, the video.
Secretary General Audrey Azoulay, dear colleagues and friends. Water sustains life and human well-being, and adequate access to water is an integral part of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Groundwater is especially important for humanity as it provides a large part of our drinking water and irrigation worldwide. We can refer to it as our golden goose, a resource of wealth that may become exhausted if it's misused. Sustainable management of groundwater resources is essential for all global water-related agendas. Today's UN Water Summit on groundwater is helping making the invisible visible, as highlighted in the 2022 World Water Development Report. It will also provide a valuable input for the UN Water Conference taking place next year in New York. In Iceland, we have taken access to plentiful and clean groundwater for granted. Around 95% of our drinking water is groundwater and is usually distributed to users without special treatment or purification. This was not always the case. Following a deadly typhoid fever epidemic in Iceland's capital in 1906, great emphasis was placed on improving Reykjavik's drinking water and the construction of a new water facility. Sustainable water management is central in building resilience of societies and ecosystems. Groundwater is also central in the fight against poverty and to food security. To this end, many lower-income countries struggle the most. Here, the crucial link between gender equality and water management needs to be considered. Women, especially in lower-income countries, are disproportionately affected by water scarcity. We need to ensure women's active participation in all decision-making regarding water management, and that their voices are heard and taken into consideration when designing and constructing water infrastructure, such as wells. Today, the effects of climate change pose a threat to groundwater resources and access to clean water. In Iceland, we can clearly see the effects of the climate crisis. In 2019, I participated in bidding a sad farewell to the now former glacier Ok. The glacier that covered the mountaintop has been replaced by a crater lake. Melting of glaciers all over the world is contributing to rising sea levels, disrupting natural systems, and affecting water resources and water security. Climate change affects groundwater through changes in seasonality and quantity caused by melting glaciers, as well as by disturbing the delicate equilibrium of nature's own water management. In fact, climate change caused by human activity is having negative effects on water security globally. Groundwater, an intricate part of water consumption, food production, and hydroelectric power industries in Iceland, is under pressure. Seasonal droughts and increase in water-intense industries are already affecting our groundwater status, and we cannot take this resource for granted anymore. While glaciers are retreating in Iceland, other extreme weather conditions are experienced around the world, causing droughts and floods. According to the IPCC's last report, about half of the world's population is estimated to experience water scarcity each year. Here, also, the lower-income countries face enormous challenges. Armed conflicts and wars are also causing a range of ecological issues, including groundwater contamination and devastating destruction to essential water infrastructure, leaving millions of desperate people without access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. This is the case in Ukraine, where Russia's illegal war on Ukraine has made a point of targeting civilian water infrastructure in blatant violation of international conventions, not to mention the lack of human decency. Dear friends, I welcome this summit and the important work of UN Water in cooperation with UNESCO, the International Groundwater Resources Assessment Center, and others. We know we must take action and we must do better. And I encourage the young professionals and scientists here today to continue speaking up and to help moving this important agenda forward. I wish you all the best in your important work.
Thank you to Her Excellency for her encouraging message to the Groundwater Summit, and particularly for highlighting the critical importance to have women part of the decision making when it's come to water management and governance. Just a take-home figure, 2 million hours per day. I'm repeating again, 2 million hours per day are spent by women and girls to go to fetch water. Next presenter is coming from the UN secretariat, and I'm pleased to invite Mr. Lee Junhua, the Under Secretary General for the Economic and Social Affairs, and also the Secretary of the upcoming UN 2020 Water Conference, for his opening remarks.
Good morning. Dear Director General of UNESCO, Madame Azule, distinguished ministers, excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to participate in the UN Water Summit on Groundwater 2022. I would like to congratulate UNESCO and the International Groundwater Resources Assessment Center for their initiative and leadership in organizing this summit. Almost all of the liquid fresh water in the world is groundwater, supporting drinking water supplies, sanitation systems, agriculture, industry, ecosystems, and climate change adaptation. Essentially, groundwater is critical to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. However, our current relationship to the groundwater is problematic. In many areas, aquifers are close to the surface, making them particularly vulnerable to human-made pollution from the soil and the surface water above. In densely populated urban settlements, where there is a lack of safely managed sanitation, groundwater is at risk of contamination, which can spread diseases and damage the ecosystem. In many areas, more groundwater is being overused than is recharged by rain and snow. Continuous overuse leads eventually to depletion of the essential resource, which not only reduces water supply, but can also cause catastrophic land subsidence. One of the major problems we face in relation to groundwater around the world is that we very often do not know how much groundwater lies beneath our feet. In dry, remote areas, this poverty of knowledge means we could be failing to harness a potentially transformative water resource for protecting and securing lives and livelihoods. Exploring, protecting, and sustainably using groundwater will be central to surviving and adapting to climate change and meeting the needs of the growing population. Groundwater connects to every part of the hydrological cycle, reinforcing water cooperation, climate resilience, and sustainable development. Groundwater's vital role in water and sanitation systems, agriculture, industry, ecosystem, and climate change adaptation must be reflected in our action plans to achieve the 2030 agenda and safeguard society from an uncertain future. We have always known that the groundwater is critically important, but this fact has not been fully recognized in policy and practice. Therefore, this summit should be an inflection point, charting a new course of action. Distinguished participants, in coming March, we will gather in New York for the most important water conference in almost half a century, the UN 2023 Water Conference. This high-level event will be the first UN conference dedicated to water issues since the first UN Water Conference held in Argentina in 1977. It is incumbent on all of us to ensure this moment is a turning point in the water story, to accelerate progress on all interconnected water and sanitation challenges we face. Groundwater must play a central role in building resilience and delivering success in relation to all of the other SDGs, especially on climate change, environment, gender, health, education, social justice, and livelihoods. UNDESA serves as the secretariat of the UN 2023 Water Conference with the support of the UN Water to realize the sustainable use of the water resources, especially groundwater. A major outcome of the conference is the Water Action Agenda, a set of voluntary commitments for water actions announced by the government, international organizations, the private sector, NGOs, and the other stakeholders. The conference will galvanize commitments around the Water Action Agenda. I strongly encourage all the participants for the summit to learn more about this opportunity to join a global movement for the positive water action. As a Secretary General of the conference, I welcome the UN Water Joint Statement on groundwater as an outcome of the summit to contribute to the UN 2023 Water Conference. Finally, looking ahead to July, we will have another opportunity to look at the SDG 6 closely at the high-level political forum, when the Water Code will go through an in-depth review for the second time. I invite you to participate actively in this high-level political forum as well. I wish you a fruitful discussion at the Summit on the Groundwater. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General, for those inspiring words, and particularly for highlighting the critical role of water. Of course, groundwater is part of that water for building resilience. And of course, we are looking forward to the UN 2023 Water Conference. Thank you. At this juncture, we will be having a special message coming from a champion country and friend of water. So please join me to welcome His Excellency Sirajuddin Muridin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan, co-host of the UN 2020 Water Conference, and also responsible of the Dushanbe water process in support of the Water Action Decade.
Thank you. Distinguished Director General, Madame Audrey Azoulay, UN Under Secretary General Mr. Lee, Madame Minister Nurbaye, Head of Executive Board, President of General Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Tajikistan, I thank UNESCO for convening today's summit. Management and use of groundwater plays an important role in the context of decreasing freshwater resources as a result of the climate change impact and increasing demand for water due to the population growth and economic development. In this regard, UNESCO's initiative to declare 2022 as the year of groundwater and to organize a summit on this topic is very timely and important. It helps to increase attention to this issue and consolidate efforts to address it. As you are aware, for more than 20 years, Tajikistan has been continuously promoting water-related issues in the global development agenda. At the initiative of our country, the UN General Assembly has adopted 8 resolutions on water issues that contributed to the vibrant cooperation of all interested parties and in unifying the efforts of the international community to address the water issue. The second Dushanbe Conference on the International Decade of Action Water for Sustainable Development, which was convened in June of this year, within the framework of the Dushanbe water process, discussed important water-related issues with a focus on the acceleration of actions to achieve water-related goals, making the invisible visible, and the application of the latest technologies and innovations in this area, and developed key messages for the UN 2023 Water Conference. This conference will be the second water-dedicated conference in the history of the United Nations after almost 50 years, and the international community have high expectations from this gathering. Therefore, as the conference co-hosts, Tajikistan and the Netherlands are trying to turn it into a watershed moment that can unite the whole world to achieve water-related goals. On October 25 of this year, the high-level preparatory meeting of the President of the UN General Assembly on the preparation for the UN 2023 Water Conference approved 5 themes of the interactive dialogues of the conference that covers almost all aspects of water issues. Undoubtedly, comprehensive discussion and undertaking of new and effective commitments related to their solution will be one of the successful results of the conference. As part of the Dushanbe conference, we have launched the Water Action Agenda that will bring together such commitments and helps to facilitate new actions, accelerate existing efforts, and strengthen cooperation and partnerships to achieve water-related goals. Dear colleagues, there are only a few days left until the UN Water Conference. We have no moral right to wait another 50 years for the next water conference. Future generations will not forgive us if we do not take firm decisions at this conference. This is a good momentum for all of us, and we have to avail it properly. Nature knows no borders and no nations. Therefore, addressing water issues, especially under the influence of climate change and other challenges, requires collective cooperation of all parties, starting from heads of states to every individual. Tajikistan and the Netherlands have done a lot of work in this direction. However, we will not succeed without joint efforts. In this regard, we have a few messages. First, encourage heads of states and governments, political leaders, and heads of international and regional organizations, financial institutions to participate in the conference. Second, undertake new and innovative commitments that can bring about real changes in addressing water issues. Third, assist the developing, least developed, and small island countries with participation in the conference and undertaking commitments. Fourth, ensure and strengthen partnerships and coalitions around commitments that can be game changers, scaled up, replicated, and at the same time broaden scope of implementation of such commitments. I am sure that today's summit will make an adequate contribution to unifying the efforts of the international community in addressing water issues, and will also give fresh impetus to the process of preparation for the United Nations Water Conference in March next year. I wish all of us success in this endeavor. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for the leadership and education of Tajikistan, really for raising the profile of water at the highest level, at the international level indeed. The last intervention, and not the least, will be on the rapid presentation on the United Nations 2020 Water Conference. So on behalf of the two co-host countries, Netherlands and Tajikistan, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Henk Oving, Special Envoy for International Water Affairs for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to make the presentation. Henk.
we're running out of time. So if I can do this in less time than I, of course, need to bring you the urgency. I'll try. I skip half of the speech. Distinguished guests, excellencies, thank you for your contribution to an undervalued and essential part of our global water cycle, groundwater. Thank you, Director General of UNESCO, Audrey Azoulay, and your team for your inspiration and leadership, and for giving us and water a home these days. Thank you, USG Lee Yun-ha, for your the UNDES's leadership and the partnership. And thank you, Minister Muhyiddin, for your words and the global leadership of the Republic of Tajikistan on water. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Sultan Rahim Zoda, Special Envoy for Water for the President of Tajikistan, for our friendship and brotherhood. And his team. We've become a family from source to sea. Thank you, UNESCO, IGRAC, and UN Water for increasing groundwater awareness by convening this summit. We've heard it many times, groundwater, overlooked, abused and exploited, even in my own home country, the Netherlands. A wet delta with rivers with close to 1/3 below sea level. We now have a groundwater deficit in the Netherlands, thanks to, of course, the droughts, the tipping points of the last years, but most importantly because of our years of undervaluing groundwater. Making the invisible visible is very much true also for the Netherlands. We manage globally water based on distribution, and we're very good at it, not only for days, but for ages. But it's based on the principle that there's always enough, but no longer. We change the hydrological cycle, we, humans. More water in the sky, but less fresh water in our underground oceans. And what's left is getting more saline and more polluted. Groundwater provides almost half of the world's drinking water, but you have heard this, so I'll skip it because of time. We think we need to link groundwater to the private sector, to agriculture, to food for these cross-sectoral approaches, to transboundary cooperation, river basin organizations, and to integrated water management. Governments have to decide how much groundwater can be sustainably allocated and to what purpose. We cannot measure what we cannot manage what we don't measure. We can't even not measure what we don't manage. And the recent WMO Status of Global Water Resources report shows the arid hotspots in the world. We need these insights. We need the understanding to increase capacity and to scale up actions. Action is what the next year's UN 2023 Water Conference is about. Not a negotiation on a text, but commitments that help us change the world, nothing less. The conference is co-hosted by the Republic of Tajikistan and the Kingdom of the Netherlands and can be a catalytic moment. Can be, I say, because that will depend on us. UN conferences or any other conferences don't change the world unless we want them to be change makers. We have to come to New York with bold commitments that can shift the needle, especially when it comes to our relationship with groundwater. The conference is structured along 5 themes: water for health, for sustainable development, for climate, resiliency and the environment, for cooperation, and for the Water Action Decade, supported by the 5 accelerators of the Global Acceleration Framework and the principles of this conference: inclusive, cross-sectoral, and action-oriented. The result is not a negotiated text, but commitments that together must change the world, brought together in a water action agenda, an agenda to structure and help us transform, to get us on track because we're off, and define our horizon. We need to scale what works, stop where we fail, and innovate where we need game changers, to leapfrog towards the future we want, and not the future we're heading. That jump won't come easy. Real change really hurts.
because we must shy away from failing past practices, vested interest and mechanisms that are non-responsive or reactive at best. We must become proactive, provoking the status quo. But that doesn't mean a revolution to tip over. It's not aggressive. It comes with inspiration, through partnerships and with commitments that inspire. Inspire us to help us understand and value water and to come up with pathways, programs, projects and partnerships that help lead the way. We all know that investing in water trickles down across every sustainable development goal. Water tells us a story, and if we listen carefully, we understand. Water tells us that in the context of the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework, Addis Ababa Finance for Development, the Urban Agenda, water tells us that what needs to be done in that context can be done. I hope, I expect, the groundwater community to come up with a concrete target and actionable pathways for the Water Action Agenda for the conference next year, especially in the terms of collection and sharing of data, financing sustainable groundwater management, and leveraging and scaling up innovation. We try to do everything we can. I'm pretty sure that if we pause for one moment to rethink what I just said, that we try to do everything we can, we wonder, is that really true? A couple of days, Minister, you said. This is how it feels. Sleepless nights for people that are trying to lead this conference into something successful. I have a question. And actually, I don't really see you because the lights are just shining. Perhaps, can somebody turn on the light? It's almost impossible, huh? It's like the unseen. Yeah, making the unseen seen. Here. Look, you are in a room with real people. Look around. See who's next to you. Think about what you need to do to make next year's conference a success. Think hard, close your eyes, and do know that perhaps with your neighbors, with the ones that are sitting next to you, perhaps you can even reach out to them, touch a hand, and say, together we can drive change. Together we can make this conference a success. Together, if we listen carefully to our hearts and our minds, next year's conference will be a watershed moment for the world, for all. I want to thank you for your commitment, your passion and your partnership, and I want to see you in New York yet next year with commitments that really inspire the world to scale up everything we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Oving, for this passionate delivery. We are now at the end of this segment of the opening ceremony, so I would like really to thank you all for your dedication, your commitment, all the speakers, and also the artistic performance we had before. And I will now want to hand over to the two coordinators in order to immediately start the first session of the forum. Alice?
Thank you, Abu. We will be very short. Now we are starting content sessions. As Alicia said, we have 5 sessions today, one before the lunch, and immediately we are starting with a very important one, data information. Please, participants in the session, come to the stage. While they are coming, just to say that each session will have Moderator Stefan Uhlenbroek will be here, and he will take over. And then for each session we prepared background document about that particular topic, which will be presented during the session, and then it will be panel discussion and conclusions.
Thank you very much. We say few seconds waiting for the excellencies and the Director General to leave, and we start preparing for the first session on data and information, as Neno just said. This session has been co-organized with a colleague of the World Meteorological Organizations, and it will be moderated by Stefan Uhlenbroek, who is the Director of Hydrology and Water and Cryosphere Program in WMO. There will be two rapporteurs. One is Mr. Edouard Boinet, Head of the Project International Network of Basin Organization, INBO, and the other one is Mr. Michel Frem, Chair of the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network. The session will be dedicated to presenting the current state of groundwater data and information, demand and availability. It will go on to discuss the main challenges to improving data collections and to ensuring access to such data, as well as identifying actions for moving forward. Participants and speakers will represent national and international perspectives. The guiding principles that underpin the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework will be used to orient and define the proposed actions, while outcomes of the session will be included in the summit statement. I would like now see if everything is ready for our first session. I think all there.
Maybe it's
Please take a seat. Please, I would like to ask ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, to be quiet and let our colleagues starting their session please have a seat or leave the room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Thank you.
I don't know. Someone took it.
Everything is fine, perfect.
Sí, pero la remote
Nice, but they need to be a little bit more on the back.
Excellencies, colleagues, can we start? Okay, we can. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to welcome you here this morning. What an exciting year for groundwater, unbelievable. We had a dedicated World Water Development Report on the topic of groundwater, was presented in a very nice way this morning. There are quite a number of sessions related to groundwater throughout the year, but this is really the culmination. That's the climax of this year, and having a groundwater session here at the Groundwater Summit. Sorry for this. We heard today by the presentation of the World Water Development Report that 99% of all liquid freshwater is in the groundwater. It's in the subsurface. Well, the number gets a bit lower if we consider also snow and ice, but from the liquid water, it's 99%. It's unbelievably high. Groundwater in many parts of the world is already overused, and we keep on hearing stories about declining groundwater tables, which is very true. But we come to the complexity to this during this session. On the other hand, groundwater can be part of the solution. Groundwater can really help to build resilience and increase our resilience to climate change adaptation. To do that, we need to understand the resources. We really need data and information to understand the resource, its change in space and time, and we also need to understand the use of the resource and the extraction, sometimes over-extraction. Therefore, we need data and information, and that's the focus of this session today. I'm here accompanied at stage with quite a special panel. I'm very happy. I will introduce you then as soon as I ask you some questions to save some time. You know we are running a little bit late. But I would like to mention our two rapporteurs who are sitting there on the very left-hand side from my side. It's Edouard Bonnet for the International Network of Basin Organizations, groundwater, also 99% in basins actually, is in the subsurface, and Michel Ferme from the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network, who are taking notes and make sure that we properly report on this session. But let us start today with an opening remarks, and it's a pleasure to introduce the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, Professor Petri Talas. Professor Talas unfortunately can also not be here today, and therefore we will listen to his introduction via a video, and I would like to have the video now, if that is possible. The video of Professor Talas, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a distinct pleasure providing the opening remarks for this important session. It's a pity that I cannot be with you in Paris these days, but earlier commitments made it impossible for me to participate in your discussions in person. I would like to thank UNESCO for taking the lead in organizing the 22 Groundwater Summit on behalf of the UN Water and all organizers of this important session. Let me start by saying that improving data and information is at the core of WMO's mandate and interest as a UN specialized agency on weather, climate and water, focusing on providing science-based knowledge to policymakers. At WMO, we adopted the Earth system approach to better tackle interconnected natural and human processes such as global cycles. The hydrological cycle is one of them, and groundwater is an essential part of it that is impacted by and impacts many of the other Earth systems. We are gradually improving our understanding of the Earth system, and essential to this achievement is our ability to improve the observations of all systems and to generate insightful information through integrated data analysis and fusion, and through continuously improving modeling approaches. Together with historical decisions last year on adopting the unified data policy, establishing global basic observing network and related sustainable financing mechanism, SOF, the WMO Congress adopted the action plan for hydrology with numerous activities identified and to be implemented to better serve members. Among very concrete tools that the WMO makes available to the broad community working in weather, water and other environmental sciences, let's mention the WMO hydrological observing system WASH, contributing to overall WMO information system. WASH is designed to support modeling and warning systems of the whole hydrological system, including groundwater, and we are pleased to be engaged with key partners such as UNESCO and IGRAC to support their efforts with such pragmatic tools. Such enablers are critical as climate change is affecting the availability, quality, quantity of water for billions of people and impact ecosystems in multiple ways. The hydrological changes induced by climate change are adding challenges to the sustainable management of all water resources, which are gradually under severe pressure. In many regions of the world, over-extraction and pollution where more than 3 billion live in severely water-stressed conditions. Groundwater resources are directly affected. Although often negatively impacted, groundwater is part of the solution to address the challenges posed by climate change and other environmental and societal changes. Sustainable management of groundwater resources is critical to reduce the impacts of climate and weather-induced disaster risk like droughts, floods, which often devastating impacts on food security, economies, society, and ecosystems. Isotope data and other hydrometric observations show the often significant part of groundwater in flood runoff, a process that we still need to better understand across scales and in different hydroclimatic regions. However, better hydrological monitoring and forecasting of the groundwater systems is critical to better understand and incorporate groundwater in Earth systems models and consequently develop the climate-smart solutions to enhance climate change resilience and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the important messages around data and information need to be brought and discussed at the UN 23 Water Conference and carried to COP28 and other conferences in order to bring groundwater where it belongs to the center of the debate on climate processes, including climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and also as a key factor for the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 6 on water and sanitation. Leaders of countries from various public and private sector organizations need to recognize the need for an integrated across the water cycle, including groundwater as an essential element of the Earth system. Only then we will be able to effectively improve informed policy and decision making. Furthermore, we need to strengthen and empower national and international water management, especially through the National Hydrological and Meteorological Services, in their ability to deal with groundwater appropriately and catalyze cooperation throughout all interconnected Earth system domains. The WMO is delighted to be a trusted partner in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Talas. Very interesting and important to really to explain why groundwater is an absolutely essential part of the Earth systems and all the challenges related to data policies, but also the complexity of data as well. Data was already mentioned, as well as financial mechanism to facilitate better data and information. Before we enter the panel discussion, it is a pleasure to invite now Ms. Claudia Ruz Vargas. Claudia is a senior groundwater specialist at the International Groundwater Assessment Center in Delft, IGRAC, to give us an overview about the key challenges of data and information. Please, Claudia. As you know, this conference was set up according to the 5 accelerators, and data and information is considered one of the key accelerators. And we are really looking forward to listen to Claudia now, who will explain us how, through this, we will achieve better groundwater sustainability. Over to you, Claudia.
Thank you, Stefan. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear friends, I'm very happy to be here to introduce to you the topic of data and information required for an informed groundwater management. Next slide, please. The objective of this presentation is actually to introduce to you the contents of a background document that we prepared especially for the session, the document you can see here. And we will cover mainly 3 aspects. First, the main sources of groundwater data and information, then additional data and information needs, and at the end we will cover some of the challenges. These 3 topics are going to be talked in more depth by our panelists after this presentation. Next. We have societal and environmental problems that may or may not include groundwater. And if we want to reach solutions to these problems, we need to look at the different factors that are involved in these problems. Some of them won't involve groundwater, and they are out of the scope of this session. But then we have the ones that involve groundwater. And the only way to tackle them is through an informed groundwater management. Informed, that's the key word, because it needs to be based on solid data and information. The main sources of data and information for groundwater come from three sources: monitoring, assessments, and another additional sources. But this is embedded in a framework of many challenges. And this is what we are going to cover in this session. So the contents of the rectangle in the slide. Next. So first, groundwater monitoring. What is this? It's defined as a systematic measurement and recording of the state of an aquifer. From this definition, we can immediately think of three things, the first 3 points: the purpose, the parameters, and the frequency. So when we monitor an aquifer, we want to know something. We want to know the state, so we want to know how much water there is, and is the quality of the groundwater good for my needs. And we want to know the trends. Is the aquifer depleting, or is the quality deteriorating? From here, you hear there are two components. So we can look at an aquifer from the quantity perspective, the amount of water, and from the quality. And to monitor these two things, we will look at different parameters. It can be groundwater levels, or can be nitrates, depending on what we are looking to. And also, I mentioned the systematic measurement. So this means that the monitoring needs to be done with a certain frequency. So you cannot take a measurement now and then 4 years another one. You have to do it constantly to have an overview of what's going on in the aquifer. Water monitoring has been done traditionally in situ, either manually or with equipment that do it automatically. But now there are other approaches, such as remote sensing and citizen science, that are also worth considering, because they are a great support for these traditional ways of monitoring. But all of this needs to be done in a way that the quality is assured, the quality of the data. Because if we cannot trust the quality of the data, then any results don't really make sense. Next. The second activity that is very important to get data and information for groundwater comes from groundwater assessments, which use monitoring outcomes together with all other relevant information to evaluate the situation of groundwater. It's like taking a picture and seeing what's going on in the moment. We have two different sources for data for assessment. So one is groundwater data, such as hydrogeological characterization, the delineation of an aquifer, and also special data, for example, zones of surface water and groundwater interaction. But also, and this is very important, we need non-groundwater data, because groundwater exists in a context. So we cannot only look at the aquifer, but also need to look at the context. And this will be data about climate, environmental aspects, legal aspects, socioeconomic aspects, etc. We have also additional data and information needs. And what do I mean? There is data and information that will come, that is related to the specific management measure that we want to apply. That can be one of these types. So for example, if we want to apply a groundwater metering, which is the measurement of the consumption of groundwater to regulate the demand, this sounds like a great measure, but if we don't know the context, for example, we don't know if this measure is going to be accepted by the public, or how we are going to deal with vandalism, or how we are going to enforce it, then we cannot really apply the measure. So we need to collect data on this particular type of measure. Next slide, please. Then we have the challenges that I mentioned before. We have something related to the mandates to collect groundwater. So in countries, we have many institutions collecting different types of groundwater that generates a problem when you don't know who is doing what. We have lack of resources, both human and financial, so there is not enough resources to hire groundwater specialists or to buy equipment to maintain a database. We have a general lack of sharing of data and information that can be because of many reasons, because the institutions don't want to do it, or because there is too much confusion of where is the data, so they cannot do it. There is also poor data management without proper quality assurance and control. So data is collected, but you cannot use it because the metadata is not there. So for example, if you don't have the coordinates of where you took a measurement, then you cannot use really this data that you collected. And then at the end, you have the data collected is not transformed in useful information. And this is, for me, the saddest thing, because then you have a nice monitoring program, you have professionals who invest money, you have equipment, etc., and then the data at the end ends up in a database, and nobody does anything with it, and it's a waste. Next. So the messages that we wanted to convey are this one. So first, we have the knowledge to understand groundwater. We know how to do geology, we know how to do monitoring and assessment, so it's now a matter of doing it. Groundwater data and information comes mainly from two sources, assessments and monitoring. No assessment can be complete if we don't have a record of historical data, because this will allow us to make projections for the future. Data needs to be findable, accessible, reusable to support the transformation of data into useful information. Also, we need specific data and information that will be related to the management measures that we want to apply that goes beyond a traditional groundwater assessment. There are multiple challenges that we need to address, and the cost of not addressing these challenges is very high. And at the end, we need to raise awareness, increase citizen participation, and lobby for appropriate monitoring and assessment, which is we are doing today, actually. So, thank you, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Claudia. This was very helpful, and particularly also the take-home messages. Colleagues, we have 5 panelists, and I will just, if you don't mind, take one after the other, the way they sit here without no statement. I will start with Ms. Tusane Netasana. Ms. Tusane Netasana, she's the director of the Groundwater Conservation and Restoration Research and Development Group in Thailand. And Tusane, often collection of data, is independently how important it is, as was just illustrated in the previous talk, it's often not considered interesting or sexy to invest in. It's often an activity that receives even less visibility. We talk about the invisible resource, but the collection of data is often not considered as very attractive. On the other hand, it is the starting point, the basis of everything else. It's often neglected in policies. It's often subject to budgetary constraints. Yeah, ministers and I hope finance managers are still in the room. Budgetary constraints, yes, it's a real issue when it comes to data collection. However, there's also a number of positive examples, particularly also from Thailand, and I would like to invite you now, Tusane, to share some examples, how you managed to maintain and really further develop networks for groundwater monitoring, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. In Thailand, groundwater is the main source for domestic agriculture and industry, and is supporting the growth of economy of Thailand. And however, groundwater pumping, heavy pumping in the confined aquifer for water supply and industry in the past has resulting in water level decline and land subsidence. So therefore in 1977, Groundwater Act was enforced to groundwater dealing, groundwater licensing and utilization. And therefore, Department of Groundwater Resources or DGR has responsible for groundwater monitoring network plan in Thailand. Under this program, basic groundwater data, including water level, water quality, and land subsidence, were collected, and reliable database were established for the purpose of managing water resources. 16 monitoring wells were installed, and 7 years later, extended to 285 monitoring wells, and land subsidence was also monitored since then. At present, there are about 1,200 stations, and around 2,000 monitoring wells has been installed in every region of Thailand. And more wells has been planned to cover all the major aquifer in the country. In the local area, DGR has installed monitoring wells in the area where is a high risk of contamination, such as landfills and industrial waste disposal site. Groundwater levels are measured by manual, by electric deeper and automatic recorders and telemetry. For groundwater quality, we also install automatic recorder for both water levels and water quality. All wells will collect samples for groundwater analysis once a year, and physical and chemical parameters are analyzed, and as well as the heavy metal and toxic substance are also analyzed. For the high risk of groundwater contaminations, we also analyze the bacteria or volatile organic compounds. And all getting data were put in the database and disseminated in the public. They can be visualized and downloaded from web platform of DGR, that is TGMS or Thailand Groundwater Monitoring System. Data from monitoring are analyzed to illustrate the groundwater condition. For example, the trends of groundwater declines, a steady or rise. Groundwater quality changes are detected from the monitoring wells, where are the contamination from heavy metal, from volatile organic compounds, or from the upcouling of saline water. DGR also disseminates the result of the annual report by describing groundwater condition and develop guidelines for groundwater development and conservation in specific area. For land subsidence, the mitigation of land subsidence was issued in 1983 and amendment in 2003 to regulate the reduced groundwater use, such as assigning groundwater critical area in Bangkok and in vicinity, and charging groundwater users and groundwater fee in groundwater conservation fee in these areas. Currently, subsidence has been improved to less than 1 centimeter per year. So our challenge for groundwater monitoring network, including the expansion of monitoring network covering all over the country, and monitoring wells addressing other issues, including groundwater surface interactions, capture zones, and groundwater recharge, should be considered. And law enforcement on groundwater management and environment laws to protect groundwater from contamination, and actually groundwater monitoring system may be considered as less attention to other groundwater management and lacks of the public perception and participations. And also, in addition, we need to strengthen the capacities of the officials, networks, equipment, and technologies is required. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very clear. Yes, give her a hand. Thanks. The next panelist, I would like to introduce Ms. Jody Miller. Jody works for the International Atomic Energy Agency. They're at the Department of Nuclear Sciences and Applications, and she leads the water program of the IAEA. Jody, data is so important. I think we don't need to repeat that. But bad data is dangerous. You know, it can be misleading, sometimes leading us to inappropriate decisions, wrong decisions, and cause a lot of damage. Is the best to always invest in the maximum and the best data we can available, or when is it reasonable to be more practical, to have data that kind of fits the purpose? And how important is data quality in general? We really look forward if you could share some of your experiences from the IAEA and beyond. Thank you.
Hello? No. Hi, thanks, Stefan. I think one of the things I want to start with is later today there's a session on innovation, and it's important to recognise that in the last 2 decades there's been a tremendous amount of innovation in the way in which we can collect and obtain data. And there's actually a tremendous amount of data out there. We now have instruments that can measure the abundance of krypton-81, which we use to determine groundwater age, down to 10 to the minus 14, we can take desktop boxes, we can send them out into remote sites, and they will measure the concentration of greenhouse gas emissions remotely. But we need to be, as you say, we need to understand that data and always remember that the quality of the data, being able to look at our data set and work out when it's telling us significant things, and when there are problems with the data, this is a really important step that everybody needs to take when they look at their data. And at the IAEA, there are really three places in the process of obtaining data that we look at. The first is in actually the sampling. If you go out and you want to take a sample of groundwater, groundwater is invisible. We're not actually putting it into a river or a lake and taking the sample. We're putting the collection device down a borehole, or we are pumping water out from someplace underground, and we can't see where we are taking that sample from. So we need to think about what it is that the sample is telling us. We also need to be considering the analytical technique that we are applying, and there are a lot of different techniques now, instruments now that can get us data, and sometimes different techniques will give us the same set of data, and we need to consider which one is the most appropriate. Do we need to have data to 3 decimal places, or is the problem that we're trying to solve solvable with data to 1 decimal place? And then we need to look at the post-processing of the data. When we reduce the data that comes directly off the instrument or off the machine or off the satellite, are we able to appropriately filter out bad data? Do we have the skills to recognize when we see bad data points coming up? And I think that a lot of this is to do with the key messages that are coming out of this meeting, as well as the UN Water Summit. The need to work together, the need to adopt common approaches, the need to run things like interlaboratory proficiency tests, so that we know that we are all working to the same standard, that if you are calling good quality data in one area, how does that equate to good quality data in another area? And I think these are issues that we can work on. I think there's a lot of scope for working on this, and the agency is really actively working with the states to train people about how to recognize when you have good data and when you have bad data, because we don't want to be making decisions on bad data.
Super. Thank you so much. Very clear. Olive, you have to give her a hand, you know, that was so... I know we are running late and I get some signs, but important things first. Next panelist is Mr. Philipp Seile. Philipp works for the BFG, the German Hydrological Water Management Agency, and where he's the head of Global Environmental Monitoring Systems for Freshwater, which includes GEMS data and other water data. Philipp, you know, data, we just heard it, but there's a lot of data we heard, and there's maybe simpler data than krypton isotopes. On the other hand, it's often down to water level data, but to really understand and manage water levels correctly, we need to understand the geometry of the aquifers, we need to understand parameters that characterize subsurface flow, matrix parameters, biogeochemical processes, etc. So there's a lot. Often this information is not there, including also the amount of abstraction of data. So, on the other hand, I guess most of us in this room probably agree how absolutely critically water is for achieving SDG 6. Therefore, I would like to ask you, Philipp, you have been involved in SDG 6, I think, since the early days, including the monitoring. So what are your experiences for the role of groundwater for achieving this important SDG?
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. And I'd like to expand a bit on what the ladies said before me. So I think at the global level, we know alarmingly little about the groundwater quality status for now. And The UNEP-GEMS water program for almost 50 years has been working on collecting and quality assuring water quality monitoring data from both surface and groundwaters. And over the last couple of years, we have made considerable progress in closing some of the information or the data gaps that we are having. But especially for groundwater, we have way too little information. So the data that we have, only 5% of that at the moment is really from groundwater. And this has a couple of reasons, and I cannot go into all of them, but I want to focus on two here. One was already mentioned by Claudia, and this is poor data management and the lack of information produced from data. So a couple of years ago, a colleague, a senior water quality monitoring program manager, approached us during one of our capacity development workshops, and she told us that her ministry has cut her budget in half. So we asked her, why was that? And she told us, yeah, well, we do the monitoring, but we couldn't provide any reports to the decision makers. So eventually, just due to the lack of their let's say, skills in dealing with the data, not only the complex monitoring, but also the data itself, ultimately, the program was almost shut down. So we need more investment, not only in let's say, the monitoring itself, but also in the training and the capacity development of the people to deal with the data. Another aspect or issue and challenge that we face in our daily work is the split of responsibilities in the monitoring and the assessment and the reporting among different authorities, both at nationals but also at international levels. So more often than not, we face the situation that there are organizations dealing either with surface or with groundwater, and ultimately or very often the data is not really collected centrally at a national scale, and internationally the same holds true. There are many different international and UN programs working on collecting data, but more often than not, this is not really collected in a consolidated manner. So we all know groundwater resources are under impeding pressures, and they are so vital to our existence. So I think we need a better understanding of groundwater resources, and the World Water Quality Alliance has recently started to develop an assessment of groundwater quality globally. And Claudia and some other groundwater expert colleagues here in the room, they have formed a group, the Friends of Groundwater, and they have been looking into the challenges and opportunities of kind of, compiling all this data and assessing it on a global level. And while she has already mentioned there is the challenge of having too little data, there are prospects of using additional data, but I think personally we are still a long way to go, and we need a coordinated and efforts at very different levels. So with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals, groundwater has many interlinkages with different targets, but it's only monitored in two of the SDG 6 targets. This is target 6.6 on the protection and restoration of water-related ecosystems, and on 6.3 to improve water quality. And our team, we have been involved in developing a simple water quality indicator that covers both groundwater and surface waters. And well, the good news is that from all the countries that have been reporting so far, about 60% of the water bodies have been assessed as having good quality. However, only less than half of the member states have reported so far, and only 50 have been using actually groundwater data. So unless we really scale up our efforts in the monitoring and the assessment and the reporting on groundwater resources, I'm afraid that we pose or run the risk that we make wrong decisions on wrong assumptions. So with this I'd like to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Next panelist is Madame Dominique Damenrey. She works for the, wait a minute. So many people. I want to say it properly. Dominique Demonray, she's the Director of Water and Global Change, of the Water and Global Change Program at the Bureau of Research for Geology and Mines at the BRGM in France. France has been one of the leading countries when it comes to groundwater monitoring, sharing, and so on. Earlier in Claudia's presentation, she stressed the point that data needs to be fair, so findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. You and your team, you have been working on this for quite some time, and there's many different stakeholders often involved in that process. It's the public sector, obviously, but also sometimes private sector. There's not only technological obstacles for accessing data, there's also sometimes commercial interest or even state security can be a matter that really prevents having access to data. What is your experience from the last years to facilitate that process from France?
Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, I'm working for the French Geological Survey. It's easier than BRGM. So we are operating for France the groundwater monitoring network, but also the National Groundwater Data Platform, or the portal, where we are collecting all the data, both on quantity and quality, from the different producers in France. It can be municipalities, it can be the private sector, it can be local authorities. And so, as it was said before, for doing that, you need a long-lasting action about how to standardize, how to communicate, how to give guidance on how to report that. And even that, you have to do the control and the quality check. Nevertheless, when you have that, and as it is available, publicly available for us, you can use it for different purposes, and that is what is done for informing a particular policy, and in particular this year, with the drought, it has been a critical point. But why working also with the private sector? They have to report, because here in France, they are operating under what we call the concession of public services for drinking supply. So they are supporting public services. But they have more data than what is required by the regulation. So there is an interest also to get access to this data. And how we are working on a win-win situation. It means that for them, we are providing easier data processing, for example. For us, we have more data to be reused, and for both, we can have better predictions, because we have access to all. Nevertheless, what we are expecting is that they will go for good practices, and they will also try to implement these good practices in developing countries where they are operating all around the world. I would like just to finish on one side. You may consider that France has all the information we need on groundwater, which is not the case. We have been facing that this year and the year before, after 4 years of drought out of 5. And now we are working to have access to another bunch of groundwater data, which are related to research observatories, infrastructures, and projects, where you have a lot of information there, but they are managed in different standards, different systems. And I would like to mention 3 important programs which are starting right now, which are a kind of commitments to actions. The 3 of them, there is one at national level for producing what you say, a fair data platform, reconciling the regulatory monitoring with the research data, which is quite important to have access to all. And then they will be connected to 2 European initiatives. One which is a geological service for Europe, where all the underground data, which includes groundwater, will be assessed and monitored. And the second one, which is the Horizon Europe Partnership, so-called Waterfall, Water Security for the Planet, where there are commitments from many countries, not only from Europe, but also from outside Europe, for making this data available. All the 3 initiatives are based on open science and open data principle, and therefore it should be available for larger communities when we'll be finishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning again open science and open data access and the long-term action. Final panelist in this panel today is a pleasure to introduce Ms. Alcos. Ms. Alcos was till very recently, less than a month ago, the director of watersheds and aquifers at the divisions at the Dirección Nacional de Aguas in Uruguay. But less than a month ago, actually, she joined WMO. So when we invited her, she was still the director in Uruguay, and she joined recently the WMO, actually my group, as a senior water specialist. Silvana, we talked about the collection of data, the importance of quality of it, the importance of accessing it, making it retrievable, etc. But finally, we want to speak about sharing of data. There's a number of legislative as well as technical difficulties, we said that. On the other hand, the international community contributed quite a number of tools, both normative tools as well as technological developments. They can really help countries to share data. What are your experiences from Latin America, where you worked so many years and had so much success in that respect? And maybe you share some experiences from there as well as from WMO, you might. Over.
Hola. Yeah. Thank you, Stefan, and thank you everybody for being here. I don't know if I follow the presentation trying to answer you. Okay, next. Yeah, as Stefan mentioned, we have two big components when we are talking about sharing data. One is the policy component, and then we have the technical, technological component. And here I'm sharing with you the framework for the international exchange of data, of Earth system data. And its core is the belief that the free and unrestricted exchange of data is a win-win for all. At a minimum, you'll get visibility, quite an important thing for our precious hidden groundwater. But there is more benefit around it. Next. Well, no, we can continue with this. For example, if we are Earth system models have the capability of representing at a regional scale changes in groundwater storage. And that can be verified against gravity anomaly measurements that we get from the GRACE satellite mission. But that information is too coarse in space and time. So having access to in situ groundwater levels, especially from observation wells, can really improve that estimation. Next, please. So we are willing to share data now because we see the benefit of doing that, and which is the best way to do it. So I would start with standardization, the standardization approach. That is key and is the most sustainable way. And the good news is that currently we have a standard for groundwater format, and that is the Water ML2 Part 4. That has been currently approved by WMO and and OGC, the Open Geospatial Consortium. So in March, there was a session, training about Water ML20 Part 4, and for those that could not participate, I encourage to go to that link and get familiar with it. But that will allow us to understand better the data used by others that also have adopted the standard, and also will help us in the data exchange. But if we don't have it yet, there are tools that we have also developed, and they have already been successfully implemented. For example, in La Plata Basin in South America, for surface water, can also be used for groundwater. And that is the WMO Hydrological Observance System, WHOS, that to support that exchange has a brokering approach. So if there is any interest to have a pilot project implementing rules for groundwater, please approach WMO. Next, please. Time out. Thank you. Time out, I don't know.
Good. Thank you very much, Silvana. Last but not least, I would like to invite for the closing remarks Edouard Benoit from the International Network for Basin Organizations. Please, Edouard.
That's correct. Thanks, Stefan. And first, a big thank you to our distinguished panelists. You can have a first round of applause. Thanks to you, I've been reminded that we need strong monitoring network, we need quality data, accessibility and interoperability as well, and this was said in technical terms that we don't often see in international conference, so thank you for that. And we also made it clear through the crystal clear case studies from Thailand, from Uruguay, from France, that we need enabling environment that include governance, that includes financing and innovation that are disseminated throughout the world. And there was a fourth one that I will add, but it was already foreshadowed in the introduction from Stefan, which is the need for coordinated monitoring of both groundwater and surface water. We know that from a technical point of view, because we need context, it was reminded earlier by Jody, I believe, and we also need it from an institutional point of view to avoid redundancies, duplications, that is basically a waste of resources. And to conclude, well, I would like to just share a thought on the overall motto, making the invisible visible. We do not wait for gold to be extracted from the earth to give it value, attention. And we need to have the same logic for water. It deserves our attention up front, but even for that first step, we need a stronger knowledge base. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edouard, also for the analogy with gold. And ladies and gentlemen, this was the first session. Very much looking forward to the next 1.5 days. And now we enjoy our lunch. Thank you so much. Over.
Thank you for this excellent session. Just a small announcement. It's a lunchtime. The lunch is in main hall. It's offered by K-Water. And enjoy your lunch. And please be here 5 minutes, at least 5 minutes for to enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Okay? Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming back from the lunch break. We are all really excited because the number of participants has exceeded our expectations. So we hope everybody will be comfortable and will find all the possible quiet and interesting way to follow the summit. Okay. With Neno Kukuric, now we have the pleasure to start the session of the afternoon that is on capacity development. And it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator, Madame Sonia Bari. She is the Senior Advisor for Science and Sustainable Development of the French National Commission to UNESCO. We have a huge panel of high-level experts and two rapporteurs that I wish to introduce. Madame Elpida Kolokita, she is the director of the UNESCO Center on Integrated and Interdisciplinary Water Resource Management. She is a professor at the University of Aristotle of Thessaloniki. And Emma Davis, she is one of the champions of the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network, and she is a master degree expert. Sonia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alice. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais souhaiter la bienvenue à tous les participants à cette session que j'ai l'honneur et le plaisir de modérer. Compte tenu de l'importance de la gestion durable des eaux souterraines, cette première session de l'après-midi se penchera sur la manière dont l'amélioration des connaissances, des programmes éducatifs et d'une manière plus générale des capacités en matière d'eau souterraine contribue à accélérer la réalisation de l'ODD 6. Alors, je remercie l'ensemble des intervenants et des panélistes de cette table ronde de haut niveau qui nous donneront un aperçu de la question du développement des capacités à partir de différentes perspectives, tout en présentant des solutions concrètes pour contribuer à ce facteur d'accélération. Je voudrais pour commencer inviter M. Konstantin Scheihing, hydrogéologue en chef à l'Office des eaux d'Oldenburg, dans le Frison oriental, en Allemagne, à nous faire une présentation d'ensemble sur le développement des capacités comme accélérateur pour atteindre la durabilité des eaux souterraines.
Merci. Dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I have the honor to present to you the session topic overview presentation, Capacity Development for Achieving Groundwater Sustainability. My name is Konstantin Scheihing, and in this brief talk, I invite you to look together at the key messages of this session's background paper that was developed with contributions from UNESCO, IGRAC, and CAPNet. Just like water lies at the heart of almost all societal development, it is valid to say that capacity development lies at the heart of the SDG 6 acceleration framework. Improved capacities trickle down to and benefit all of the other 4 SDG 6 accelerators: data and information, innovation, governance, and optimized financing. Capacity development empowers skills to engage, align, and drive progress towards the sustainable management and the availability of water, SDG 6. When disregarding water, however, no society can prosper. A lack of groundwater-related capacity poses economic risks, undermines development targets, and weakens societal adaptation capacities in the face of global change. Along the trajectories of societal and technological development, also the field of groundwater education has evolved. Capacity development measures require case-dependent tailoring, using suited learning formats for addressing actor-specific capacity needs. Missing capacity does not only comprise a lack of knowledge. Often it includes unfavorable attitudes, a lack of relevant skills or leadership to drive change. Diversifying learning pathways and endorsing different cycles of experimentation, experience building, and conceptualization is the key to success. And success means catalyzing behavioral change to assure groundwater sustainability, from the individual to the institutional level, finally manifesting in the enabling environment. When demonstrating how learners can maximize also personal benefits from applying acquired capacities, process ownership will spread from sole institutional effort to stakeholders and networks, developing its own momentum. Capacity development links results from success monitoring and evaluation to a theory of change and strives for cyclic practice improvement, leaving no one behind. Thus, best practice lies in planning and financing capacity development programs cyclically, while systematically increasing funds from piloting to improving to upscaling. Beyond cultivating capabilities, groundwater capacity development is also known to serve as a framework for peace building and international solidarity, particularly in transboundary contexts. Given the vital importance of groundwater capacity development, governments and donors are invited to re-evaluate and possibly increase their financial engagement into groundwater education. And this includes streamlining existing investments for assuring best practice implementation. In conclusion, groundwater sustainability is a global challenge that demands our action now. And in many cases, groundwater capacity development is the very premise for being able to meet our respective responsibility. And with these words, I wish all of us an inspiring session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur Scheiling, pour votre présentation d'ensemble et pour les orientations concrètes que vous avez exposées pour le développement des capacités et au-delà des connaissances pour les compétences et les comportements, ainsi que le leadership. Je donne à présent la parole à Madame Rahma El-Fitri, chef de la section pour le développement des capacités et la coordination de la famille de l'eau à l'UNESCO, qui va nous présenter l'initiative de développement des capacités de l'ONU Eau pour l'ODD 6. As you like. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rahma El-Fitri. I am the Chief of Section for Capacity Development and Water Family Coordination. And it is a privilege for us in UNESCO to share with all of you about the UN Water Capacity Development Initiative, CDI, for SDG 6 acceleration framework. And this initiative is also co-coordinated by UNESCO and also UNDESA. And okay, as you know, most countries still not yet on track in achieving SDG 6, and therefore UN Water launched the initiative, which is the Global Acceleration Framework, which have 5 accelerators, and one of it is capacity development. Out of others 5 accelerators to help countries in achieving SDG 6. Next slide, please. And as a background, after that, UN Water Secretary General launched the CDI in March 2022, and it is coordinated by UNESCO and UNDESA, together with 35 members from UN agencies and also UN water partners. And this is also to help countries in terms of developing institutional and also human capacities to deliver water and sanitation related services, with particular attention to education, training, and attracting and also retaining skilled workforce. By doing this, it will enhance the sustainable management and governance of water resources, and so to accelerate the implementation of SDG 6. And after that, the concept note of CDI was approved during UN Water in October 2021, and also after that followed by the work plan in April 2022. And this CDI is served as an interagency coordination platform focusing on freshwater, sanitation, and hygiene-related capacity development work. And it is demand-driven, which based on the requests from the countries, and the country will need to request through UN resident coordinator. And based on this request, we will respond to this capacity development needs by specific countries and help them in facilitating support from the UN system and also other development partners. And of course, in doing this, we will also do some gap assessment and integrated plannings. And we work as the most transparent and collaborative manners, and also we report this initiative and progress through UN Water meeting, especially, for example, yesterday we have UN Water meeting, and we shared this progress to all UN Water partners, members and partners. And it is also, this initiative received benefit in terms of financial support from the Ministry of Spain, from the Spain government, which is Ministry for the Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenges. So thanks for the Spain government. And we hope to receive more support from other countries and organizations in the future. And in terms of the process, as I mentioned, countries or member states need to request to us through UN resident coordinators. And then after that, within a UN organization, we will make the identification of stakeholders and priorities and gap assessment and some workshop and initial initiative or activities within the countries. And after that, we will discuss this at the high level meetings to decide what kind of support that we can provide to the countries. So the entire process is followed by the high level activities. And to promote this initiative, to allow countries to know also what we are doing related to capacity development initiative, we have been involved also in various events and activities related to capacity development to promote this initiative around the world. And to give you some way forward, that we are currently in the stage of finalizing the countries as a pilot countries to implement the CDI. And also we will do the mapping exercise within the UN organization to know what kind of capacities that we can provide to the countries. And we will continue to mobilize resources and fundraising. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you.
Merci Madame El Fetri pour la présentation de cette importante initiative de développement des capacités de l'ONUO pour l'ODD 6. Je me tourne à présent vers nos panélistes Et je commencerai par Monsieur Gunther Liebel, qui est secrétaire général du ministère fédéral de l'Agriculture, des Forêts, des Régions, de la gestion de l'eau de l'Autriche. Le projet Le Trésor d'eau de l'Autriche, très beau nom, très poétique pour un projet, est une étude en fait qui a ouvert la voie à l'utilisation durable des eaux souterraines pour la sécurité de l'eau de votre pays. Pourriez-vous nous donner brièvement quelques informations sur cette étude et sur la manière dont l'Autriche aborde le renforcement de l'éducation et des capacités en matière d'eau souterraine?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, let me thank you for the possibility to speak here in this high-level forum about one of our most important resources, about the groundwater. And it is really highly appreciated that UNESCO is committed to the topic of water and is setting an important focus with this Groundwater Summit here in Paris. We also very much welcome the SDG 6 Capacity Development Initiative, which was just introduced by my previous speaker, to support countries in accelerating their water and sanitation efforts towards SDG 6 implementation. All these initiatives are of great importance, especially when we look at the alarming messages from UNFCCC COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Adaptation will play a more and more important role in combating the effects of climate change, and water is the key element in climate change adaptation, because we need water for drinking supply, sustainable food production and several economic sectors, but we also need water for the functioning of healthy ecosystems, to gain services from nature-based solutions. And on the other hand, we have to deal with water as a danger for disasters and floods and droughts. But coming back to your question about our study, Austria's water treasure. Austria is a really water-rich country. 100% of the drinking water is taken from groundwater, and we are really proud that all our groundwater bodies are in good quantitative status. However, negative effects of climate change are even visible in Austria. Prolonged droughts, heat waves in summer, and less snowfall in winter already resulted in decreasing groundwater levels even in our country. Our recent study, Austria's Water Treasure, showed us that our groundwater resources might decrease by 23% until the year 2050. But on the other hand, water uses are increasing due to the rising temperatures. Especially agriculture irrigation is or will be increasing, and this might lead to overuse of groundwater bodies and maybe also to conflicts between drinking water supply in some regions if no actions are taken. By the way, the FAO Rome Water Dialogue at the end of November raised awarenesses of water's role in achieving the SDGs and the deep connection of the water sector with one of the largest water users, the agriculture sector. But we want to avoid potential future conflicts in water use in Austria, and therefore we have initiated a dialogue forum to discuss and find common solutions together with all relevant water using sectors. And the name for this dialogue forum is Water Future for Austria. This, Madam Moderator, is one example fitting into the concept of the UNESCO Capacity Development Initiative, to find common solutions in an intersectoral and multi-stakeholder approach. By the way, Austria yesterday organized a side event in groundwater monitoring and foresight concepts in support of SDG 6. And there we could inform distinguished delegates that in Austria we have an area-wide network of groundwater monitoring stations covering several groundwater bodies. Around 3,600 monitoring stations on water quantity and 2,000 stations on water quality are working today, which is quite a high number for such a small country. But for us it is clear that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And the output of our yesterday's side event was that we have to broadly raise awareness of all water users and involve all potential polluters to protect the high quality of groundwater resources. And the message is clear, we have to make the invisible water treasure of Austria visible on a fundamental basis of monitoring results. But let me also highlight an additional aspect, the cooperation between neighboring countries, because even groundwater does not stop at administrative borders. And Austria is a landlocked country with 8 surrounding countries, and we are cooperating with all our neighbor countries, with all our friends. We have agreements about the use of transboundary groundwater resources with all our neighbors in place. To sum up and conclude, let me ensure that we are ready to share all our experiences in water governance and transparent information sharing within the capacity development initiative supporting to acceleration of SDG 6 implementation. And I think that Austria's water treasure lies in our hand.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Liebel, d'avoir partagé avec nous ces précieux éléments sur ce projet, le trésor d'eau de l'Autriche, et d'avoir souligné l'importance des mesures et également l'importance de la coopération entre les pays voisins. Madame Najat Mortar, vous êtes directrice générale adjointe du département des sciences nucléaires et des applications à l'Agence internationale de l'énergie atomique. Nous savons qu'il est nécessaire de renforcer les capacités en matière d'eau souterraine dans de très nombreux pays. Pouvez-vous nous en dire un peu plus sur votre programme de formation et d'éducation à l'IAEA pour aider les pays à évaluer les aquifères et les ressources en eau grâce notamment à l'application des techniques isotopiques?
Thank you very much for the question and good afternoon, distinguished delegate. And I hope by now most of the attendees here know that the agency is working on water, and we are really helping making the invisible visible, thanks to the isotope techniques. We have the world lead laboratory in Vienna. You are most welcome to visit. And we use this laboratory to build capacities in the countries. We are technical agency, we are field agency, and we help member states building their capacities using stable isotope technology, measurement of water, to respond to 4 key questions. Where is the water? Mapping out. How much is in there? How long that water will stay? And how good is that water? Key questions that we are all looking at. We have been working in this field for 60 years, building the capacity in our member states. We have for example, last 10 years, spent more than 40 million building capacity in almost 70 countries. And we are looking forward to do more. And in addition to that, we are having joint program with the FAO. So we are using this information to bring it to the policymakers and making them aware of what down there, so that when they are managing the agriculture, they know how much water they have. This is important to connect between groundwater and surface water and other field. It's also important to tailor-make the need. The member states come to us with their request, and we tailor the need. For example, small island state, we are helping them to understand the intrusion of salty water to the groundwater, for example. We are also helping Sahel countries mapping out the aquifers and knowing how good is that water. But in addition to that, we are very proud and happy to work with our sister organization like UNESCO for a long time, with other institutions in our member states. So we're promoting South-South collaboration and North-South. It's very important for sustainability. We cannot be there all the time, but we are building this capability so that member states can help each other. And this is what we are looking at, and this is the call that we want to make at the UN Water Summit, is let's work together to build up that network, to build up this capacity, to make the countries that they have high capabilities, helping those that they have in medium and those that they have nothing, to bring them up. This is what we call the future runners. And I think a measurement is needed to really understand what we don't see and to really to manage what we don't see. I stop here. Thank you.
Merci Madame Mortal pour ce partage d'informations très utiles sur ce que fait l'IAEA dans ce domaine, y compris avec ses partenaires et aussi pour promouvoir la coopération sud-sud dans ce domaine. Madame Concepción Macuelo, en tant que sous-directrice générale de la direction de l'eau au sein du ministère de la Transition écologique et du défi démographique en Espagne, pourriez-vous nous faire part de votre point de vue sur la manière de renforcer davantage le développement des capacités en matière d'eau souterraine, en particulier si l'on considère que votre pays, l'Espagne, a décidé de soutenir l'ONU Eau et l'UNESCO dans la mise en œuvre de l'initiative de développement des capacités qui a été présentée tout à l'heure, et que l'Espagne est impliquée dans le soutien aux pays pour améliorer leurs capacités en partageant les connaissances sur les ressources en eau souterraine.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I will speak in Spanish. Bueno, hablaré en español, pero realmente tenía mi intervención preparada en inglés. Espero hacer la traducción bien. Me vais a permitir primero dar una pequeña fotografía de cuál es nuestra situación en España y qué es lo que nos lleva a poner el acento del desarrollo de capacidades, entre otras cosas, en la gestión del agua subterránea. Nosotros en España tenemos unas 750 masas de agua subterránea. Para que se hagan una idea, tenemos unas 5.000 masas de agua superficial, ríos, lagos, masas costeras y unas 750 de aguas subterráneas, sobre las cuales nosotros identificamos objetivos de gestión a través de nuestras normas de gestión integrada de recursos hídricos y a través de nuestras regulaciones nacionales. De estas 750 masas de agua subterránea, un 25%, un cuarto de estas masas de agua subterránea, no alcanzan los objetivos deseados, no están en buen estado de calidad o de cantidad. De este cuarto de aguas subterráneas, casi todas presentan problemas de extracción, principalmente para el uso de la agricultura de regadío, que es el principal uso del agua en nuestro país, en España. Un 75% de los cerca de 33.000 hectómetros cúbicos que tenemos asignados a los distintos usos, pues un 70% es para agua para el regadío y también seguido por el agua para el uso urbano. Y un tercio de estas aguas que no alcanzan el buen estado presentan problemas, en algunos casos muy graves, de contaminación por nitratos o por pesticidas procedentes de la agricultura. Contaminación difusa que ha puesto en entredicho y en peligro pues espacios naturales muy emblemáticos y sobre los cuales pues hay que actuar urgentemente para revertir esta tendencia. Me gusta decir que las aguas subterráneas tardan en hablar, a veces son invisibles porque hablan tarde y los impactos sobre estas masas de agua pues tardan, es más difícil de detectarlas. Yo creo que en este sentido UNESCO y la academia, como el templo de la ciencia, tiene un papel importante que hacer en saber adelantarse con conocimiento a
predecir esos impactos a largo plazo que hay sobre las aguas subterráneas, en particular ante los impactos crecientes de la mayor demanda, de las mayores demandas esperables y del cambio climático. En España lo que hemos hecho ha sido, por un lado, apostar por los recursos no convencionales, la reutilización y la desalación, para poder sustituir aquellas demandas, pues para poder sustituir el origen de esas aguas en casos donde se permita y donde no altere el equilibrio de los ecosistemas. Para nosotros esta utilización de los recursos no convencionales es una opción más, no es una opción de último recurso, no es al final de las opciones, no, es una opción más. Y esto es un tema que España va a llevar de manera muy seria de cara a la Conferencia de Naciones Unidas de 2023. Y también España ha puesto en marcha un plan de acción sobre aguas subterráneas que consiste fundamentalmente en mejorar el conocimiento de nuestras aguas, el detectar dónde hay que mejorar en la monitorización, cómo hay que mejorar la monitorización, en promover una mayor digitalización de las masas de agua y el establecer procesos participativos conjuntos y coordinados para controlar esas presiones y evitar esos impactos. Todo esto viene a decir que de lo que se necesita es mejorar el conocimiento. Siempre sale la necesidad de mejorar el conocimiento cada vez que hablamos de aguas subterráneas. Y ya me voy a poner un poco más en el lado internacional. Nuestra experiencia en lo internacional procede de nuestro programa de desarrollo de capacidades, fundamentalmente en la región de Iberoamérica. Y como fruto de este programa de desarrollo de capacidades, todos los países que participan en nuestra red de directores de agua con el que se ejecuta este programa han demandado dos cosas fundamentales. En primer lugar, reforzar conocimiento para elaborar planes de gestión integrada de recursos hídricos que contemple el conocimiento y la gestión de las aguas subterráneas y capacidades desde el borrador hasta la aprobación por el Gobierno. Eso ha sido una demanda en la que estamos trabajando y de la que llevamos ya trabajando con UNESCO, fundamentalmente, con el Programa Hidrológico Intergubernamental. Así como en materia de aguas compartidas, también mejorar el conocimiento de esas aguas compartidas, ahondar en acercamiento para la gestión de las aguas transfronterizas, fundamentalmente teniendo en cuenta los impactos crecientes de las presiones antrópicas y del cambio climático. Y ya que creo que estoy fuera de tiempo, muy brevemente, nosotros en España por eso hemos apostado por la iniciativa de desarrollo de capacidades, en primer lugar por la alianza que supone con UNESCO, el trabajo que podemos hacer con UNDESA y también porque somos unos convencidos, porque así nos lo han demostrado el trabajo en cooperación con otros países y con otras entidades con las que trabajamos, pues con el Banco Mundial, el Banco de Desarrollo Interamericano, la Corporación Andina de Fomento, la CAF, así nos lo demuestran. Se demanda transferencia de conocimiento, desarrollo de capacidades y desde aquí pues animamos a otros países a que se sumen a esta iniciativa, que contacten a través de sus procesos gubernamentales con las agencias de ONU Agua para que ver cómo puedan colaborar y que se animen en este viaje que creo que es muy provechoso para el ODS 6. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Merci Madame Macuello pour ces informations et cet aperçu de l'action de l'Espagne dans ce domaine et notamment pour l'amélioration des connaissances et aussi de nous avoir exprimé la manière dont vous avez su créer tous ces réseaux et ces partenariats et également pour l'appel que vous lancez pour que d'autres se joignent à cet effort. Madame Déborah Mochotli, vous occupez la fonction de directrice générale adjointe au département de l'eau et de l'assainissement au sein du ministère en Afrique du Sud. Et l'Afrique du Sud a présenté une résolution qui a été récemment adoptée par la 215e session du Conseil exécutif de l'UNESCO pour poursuivre les actions visant à renforcer les capacités, la formation et la sensibilisation sur les eaux souterraines. Pourriez-vous nous donner un aperçu des problématiques relatives au développement des capacités en Afrique du Sud ?
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator.
Let me start by appreciating UNESCO for having helped to initiate the studies around the G Greater aquifer that we share with South Africa, that we share with Botswana and Namibia. And also extend our appreciation to the Swiss Development Corporation for funding that project. And of course, our South African embassy here in Paris for the unfailing support in all of the initiatives that we take or undertake with UNESCO. The adoption of the Integrated Water Resource Management Strategy was partly born from the realization that South Africa is one of the driest countries in the world. Groundwater has always been part of the southern region's water security initiatives. And importantly, groundwater features very strongly in the climate change adaptation and response strategy. This makes groundwater our fallback position during hydrological extremes such as drought, and our resilience to climate change is anchored on groundwater. Groundwater has always been part of the integrated water resource management. This is further articulated in the National Water Act, which states that the country's resources are to be developed, managed, and conserved in a sustainable manner. To this effect, the department developed what we call a National Groundwater Strategy, which has recently been revised. The implementation plan of that strategy places capacity building at national and local level at top priorities of that strategy. Madam Facilitator, as you have already mentioned, that the Executive Board of UNESCO endorsed the groundwater resolution proposed by South Africa and co-sponsored by many countries, including Southern African countries. So as a region, we are together in placing groundwater as at the top of our agenda. We are also aligned to the IHP vision, which says a water-secure world where people and institutions have adequate capacity and scientifically based knowledge for sustainable management of water resources. We are also party to the mission of capacity building, and there are some examples of the initiatives that we have already undertaken. We have developed a national, what we call a national water master plan for the country. And that that master plan is an implementation tool of the national water resource strategy of the country, which places groundwater at the top of the water mix of the country. And I'm saying of the country, but I'm also speaking for the Southern African region. The groundwater strategy covers 7 themes. And the objective of the strategy is to develop and maintain skills and capacity for sustainable development and management of groundwater resources. The strategy requires that we undertake a capacity gap analysis for groundwater. In other words, what skills do we have? What skills are we in short of? We develop a national groundwater sector capacity building strategy that is now to fill those gaps. We would like to synchronize groundwater research with global national development projects. We would like to have an ongoing awareness. We would like to have ongoing groundwater awareness campaigns that should be taken at all levels in order to achieve long-term transformation towards good groundwater governance. Madam Facilitator, I hope you are aware that I'm responding to your question. What are the challenges that we are faced with as a country or as a southern region? We would like to broaden stakeholder understanding through outreach programs and various media platforms. An important part of this capacity building is data collection. How do we collect this data? We need capacity building in that as well. How do we collect this data? Where and how do we store this? How do we manage this and how do we utilize this? We would like to develop strong and reliant information on the quality and the quantity of groundwater, because without that we will not be able to manage the resource. We have recently embarked on a digitization drive, but there as well, because it's something that we are doing for the first time, it's trial and error, and we'd like to learn from the best, those that have traveled the road before us. In the region, we do have institutions that are assisting us with capacity building, training, and awareness on groundwater in the Southern Africa region. One of which is the Southern SADC Groundwater Management Institute, GMI, which is a non-profit organization under the SADC secretariat. We also have WaterNet, which is a regional network of university and departments and research and training institutes specializing in water. So we would like to build on these initiatives that we have already developed, Madam Chair. All these efforts are far from enough because the gap is huge. And that is why we are sitting here today with this family, the UNESCO family, with which we have a long-term history. And we would like to learn from the family, we'd share what we have, and we'd like to learn from others as well. And on this note, I want to thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Monchotli, pour ce retour précieux et très utile, retour d'expérience. Nous sommes heureux d'apprendre que l'Afrique du Sud considère le développement des capacités en eau souterraine comme une priorité et que ça s'inscrit aussi dans une perspective régionale. Donc, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais maintenant demander à Monsieur John Cherry, professeur émérite à l'Université de Waterloo et lauréat du prix de l'eau de Stockholm 2020, de nous décrire brièvement le projet Groundwater en rapport avec les apprentissages sur les eaux souterraines.
I need my slides. I'm a hydrogeologist, so I can only speak with slides. I've spent my career drilling holes in the ground to find groundwater and track contamination. And I've been watching the evolution of groundwater problems and for these past 60 years. So what I'd like to do is show you my slides, which brings you very bad news. As the slides will show, we've got two major problems, each one separate from the other. The first problem is that we've reached peak water. In other words, we cannot increase the amount of water that's being pumped out of the ground. And overall, then, overall water extraction globally has reached a peak. And we've passed peak sustainable water long ago, and we passed peak ecological water long ago. And what these slides will show, if we get them, is that groundwater extraction has been steadily increasing, and now it's exponentially increasing to the point where maybe a third of the world's largest aquifers are being drained beyond replenishment. So the water levels are going down so far then that they will not rise unless we stop pumping for a few hundred years. So humanity then is extracting much more water from the continents than is sustainable by far. And in fact, we're extracting so much water that estimates show that a quarter or more of the rise of sea level is attributed to all the water from the land that's ending up in the oceans. If you can imagine it. When I found that figure a while ago, it was flabbergasting. So the one problem we have then is we're extracting way too much water, and that's a food problem. So basically 70% of irrigation water is groundwater when you take the pumped water and when you take the groundwater that allows base flow in rivers. So the number's not 40%, it's 70% irrigation depending upon groundwater. And so that's totally unsustainable. I think I'll just go on. Okay, could we flip through a bunch of slides here? Since I don't have control, I'm about halfway through. Maybe I won't bother with the slides. So if food, the sustainability of food is coming basically to an end unless we make major changes, and that means agriculture is going to have to change, and it means that the food we eat is going to have to change. So I think I'll just go on. I'm not even sure how to use this here. Oops. Oops. So how do I advance it? All right. All right, so we'll flip through here. Okay. So this is the critical slide, or a critical slide, and it shows that in 1960, when I was a student, we began our exponential rise of population growth. And the population doubled in a few decades, and it's going to double again before we peak. And we're going to peak in about 2060, and that's the only good news we have, because at least we're going to peak. And the challenge then is to get to the peak without having a civilization collapse. And of course, so we've got the water quantity problem, and we've got the water poverty problem. Okay, people, women and children having to walk for water. But when they walk for it, it's generally contaminated with bacteria, which produces illness and inability to cope with life and become educated and short lifespans, etc. Water washes away poverty. Okay, that's a key thing. And this is a very important graph. I mentioned this. So we've reached peak global water extraction. But the next graph is even more important. Okay, that's the groundwater graph. So we've reached peak water extraction with everybody trying to use as much water as they can, pumping aquifers out and draining rivers and all of that. But that other graph, the groundwater graph, shows that we're exponentially increasing in our rate of groundwater withdrawals. So these two graphs together mean that we're headed for basically a grand crisis in society. So we've got depletion and management as our issues, and we've got soil salinization, land subsidence, et cetera, et cetera. As a claimed sustainable solution to the global food, there's the green revolution, which we've all heard about. Okay, that saved us from famines for a number of decades. But it's based on a large expansion of irrigation using disappearing groundwater and soil. The soil is disappearing. So basically, we're surviving as a humanity on unsustainable food. Now, this excellent report that everybody should look at, because it summarizes really the state of water in the world, and it states, groundwater is central to the fight against poverty, to food and water security. However, the fight has yet to begin, although the enemy is upon us. So there's great urgency here. Conclusion, sustainability goals. We cannot be met mostly due to water. There is no specific plan by the United Nations, World Bank, Gates Foundation, and all the other organizations with financial abilities basically to analyze the problem and provide solutions. Now I know that's coming, and that's why this next period is going to be so important. There's urgency to define the problems better and make a specific plan and milestones to do it. So conclusion, human suffering, the largest and most shameful failure of society. More than 2 billion people have no access to safe drinking water in 1975. And that number has increased with population growth. So more than a third of humanity is in water poverty, and another third has water scarcity. In addition, many aquifers and rivers are dry, and a global food crisis is coming, as I mentioned, because of over-irrigation. Governance. Water is the key factor in human survival and deserves equal attention with climate change. Okay, almost all these groundwater problems are independent of climate change. If we basically stop the droughts right now, we still have most of these problems. So we have to be tackling climate change and these problems at the same time. Yet, a key impediment to progress, there's not enough analysis and problem-solving capacity. So even if we figured out what the problems are and decided we're going to tackle it, we have a dearth of capacity. Knowledge from research and experience is not being converted into understandable and actionable information for analysis and problem solving. Many actions are needed. And one of them is the Groundwater Project, which the international hydrogeological community has initiated with my involvement. We publish books online by volunteer experts from across the globe in many languages and free access. We published more than a couple of dozen books, and you can find them on our website free. They're being translated into many languages. We've got hundreds of more coming, all lined up with experts that are working away as volunteers. So the factors most essential to the state of the planet and humanity, we've got water, we've got soil, we've got oceans, we've got forests, we've got climate. But unfortunately, they're all on diminishing trajectories. Okay, they're all heading in the wrong direction. So as humanity, we need to reverse the trajectories, and of course, water, along with climate, are the two pillars. A quote from Aldrich Cleaver, an African-American political activist and philosopher that those of us who were around as students in the 1960s paid attention to. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And of course, this should be a weight bearing on all of us to figure out how to not be part of the problem. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur Cherry, pour cette présentation très riche qui montre à quel point il est important et urgent d'agir. Our last speaker, last but not least, will be online, so I will switch to English to facilitate our exchange with her. Ms. Kitty van der Heyden, you are, so I don't know if the connection is already made with Ms. van der Heyden.
Yes, the connection is made, but somehow
it's supposed to be online.
On my own video. You have to do that. The host has disabled my video. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. I am just introducing you. We cannot see you, but we can hear you. Let me take this time.
It says the host, so somewhere in Paris, somebody has to enable me in the video screen. It says the host has disabled it, so I can't get myself on screen. Someone in Paris has to do this. I can start speaking, won't be that much fun, but at least you can hear me. That's a good start, right? Meanwhile, someone in Paris can hopefully get the screen to function. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, okay.
It says okay, hang on, I think, oh, am I visible now?
Yes.
Yes, well.
Yes, we can see you, hello.
Hi all in Paris, and apologies for some of the technical mishaps. So, first of all, thanks that I am able to join on this really important conference, and I had really wanted to be there in person. Unfortunately, I can't. And, you know, as a member of this important panel about capacity development, let me just underline, first of all, the incredible importance of strengthening human and institutional capacity when it comes to groundwater management and water management writ large. Right? Water, whether groundwater or fresh water, it supports livelihoods, it contributes to socio-economic development, and as was said earlier, basically none of the SDGs can be achieved, including the SDGs on peace and security, unless we start to deal in a more sane way with water, including groundwater. And as Professor Cherry just mentioned, you know, the degradation of aquifers and basically all the ecosystems is threatening our health as humanity, our civilization. It threatens the entire ecosystems, and the benefits or the damage will be for future generations. We can probably still engineer so once I'm still alive, which isn't that long anymore. But for the next generation, this won't be able to be done. So having knowledge, having the skills, having informed and particularly local decision makers, particularly women, is absolutely crucial if we want that groundwater management, groundwater resources, that they're managed and used in a much more sustainable way than we do now. I lived many years in a place like India, where groundwater levels were dropping so fast in certain areas that there simply wasn't enough water to cool your thermal power plants. And in 2016, they lost as much energy generation capacity as the entire country of Sri Lanka uses in a year, just because there wasn't enough groundwater and other water to cool your thermal power plants. That's why the Dutch put so much emphasis on capacity development. That's why we support institutes like IGRAC, like IAEA for many years, training, education, research, all of which hopefully contribute to better managing the scarce resource that we have, which is water. And why I'm saying this is that we're also in 2023, the Netherlands, together with Tajikistan, that's my honor, to be the co-host of the first UN Water Conference in almost 50 years. Now, I think anybody who has just spoken will raise their hand and say, how is it possible that this is 50 years ago that we had the last UN Water Conference? But that's what it is. The next time this will happen, myself and probably many of you in the room or in the virtual room will be pushing up the daisies. So we better make use of this very unique opportunity of a UN Water Conference. Why is this so important? Because I think that when it comes to water, we are at the stage where climate was perhaps in the year 2000 or even before, right? We are starting to acknowledge that we have a problem. We have not a good ambition when it comes to water. We don't have a real agenda. We don't have action. We're not accelerating, and we hold no one accountable for actually doing the right things. One of the things that we must change is the economics of water. And the economics of water is about making sure that that we don't think that water just flows and that it's for free, but that we actually have to start to build in financial incentives and disincentives and to make a more sustainable use of the scarce resources that we have. You know, you can live without love, but you can't live without water. And you need water, as was just said by Professor Cherry, for food production, for health and drinking water, for energy, for manufacturing, and of course also for nature. So let's make sure we use that resource well, that we increase our efforts, that the UN Water Conference really is a watershed moment when it comes to how we use water, particularly groundwater.
Thank you very much.
Can I just have my last call
Yes,
to all
sir.
of you, which is that when it comes to groundwater, we hope that in the book of voluntary commitments, the groundwater community can come up with a really actionable target and a pathway, whether that is the target of net zero groundwater extraction by 2050. Let's put ourselves a stretch goal, but a goal that is achievable, that is measurable, and we can hold the entire ourselves accountable for actions towards that goal. I hope that I may call on all of you to help us think through, as the ones who are co-hosting the UN Water Conference, of an actionable, verifiable, measurable, realistic groundwater goal to be agreed upon in New York in March 2023. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. van der Heijden, for sharing with us your views on this important issue. Just because we are short on time, we have to conclude. Merci à tous les intervenants, merci à nos deux rapporteurs. Cette table ronde a été très riche, qui a montré que des solutions concrètes existent et sont mises en place pour sensibiliser les populations, pour améliorer les connaissances, pour développer les capacités en matière d'éducation et de formation sur les eaux souterraines, à tous les niveaux, au niveau des usagers, des techniciens, des ingénieurs, des gestionnaires. Compte tenu de l'urgence climatique et de son impact sur une utilisation de plus en plus importante des eaux souterraines, il est crucial d'anticiper, et sur la base des recommandations qui sont ressorties de cette table ronde, de faire en sorte que le développement des capacités dans ce domaine devienne une priorité au niveau national dans de nombreux pays, comme ça a été le cas, comme c'est le cas en Afrique du Sud. Et pour ce faire, un investissement financier pour la sensibilisation des usagers, pour l'éducation, pour la formation et la recherche est indispensable. De même que le renforcement de la coopération internationale, qui a été très bien décrit par certains intervenants, pour accompagner les efforts nationaux pour développer les capacités dans ce domaine. Et on peut espérer que la deuxième conférence des Nations Unies sur l'eau, qui aura lieu à New York en mars 2023, accordera la place qu'elle mérite à cette question centrale pour atteindre l'ODD 6. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much to the moderator, panelists. We see how important capacity building is. We saw how important data information is. Now we are going to see how important innovation is. Please, innovation participants, come to the stage. In the meantime, just to say that this session is a coordination of this session of preparation is coordinated by International Association of Hydrogeologists. And we said, who else could prepare this session than our global professional organization? And we were very curious to see where innovative we are and where we need to be more innovative. So the session moderator will be this gentleman who is just leaving, and his name is Dave, for the French David, will be moderator of this session. You have a microphone, and well, floor is yours, Dave.
We'll wait just a second till everybody is organized here. This is perhaps going to be one of the most varied sessions. I'm sorry? Okay. As we're getting ready here, my name is David Kramer. I'm president of the International Association of Hydrogeologists. It's the largest truly international groundwater group in the world. The rapporteurs for this session will be Richard Taylor from the University College London, and he's published a lot of things, and he's past chair of the Groundwater and Climate Commission for IAEA, and the other is Jared Van Ruden, who is director of the Early Career Hydrogeologist Network in IAEA. We're privileged to have many good speakers, and this might be the most varied session you see, because innovation is not only technical innovation, it is educational innovation, it's communication innovation, and it also is governance and conceptual innovation as well. To give our introducry speech here, we're privileged to have with us from Korea Dr. Pongrak Park. Dr. Park is Executive Vice President of K-Water, and he's an expert in Korea on water resources management, and he has a long career experience in that. He is with K-Water, which is Korea's premier public authority specializing in national water management. Dr. Park will be speaking in Korean, so unless you're very current in your Korean, you might want to put on your headsets, and so I will invite Dr. Park to come to the stage right now. I'll also say that Dr. Park has to leave right after his talk, and so we'll do that. We have to change the program. Dr. Park is not in the room right now, and so we're going to go to our next speaker directly. Life isn't perfect. Our next speaker is Dr. Viviana Ray, Professor Viviana Ray. She's from the University of Pisa. She is a transdisciplinary scientist. She is, we have Dr. Park now. I'm sorry. Welcome, Dr. Park. And he will be giving his presentation in Korean. So we'll be translating in the headsets, and so please put on your headset.
안녕하십니까. 저는 K워터 기획부문이사 박평록입니다. 먼저 그라운드워터 서미트 2022를 계기로 여러분 모두를 파리에서 뵙게 되어 대단히 기쁘고 영광스럽습니다. 이노베이션을 주제로 한 오늘 세션을 마련해 주신 국제수리지질학회 데이비드 크레머 회장님을 비롯해서 공공, 학계, 기업 다양한 기관의 지하수 분야 전문가 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 아울러 오늘 세션에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 환영과 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 세계는 기후변화로 인해 홍수, 가뭄 등 물 관련 재해로 몸살을 앓고 있습니다. 그래서 기후위기는 먼 미래의 일이 아닌 현실이 되었습니다. 물은 기후변화의 영향이 직접적으로 미치는 분야로서 기후위기 적응 완화 전반적으로 매우 중요한 가치를 지니고 있습니다. 이러한 기후위기 도전과제에 직면한 상황에서 전 세계 지속가능한 물관리를 통한 SDG6 달성 촉진이 중요한 시기입니다. 기후위기 시대에 지하 수도 풍요롭고 깨끗한 물 공급이라는 그간의 인식과 역할을 넘어 기후변화에 대응하고 도시 물순환, 탄소 중립 실현, 신재생에너지 및 신규 상수원으로 활용까지 삶 전반에 걸쳐 유용하게 이용될 소중한 자원으로서 무한한 가능성을 펼칠 기회를 맞이하였고 혁신 기술을 접목한 스마트 지하수 관리가 그 어느 때보다도 요구되고 있습니다. 한국의 수자원 총 이용률의 8%를 차지하고 있는 지하수는 그동안 먹는 물부터 농업, 공업 등 산업 전반에 이르기까지 다양한 용도로 활용되어 국가 발전과 국민 물복지 개선에 큰 기여를 해왔습니다. 이에 K워터는 4차 산업혁명 기술 및 스마트 물관리 등 우수 물관리 역량을 발휘해서 지하수 자원의 효과적인 관리 체계를 구축 중에 있습니다. 2003년부터 국가 지하수 정보센터를 운영해서 지하수 자원의 정보화와 통계자료 생산, 정책 수립 지원의 역할을 수행하여 오고 있으며 최근 지하수 정보의 정보 분석 활용 강화를 위해 AI, 빅데이터, 디지털 트윈 등 혁신 기술을 접목해서 지하수 디지털 트윈 플랫폼을 구축했습니다. 이를 통해 지하수 수질 자료의 수집과 분석 과정에서 AI, 3D 모델링 기법을 활용해서 예측 분석 및 지하수 분석 지도 등 스마트 서비스를 제공하여 지자체, 기업 등 다양한 이해 당사자들이 활용할 수 있습니다. SDG6 달성 촉진을 위해서는 국제사회 연대와 협력이 무엇보다도 중요합니다. K워터는 아시아 물위원회라는 국제협력 플랫폼을 통해 지하수 분야의 글로벌 협력 촉진을 주도하고 SDG 달성에 기여하고자 합니다. 이러한 시기에 개최되는 오늘 세션은 참으로 시의적절하다 생각되며 기후위기에 대응하기 위한 지하수의 역할과 가치를 재조명하고 미래 세대를 위한 건강하고 안전한 지하수 관리에 대해 심도 있게 논의하는 토론의 장이 되기를 기대해 봅니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I know you have to leave. I began the introduction for our next speaker, Dr. Viviana Ray. Dr. Ray is currently works in the Department of Earth Sciences at the University of Pisa. She's truly a transdisciplinary scientist. Her background is very varied. She heads the hydrogeology, the socio-hydrogeology network in IAEA. Some of her work is in hydrogeochemistry, isotope techniques, monitoring groundwater salinization, pollution. I know she's done work in microplastics and other interesting, innovative things, and she'll be giving our overview talk. Viviana?
Thank you, Dave, and good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here and to introduce this important session. So let's start from the very basics. So what is innovation about, especially in the framework of the SDG 6 accelerator? By definition, we can think at innovation as those new smart practices and technologies, that will improve water and sanitation resource management and service delivery. So something very important and impactful when achievement of SDG 6 is at stake. As Dave mentioned in the beginning, innovation can be both technological and non-technological, but in general, innovation should, by definition, be considered to be science-based, so based on scientific knowledge. And indeed, the impact of the innovation should be lasting far beyond the implementation of the project and become a key component of the long-term sustainability of any action. So we can define as successful innovation those innovations whose impact can be translated into effective action for groundwater management and be an integral part of groundwater sustainability. So in today's session, we are going to have a series of panelists, very expert in the field, that are going to introduce and make some comments and start a discussion, hopefully, on some very specific aspect of innovation. And we divide it different categories. We will start by technological innovation that has been defined as the tools for solving problems in applied geology. So this pertains all the field, let's say, when groundwater monitoring and analytical issues are at stake that indeed are fundamental to ensure improving the quality of water resources and groundwater especially, and also improve the efficiency in the use and withdrawal of water resources. We then move to conceptual innovation, so the theories, the guidelines, and the policy and the governance action that permit to innovate the contribution and the approaches to solve groundwater management. So the tools and the technique and the analytical skills that help us to get data, how we can use them in an innovative way to translate them into practical action. And indeed, we can see that this is very important to improve, for example, integrated water resource management and ensure the sustainability of groundwater-dependent ecosystem. Then we have educational innovation. We saw in the session before how important is education in achieving new advances and in promoting new results and the long-term protection of groundwater resources. And indeed, we may have to be clear the target for these innovations. So, of course, we talk about students and scholars, the young generation, of course, but then we have a specific target to, for example, the policymaker or civil society and the other stakeholders in general. And finally, we will have communication and social innovation, because indeed, when we have the data, when we have the knowledge, we want to share and we make it used and accessible for everyone. So again, this will be crucial for example, strengthening capacity development, but also international cooperation when groundwater resources are at stake. So we will see how together all these categories and these actions will be used to achieve SDG 6. Regardless to the differences of the approaches and the specific characteristic of each, let's say, innovation category, we have to bear in mind that we are dealing with water resources, groundwater, that have a very specific connection with people and society. So we need to start to look at innovation. We have to strengthen or reinforce this part and look at innovation also through the lenses that innovation have in connected people and groundwater. And as a whole society with groundwater. And this is something that has been discussed over a few years now and has been reflected with something that happened very, very recently. We saw that the USGS very recently updated the famous scheme for the global water cycle that you see here in the slide with a new version that is much more complete and, most importantly, and this is the innovative part, it includes for the first time human activities, land use and climate change as a part, as important alteration within the groundwater cycle. And this is a reminder that we have to look at the connection that groundwater have with society, not only in terms on how we as people contribute polluting groundwater resources, but as it was mentioned in the final presentation in the previous session, we need to see people as becoming part of the solution. And this is the call that we can have for the innovation. And then again, when people are at stake, we need to also consider the innovation in groundwater research that can include and be more open and broad to something that has been somehow disregarded for a while in the past. And this is the local knowledge, the traditional knowledge, and the indigenous knowledge. Here we have some sentences taken from something that happened very recently, the Indigenous Groundwater Declaration that was launched a few weeks ago during the IAEA conference of the Australian chapter, which is a call to actually promoting a two-way hydrogeological approach. So by integrating the Western, let's say, hydrogeological approach with the local and the traditional knowledge, because of course we need to have solution and innovation that are tailored on the local background. So to conclude this introductory overview, we have to make sure when we look at innovation that these are really meaningful and this can answer to the question that we are here. So how they are likely to highly influence in a positive way people's life. And this graph is taken by a presentation made by Professor Kebede, one of the panelists that we have in today's session. So I'm sure that is going to talk more about this very, very important aspect. So we need to make sure that innovation really help to change people's life, and also, again, considering that we are dealing with a resource that indeed is connected within the global groundwater, the global water cycle. So we have to take into account the regional aquifer dynamic, the global circulation, but also the solution that we propose has to be based on local reality and local needs. So the one-size-fits-all doesn't apply also for innovation. And to conclude, I just want to quote this sentence from Vandana Shiva, stressing the fact that the very and most evolved technologies are those that do not destroy the very base on which we live. And this indeed can apply also for successful innovation. So this is our call for ensuring that we make and promote and we work for innovation that are equitable and sustainable for everyone. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Important points, the varied data and artificial intelligence, things that are going on in Korea, and the overview that Dr. Park gave us, and then the overview here from Viviana Ray pointed out the many different aspects, and sometimes low technology is the best technology in different places. It's the most appropriate. Also, if you haven't heard, there is a Indigenous Peoples Groundwater Knowledge Declaration, which everyone is invited to sign, which is out now. So thank you very much, Viviana. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to introduce our entire panel. We have panel discussions next, and then I'm going to ask them individual questions and allow them to speak. First in line here is Professor Alan MacDonald. He is head of the groundwater part of the British Geological Survey and an honorary professor at the University of Dundee. His main areas of work have been in the security in Africa and South Asia with a focus on the impacts of climate change and resilience of groundwater systems to environmental change. He has published several books, 130 papers, contributed to many policy documents, and much of his work has been interdisciplinary with its focus, working with NGOs and providing advice to governments. We're very privileged to have him with us. Next in line there would be Kirsten Dennert, who is head of Ask for Water, Rural Water Supply Network, and she's the director of that. She provides an important point of view that actually working in the field and the realities of what it is for education and bringing people up to speed with the actual things that are happening in the field. So thank you for being here. Following that will be Johannes Goth, who is with the Environmental Agency of Austria. He is co-chair of the Common Independent Strategy for the European Working Group in Groundwater. And so he'll bring to our discussion more of a policy and governance perspective that'll be very, very important and crucial. Next in line will be Pia Jasko-Rask, who is from Grundfos Holding Limited. She's Senior Director of Safe Water. That's private industry, and that's a crucial perspective to everything we do in innovation, and we're lucky to have you with us here today. And last is in line, but not least, is Sefu Kebebdi, who is at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. He's a professor, and he's also vice president for the Sub-Saharan Africa IAEA vice presidency. He is also responsible for coordinating national chapters in Africa, and there are several that are ongoing now in different countries, South Africa, and Namibia, but new ones are forming in different countries in Ghana, Kenya, Ethiopia, and some of you out here might be interested also in some of our national chapters as well. So he brings that perspective from Africa. So with that introduction, what I'd like to do is I would like to start asking the panel questions. Dr. Park, I know you have to leave, and so if you would like to leave, please just feel free to. Let's give him a hand as he goes too. Thank you for your participation. So for Professor McDonald, what I'd like to do is, we hear every week about new technologies, models, or equipment that will be helpful for groundwater. Can you tell us about some of the most exciting and innovative technologies?
Okay. Thanks, Dave, and it's a great pleasure to be here. There are so many technologies that we hear about every day, so many new exciting technologies. So I thought I would mention some that might be relevant to SDG 6 for groundwater monitoring, for groundwater development, and for ongoing sustainability. Now this is probably my favorite list. You might have another list that's your favorite. So for monitoring, I think in situ sensors have revolutionized how we monitor groundwater. Being able to get water level data, and now increasingly water quality data, and get it telemetered back home instantly has been a game changer. So that's, for me, is a really exciting technology. Also increases in the ability for water quality testing. Now we know what really is in our groundwater, the caffeine, the antibiotics, the pesticides, but also about DNA and understanding groundwater biomes. Now, we can't mention monitoring without mentioning GRACE. Now, the GRACE satellites, which help us understand changes in terrestrial water storage, have been really great at helping us look across the whole globe at how water storage changes. So they have been wonderful at that level. They're not that useful for a groundwater manager. So what I'm really looking forward to in the future is quantum gravity sensors. So before I retire, I hope it will be routine to have these sensors that will give us grace, but at a catchment scale. So look out for them. So for groundwater development, I think for the SDGs, the reduction in price of solar panels has really helped solar pumping take off. And I think that has been an exciting technology, but one we've got to watch, because with it, we then need better ways of siting boreholes in higher yielding parts of the aquifer, and also need to think about overexploitation. And also for water treatment, there's been great advances in water treatment for nanofiltration or activated sand filters, which allow poor quality water to be treated. So on to sustainability. Well, some of you might have heard about the smart hand pump. So there are new or different methods for trying to understand or trying to monitor when a hand pump has stopped functioning correctly. So there's good innovations there, but also actually just in improving the hand pump on its own. So just trying to get the hand pump to be better, because we all know that functionality is a big problem with hand pumps. And finally, I think for ongoing sustainability, I think the advances in computer technology has meant that we can now model groundwater systems connected to surface water, connected to the climate. And that's given us great opportunities to try and look into the future for groundwater with climate change. So just as I finish, I've got my three top tips for looking at technical innovations. One is, let's find ways to encourage innovation or technical innovation in our projects. Let's not be afraid to fail. Secondly, we really need to evaluate new technologies. We need to work out, are they working? And what are the unexpected consequences of putting them in place? And be brave enough to stop them, to reevaluate and stop, or to scale them if they're working well. And lastly, innovation technologies also then require other forms of innovation. You put something in, it might need a more innovative governance mechanism or data management to be put in place. So technical innovation shouldn't be in isolation. It's not a silver bullet. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor McDonald. We could have a whole session on technological aspects and drones and all the things that are happening, but I think you summed it up pretty well. Our next speaker is Kirsten Danner. Kirsten, one of the things that a lot of people have noticed is there seems to be a disconnect between innovations and the practitioners in the field. And you have identified a serious knowledge and skills gap in groundwater development professional drilling management withdrawals worldwide. Please tell us how innovative online courses can address these needs, why you consider online learning to be particularly relevant, and how it can be done well.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen. Really happy to be here today. There's a real lack of in-country opportunities for training and for professional development, particularly with respect to management of drilling programs, groundwater development programs, and also to some extent with respect to groundwater resources management. And where courses do exist, they tend to be ad hoc, one-off, and not fully embedded within university or technical vocational education training organizations. And so online learning is a way to try to close this gap, to put something into this gap, and particularly to expose the participants to knowledge through materials that we've developed to help them understand issues in a very systematic and structured way. So enabling drilling managers to think more about risks around drilling, for example, dry borehole, deeper borehole, to enable drilling managers to understand the need for hydrogeologists within their programs, which is often missing. And so with my experiences of developing and running three online courses on professional drilling management, which I wasn't convinced when UNICEF started and said, do this, I thought it's not going to work, but we did it. And it really has made a difference. And also this year, thanks to the support of BGR, having courses together on professional drilling management and groundwater resources management. And what difference has that made? You may ask. Well, to some of the participants who've taken part, it's inspired them to change practices. It's really helped them to have more knowledge, to know what needs to change. It's triggered changes in systems within organisations to raise professionalism with respect to how borehole drilling is managed. It's revealed gaps, it's revealed staffing gaps, it's enabled organisations to see we need a full-time supervisor on our boreholes. This isn't just something that anybody can do. And it's really about organising the information. And together with BGR this year, we tried to really bring the cost down so that it would only cost $200 per participant. We didn't quite make it. And I think what we're learning is with online courses, as a manager, as a developer, and as a participant, you really get out what you put in. There are different formats. There's different types of facilitation. There's different ways of interacting more and less with pros and cons from all of that. So I think there's an awful lot more that can be done with online learning. We still have a lot to learn. And I think let's try to embrace it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Danner. I'm just sort of curious. Coming out of COVID, probably a lot of people have done things online. How many of you in the audience, if you could raise your hand, have done online training of some kind or another? Wow. Maybe I should have asked how many have not done it. It's terrific. So this is very, very relevant, and thank you very much for your input. The next perspective is also very important, the regulatory aspects of innovation. And we have with us Johannes Graf, and Mr. Graf, I'd like to ask, could you please give an overview of the regulatory approach concerning groundwater in Europe and its contribution to conceptual innovation?
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to this session. In the European Union, the Water Framework Directive and its daughter directive, Groundwater, are setting the frame for groundwater governance. And according to these regulations, groundwater management is fully integrated into river basin management planning according to a cycling procedure, starting first with the characterization of groundwater bodies. And what I would like to stress at this point is that groundwater is not regarded in an isolated way. The fact that groundwater is essential for depending terrestrial ecosystems and that groundwater is providing the base flow for rivers is fully considered in the directive. Then some examples and as further elements I would like to mention. The directive sets clear objectives for good status for both groundwater quantity status and groundwater chemical status. And the achievement of good status are linked to a certain time frame. The procedure outlined in the directive follows a risk-based approach. What is important as well, citizen participation is an essential element in river basin management planning. And there is transparent provision of information, for example, via the European Water Information System. Another topic I would like to mention is the so-called Common Implementation Strategy. When the legal provision came into force, it was acknowledged that the technical implementation will become challenging, complex, and partly new. So hence it was decided to establish the Common Implementation Strategy to develop a common understanding and approaches, to elaborate technical guidance documents, including best practice examples, to share experiences and resources, and to avoid duplication of efforts. What is important as well in this common implementation strategy, stakeholders and candidate countries are involved. And within this common implementation strategy, the working group Groundwater was established, and the composition of that group comprises experts representing administrative bodies, research units, representatives nominated by stakeholder organizations and NGOs. And the main task is to elaborate guidance documents and a watch list process to identify relevant, groundwater relevant emerging pollutants. Finally, I would like to stress that regular review of legislation is very important. And for example, the Groundwater Directive foresees every 6 years a review of the annexes, which includes pollutants and quality standards. The processes are fully transparent and enable citizens, stakeholders and expert groups participation. And the latest proposal of the Groundwater Directive was published end of October, and the results of this voluntary watchlist process was an essential part. So far, in brief, a few elements of the regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graf. The inclusivity that you mentioned and the interdisciplinary nature of this approach, I think is really crucial, and it's good of you to point that out. Our next speaker will be Ms. Rask, and Ms. Rask, I'd like to ask you that involvement of the private sector is essential for innovation, and you represent that. Many of you may have used Grundfos products, and industry constantly evaluates and tries to improve their products. Please, if you could highlight some successes and opportunities and lessons that you've learned from the private industry sector, it would be very helpful.
Thank you so much, and yeah, I hope you have all touched base with Grundfos, and just to put that in a small context, then Grund is Danish for ground, and Fos is water running very quickly, so somehow I work for groundwater, if you think about the meaning of the name. Grundfos was established in 1945, and the reason I want to mention that is because, as all great stories, it starts with one man who wants to help a neighbor access water. He goes back to his basement. This is right after the war. There's not much available. And every other neighbor thinks he's a bit crazy because he decides to build that man a pump. And he does. And that one pump, we call it the pig today because it looks and sounds like a pig. But that's today more than 20 million units that we churn out annually in all kinds of shapes to all kinds of sectors and applications. So innovation for me is also about crazy, and I think it speaks a little bit to your point. When do you stop things? When do you start things? When do you scale? And I think one of the things that industry and private sector is very, very good at is scaling when it comes to that. But we also have to always look around corners, because when the markets are ready, when regulators are ready, we have to actually be ready with something that can scale. So I usually say that, you know, we have to see around corners, because it takes time to innovate, it takes time to come up with the right solution at the right time that solves the right problem for the right people. I want to give one example, and that's solar pumps, because I was here yesterday as well, and that came up a lot as something new, and that always makes me kind of go, it's not really new. But it was crazy. So back in the 1980s, Grundfos actually developed their first solar pump, probably the first in the world, maybe. And everyone thought that was madness. Crazy, why would you want a solar pump? I think in '84 we won the UN Innovation Award for that. And when you do that, it's typically because there's absolutely no commercial value to be had yet. And we won it as well for the EcuTap, which is a water ATM. We won it for that also about 5 years ago, before there was a market. But we stick to it, and you look at today, and it's 40 years later, and there is a market. But if you look at back then, when we did make that product, people were just scratching their head and going madness. And I think it's super important to keep that in mind as well before we close things down. It actually takes time. Sometimes we're just ahead of the curve. So already now what we're talking about is total well management. The solar pump is not new, it's robust, it's super well tested, hundreds of thousands of them go out the door every year. What we're imagining now is more, how about if we could actually enable people to take care of their well, to take care of the groundwater as part of their technology package. So imagine if the hundreds of thousands of submersible pumps that goes out actually had data that was transmitted. What if there was AI on top of that that would enable us to have actionable insights? What if we could train capacity build partners to use that, which we already do today with technical colleges, also in Africa, by the way. So all that to scale needs all of these people around here to come together. And I think that's sort of my message today is that it's only together we can really do it and scale things. Because innovation is a good idea, but stays that just a good idea unless it really scales. I have one last message because I was trying to wash my face this morning at my hotel, and as the nerdy person I am, I started my clock when I turned on the water and thought, how long is it going to be before the hot water starts running? I don't know if anyone wants to take a guess. Less than a minute, raise your hand. It was 1 minute and 3 seconds. 1 minute and 3 seconds before the water was hot enough for me to wash my face. That water has been pulled out of the ground, or from the river since we're in Paris. It's been cleaned, distributed, and now I just turned it on and pulled it all the way back the drain. That's not unusual. In the US, for instance, 93% of households do not have access to hot water instantly. So my ask for you is go home, time it, do it when you come home as well, and then take an action, because I think we have the influence and necessary regulators in this room to actually make sure that doesn't happen. Trillions of liters of water out the drain. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rask. There's so many things that we won't be able to discuss in this conference, and the private industry perspective. There are things that have the energy, water, groundwater nexus, geothermal energy, we're not going to cover in depth. There are, even solar energy uses a lot of water, and very often that's in desert environments where groundwater is used. So there's a lot of things in private industry going on that we will not be able to discuss in length in this summit, but we very much appreciate that private perspective. Our next speaker will be Sefu Kebede. And Mr. Kebede, could you give us the African perspective? What can be done for innovation to be taken up, considering Africa as an example?
Thank you very much for inviting me and for the question. Let me start with giving a little bit of background to what I'm going to say. I think one of the most consequential innovations that human beings have come up in the groundwater sector is the borehole or a tube well. Before the invention of the tube wells, we used to tap the thin skin of the groundwater by horizontal galleries, aqueducts, or canals, etc. So when that geometry changed from this to that, it has provided huge opportunity for humans to go hundreds of meters below the water table and make use of this opportunity for economic growth, cities, health, all sorts of things that we benefit from this large freshwater reservoir. By the way, these tube wells were reportedly first innovated by military, by British military expedition to Abyssinia in 1850s, during the time which the Darcy equation has also been coming to light. So now, looking into Africa perspective, has Africa benefited out of this great consequential innovation? So there are three key notes I would like to highlight here, depending on, from the research that we have conducted with UPGROW program and with REACH, University of Oxford, etc. There are three issues I would say requiring highest priority, and this could change or the lives of millions of people, and these are great things to. These are things to consider. Number one is there are marginal environments in Africa. Arid environments, deep water table, sometimes saline. Maybe about 20% of the people live in this environment, and then what we know about Africa oftentimes is about, the image we have is about this 20% of the region. Biggest problem is drilling success rate. So there are anecdotal evidence, no statistics, clear statistics, but the evidence showed that up to 75% of the boreholes drilled turn negative or saline, marginal environments, not everywhere in Africa, maybe 20% of the people. So there is something, we need interventions there. Number two is where people have started to benefit from boreholes and, easy hydrogeology environment. And the boreholes show some functionality challenges that Professor MacDonald has raised. And increasing functionality, how to do that. And thirdly, borehole efficiencies. There are reports, again, most of the boreholes, up to 75% of the boreholes show some sort of borehole inefficiency. So great improvements are needed in this area. Not needing really sophisticated stuff. What are needed? Number one, hydrogeology map. Where we have hydrogeology maps, success rates increase. Simple. Number two, for the borehole to run in easy hydrogeology environments, when you look into the reasons, mostly the reasons relate to the hydrogeology and transmissivity. Then skills. Finishing, 30 seconds. And the last one, and then skills and then management models, how to manage it. Community managed arrangement has been there for 20 years now, good experiments there. Fundifix is an example, a PPP approach. And finally, so what we need in Africa is skills development, so that we benefit from this great innovation, tube wells. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question. How many people here have worked in Africa in some regard? And quite a few. So this brings it home. One of the questions I had is sustainability. In many parts of Africa, sustainability of boreholes, sustainability of pumps is a challenge. Could you speak to that just quickly?
Yes, the evidence that we have from recent research is that up to 30%. Alan maybe will correct me. Up to 30% of the boreholes show not reliable yield, and then would fail providing water, sufficient water, over the period of time of the design. So when you look into the underlying reason for that, there is of course engineering element, material, pump materials, etc. The underlying reason is principally the hydrogeology, locating the boreholes in appropriate sites. So otherwise, the use of groundwater is at its incipient stage. So meaning that there is a lot of opportunities to develop the groundwater and use it for human, socioeconomic transformation in the region. So we are not yet at the point of the global groundwater crisis. We have the opportunity in Africa. That is how I would put it.
In continuing the discussion here, we have a few more minutes here. First of all, I'd like to follow up on that because I know the British Geological Survey has actually done a lot of data on sustainability of projects in Africa. Could you speak to that, Dr. McDonald?
Thanks, Dave. And just following on from SEFU, I've worked with SEFU and others in a program called UpGrow, where we're trying to look at the true functionality rate for hand pumps. So normally a statistic of about 30% not working is one that's used, but we looked at not just how many weren't working, but how many weren't giving enough water, so what their design yield was, and then how many would fail sometime during the year for more than a month. So we did several surveys across 3 countries, and actually came to an alarming statistic of less than half of the hand pumps were actually delivering what they should do. So we went on to a further period of research where we then went and dismantled boreholes and did a lot of discussions with the community management system across these 3 countries. And the reasons are complex. Yes, no simple answers, but they are around poor siting of boreholes to start off with. So that, as Sefu said, materials, and Kirsten and others are doing a lot of work on that, a lot of corrosion, a lot of materials not lasting, and also to do with the support that communities get. I think we've all recognized that the community managing a borehole on their own, that model doesn't work. Communities need support to be able to do that properly.
Thank you. Ms. Stannard, you've done online courses associated with pumps? Is that part of the online courses that have been developed for the field?
So the online course in relation to drilling quality is really targeting managers of drilling programs to enable them to first of all, to know what's needed, to understand more about the issues, to improve their knowledge, what materials are there, what's available, not specifically on pumps, but more on the drilling management has been the focus of the online learning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before we sum up, we do have a few minutes if the clock in the back of the room is correct. Would anybody like to elaborate a little bit on what you've said or ask questions of the other panelists while we have 1 or 2 minutes left before we sum up?
Question for Sefu is in relation to skills. How should these skills be developed? What's the way forward? Is it universities, professional development? What is it?
I think this involves multi-level skill, way from drilling, pump fitting, siting. Yeah, so it should involve both the conventional hydrogeology teaching, and when you look into the curriculum, by the way, in most of African universities of hydrogeology teaching, there is this lack of, the borehole in the curriculum. It's more of groundwater flow, groundwater recharge, geochemistry, etc. So it's from the university curriculum down to TVTs. Yeah. So the entire chain, that is where it is required. It is not desperate. Yeah, the number of hydrogeology programs in universities in Africa is growing, and that is a hopeful situation. And also the number of hydrogeologists is growing, which is again another positive development. So this is something, through time could be, addressed. And I think we are on the right track through African actions and through partnerships. Yeah.
Okay, I did have a couple more questions, but I guess the clock in the back is wrong. If we could take just 2 or 3 minutes to have the rapporteurs sum up, if that would be possible, and then we'll move on.
Thanks, David. Well, there's a lot to sum up, but maybe I'll just try to synthesize tease out a few things. I think the first thing that I got from this session was that innovation can come in a variety of forms: technological, conceptual, if you will, regulatory, governance issues, educational, and also areas around communication and social innovations. The other thing that was very clear was the importance of inclusion in its broadest sense. So inclusion not only of, say, stakeholders in one sense, but even, as Viviana was pointing out, issues around different ways of knowing, so traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge bases. But as Johannes was also highlighting as well, a kind of also a holistic. So when we talk about integrated management and recognizing clearly the importance that groundwater has for base flow, maybe that's under-recognized and something that groundwater's role in that in the catchment needs to be more broadly pulled out and developed. I think one of the things that Pia was bringing up also is the importance of scale and scaling up success, and that in these innovations, in applying them in an inclusive manner, in an integrated manner, and it was also highlighted that sometimes Alan highlighted how they are sometimes reliant on each other, the technological with, say, the social. That it's really, and it's, one of the themes of this conference is it's time to act. So the idea of scaling up what is working and making sure that we do that. And then Seifo, of course, gave us a somewhat sobering perspective that there are challenges in different environments, and particularly also in the environment. It's hard to generalize, of course, for the continent as a whole, but clearly there are experiences in Africa that would also be relevant beyond Africa around what constitutes innovation, but also in implementing that and scaling up that innovation. But I think it was I found it was a very positive and heartening session. So thank you to all the presenters for that. Thank you very much. And cheers. Last word.
Oh yeah, thank you. So I didn't expect to talk, but I will leave just one comment that I took from the session, and I suppose it's very true. It's a matter of scale, also a matter of time, and we've seen a lot of the talks become reactive to current projects, and innovation provides a space to be proactive, and seeing, especially in the private sector, the development of new technologies that we're not sure right now how impactful they're going to be, are likely going to be very impactful in the future, and this is a holistic thing. So it was really interesting to see, and thank you to all the speakers and Richard.
Well, thank you all. Please give out your appreciation to the speakers. We could have many, many follow-up questions, how the European conceptual model applies to other places. We could go on with this, but we have another session after where we have a tea break, and that'll be explained in a moment.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Errol. Tea break. I think it's a good news. We have tea breaks. Yeah, definitely. But also during the tea break, we have the Water Museum Network vernissage. And so you are all invited to take your tea and look at the vernissage. See you at 4:30 for the next session on finance organized by the FAO. Thank you so much.
The vernissage is in front of the room, the vernissage and the coffee break as well. Thank you.
top. Okay, we need to start. You have everyone? Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our program, and so far we had 3 accelerators, and now we'll talk about money, financing session. Very exciting. We have excellent panel, guests, rapporteurs, moderator. I will start with the moderator. Neil will take over, and then I will stop. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Please do take your seats as soon as possible. So we are discussing a very, very important subject now, which is finance. So welcome to this session. And congratulations to the organisers and the hosts for this excellent, excellent event so far, and I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. I'm Neil Dott from Aquafed. I'm your moderator from this session, but don't worry, you'll be hearing from me as little as possible, but I feel very fortunate to be given this role. Actually, this session and the next session on governance are very closely linked, and I'm sure some of our expert panellists will be mentioning governance in what they say. It's very important. I'm delighted particularly to have some very excellent speakers. We have a brilliant panel here today, and I'll introduce them as we go along. Now, we all know that obviously the current financial model in the sector is insufficient for the achievement of the 2030 agenda. So it's in that context really that we're focusing on the SDG 6 accelerator on finance, and particularly groundwater finance. So this section will present the existing groundwater investments and reflect on its sources, targets and beneficiaries. And we're also going to discuss the funding challenges, priority areas and opportunities. Okay, so we're already 5 minutes late, so we'll try and get going as quickly as possible. So let me hand over first to His Excellency Mr. Nizar Baraka. He is the Minister of Equipment and Water from the Kingdom of Morocco. And as he walks to the lectern, I'd like you to all applaud his football team, please, who gave an excellent job yesterday. Thank you. Right, no more football references, I promise. Mr. Baraka, the floor is yours.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est pour moi un réel plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui pour participer aux travaux du sommet des Nations Unies sur les eaux souterraines. Et je remercie l'ONU, l'UNESCO, la FAO et les autres organisations pour cette invitation et pour les efforts accomplis pour la bonne préparation et organisation de cette session. Je voudrais tout d'abord, pour parler du financement des eaux souterraines, rappeler que la problématique du financement ne pourra être réglée que si on avance certainement dans le domaine de l'adaptation et de la mobilisation des fonds pour l'adaptation. Et dans ce cadre-là, nous considérons qu'il est essentiel de poursuivre en fait cette mobilisation de fonds pour atteindre les fameux 100 milliards de dollars par an qui étaient prévus dans le cadre des accords de Paris, mais également qu'il est aussi important pour pouvoir rendre cela possible, mettre en place des métriques pour pouvoir évaluer en fait les impacts de l'adaptation. Et c'est ce qui permettra de mobiliser suffisamment ces fonds. Et le Maroc travaille sur ces métriques avec un certain nombre d'organisations et de pays amis pour pouvoir avancer sur ce point. Mais au-delà de ce qui se fait sur le plan international, ce qui doit être fait sur le plan international, je voudrais vous parler de l'expérience marocaine et vous dire qu'aujourd'hui, le financement du secteur de l'eau se fait essentiellement à partir, je dirais, du budget de l'État. Et je dois dire que nous sommes inscrits dans le cadre d'une budgétisation sensible au climat que nous avons mis en place pour veiller à ce que tous les projets qui sont financés par le budget de l'État doivent absolument être conformes aux impacts et aux objectifs de développement durable que nous avons inscrits dans le cadre des Nations Unies, mais aussi nous inscrire aussi dans le cadre des contributions des indices du pays. Et je voudrais dire qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons un financement qui est basé sur 4 points essentiels. Le premier point, c'est ce dont on a parlé, c'est la budgétisation sensible au climat avec le budget qui a été pour cette année doublé suite aux orientations qui ont été données par le souverain en la matière. Deuxièmement, nous nous basons aussi sur le partenariat public-privé. Et comme vous le savez, le Maroc est en train de lancer un programme très important sur le dessalement de l'eau. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 143 millions de mètres cubes d'eau dessalée et nous allons dépasser à l'horizon 2027 les 1,2 milliard de mètres cubes d'eau dessalée. Il faut rappeler que l'eau potable au Maroc, nous consommons l'équivalent de 1,3 milliard de mètres cubes, c'est-à-dire on va passer de 11% de capacité à plus de 70 à 80% de nos besoins qui pourra provenir de l'eau dessalée. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui va jouer un rôle très important, en plus du reuse, pour pouvoir préserver les eaux souterraines. Et pour ce faire, nous avons eu accès au partenariat public-privé et nous le faisons aussi avec l'Office chérifien des phosphates qui, pour ses propres besoins, a été amené à développer et à dessaler de l'eau et qui va le faire également pour l'agriculture et pour, je dirais, les besoins de l'eau potable pour les villes qui nous semblent essentielles. Nous avons également mis en place et lancé aujourd'hui le transfert de l'eau, c'est-à-dire le lien entre les bassins, et ce transfert va nous permettre de faire en sorte à ce qu'une quantité importante d'eau qui allait vers la mer, qui va être déplacée vers les zones qui en ont le plus besoin, et c'est aussi une manière de réduire en fait l'impact et la pression sur les eaux conventionnelles, et dont évidemment les eaux souterraines. Et pour ce faire, le financement a été fait avec les collectivités territoriales et les régions. Donc ce sont les régions qui ont financé ce grand projet de transfert d'eau. Donc les collectivités territoriales ont aussi joué un rôle important, et notamment les régions, pour le financement des petits barrages. Alors ces petits barrages vont être utilisés essentiellement pour faire face aux inondations, mais aussi pour la réalimentation des eaux souterraines et des nappes souterraines. Et aujourd'hui, donc, nous avons lancé l'équivalent de 129 barrages qui est à l'horizon 2024, et nous aurons 200 autres barrages qui vont être donc réalisés à l'horizon 2027. Un autre point sur lequel je voulais parler, c'est que, et ça a été dit par Madame la directrice générale tout ce matin, il est très important d'avoir une connaissance de l'eau, de ce que nous avons au niveau des eaux souterraines. Et pour ce faire, nous avons signé également une convention avec l'Agence nationale de la conservation foncière pour établir un cadastre basé sur l'eau, c'est-à-dire savoir exactement quels sont les puits que nous avons, quelle est la profondeur de ces puits, quelle est cette eau qui est utilisée, et pour pouvoir avoir une réalité, une cartographie des eaux souterraines au niveau de notre pays et ses capacités. Et c'est aussi, ce qui est aussi important, pour le financement du monitoring et du suivi de la qualité de l'eau, nous avons au niveau du Maroc des agences de bassins hydrauliques. Donc ces agences en fait reçoivent des redevances, et nous avons veillé à ce que ces redevances soient beaucoup plus importantes dès lors qu'il y a une surexploitation des eaux souterraines, pour avoir une sorte de tarification qui correspond au coût de remplacement de l'eau, pour maintenir en fait et réalimenter ces eaux souterraines dans le futur. Et nous inscrire dans une logique de recherche artificielle des nappes souterraines ou de prospection des nappes profondes. Et aussi, un élément important sur lequel nous travaillons, c'est que nous avons aussi décidé de mettre en place des compteurs intelligents au niveau des puits, et que tout projet d'investissement sera lié à ce qu'il y ait des compteurs donc au niveau des différentes puits, pour avoir l'information au fur et à mesure de l'utilisation des eaux souterraines, et ce qui nous permettra de compléter en fait notre système d'information. Enfin, pour conclure, ce que je voudrais dire aujourd'hui, c'est que nous considérons que le fait d'avoir mis en valeur en fait la problématique des eaux souterraines est quelque chose de remarquable, et je tenais à rendre hommage à l'UNESCO et à la FAO en fait pour tout le travail qui se fait dans le cadre du programme hydrologique international, qui est un programme qui nous permet aussi, dans le cadre d'avoir une coopération technique dans le domaine de la préservation des eaux souterraines, et aussi de pouvoir, pour la préservation de l'eau, c'est ce que nous avons fait, c'est que nous sommes en train de revoir en fait la cartographie des cultures dans notre pays, pour faire en sorte à ce que les cultures qui consomment beaucoup d'eau ne soient plus subventionnées, et qu'on puisse encourager à une véritable relecture en fait de la cartographie des investissements futurs au niveau agricole. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, and I think that was a great example of a holistic and joined-up approach to groundwater management. Thank you. Next, may I please call Marie-Laure Métayer to the stage. Marie-Laure is the Assistant to the Director of Water and Biodiversity at the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Territorial Cohesion in France. That's quite a mouthful. Okay.
Alors, Monsieur le ministre, Mesdames, Messieurs, alors je tiens tout d'abord à m'associer au remerciement de Monsieur le ministre envers l'UNESCO d'avoir organisé cette conférence de conclusion de l'année internationale sur les eaux souterraines, et remercier également la FAO en particulier pour l'organisation de cette session sur le financement. Alors les eaux souterraines, c'est particulièrement important en France puisque c'est plus de 50% de l'approvisionnement en eau potable, donc un joyau sur lequel nous essayons de veiller au mieux. Alors avant d'aborder l'expérience française en matière de financement de l'eau, je voulais revenir sur quelques éléments d'organisation et de contexte puisque les deux sont très liés. Alors en France, depuis 1960, on a adopté plusieurs lois de gestion de l'eau. Le principe dès le départ a été de ne pas distinguer les eaux superficielles et les eaux souterraines. On considère que l'eau est un tout et fait partie du patrimoine commun de la nation, comme ça a été défini par la loi de 1992. Et de ce fait, cette loi prévoit également qu'elle doit faire l'objet d'une gestion équilibrée et qu'elle constitue une ressource que l'on doit partager. Alors, l'organisation qui a été mise en place par la loi de 1964 a instauré une organisation par des organismes de bassin, avec des agences de l'eau et des comités de bassin, qui sont des lieux de dialogue entre les usagers, les collectivités, les industriels, les agriculteurs, les organisations non gouvernementales, les associations de consommateurs, les administrations. On a donc des instances de gouvernance territoriale donc pour pouvoir gérer au plus proche des réalités des problématiques de l'eau. Alors les agences de l'eau ont été des modèles pour la création d'autres gouvernances de bassins ou de masses d'eau qui sont réunies dans le réseau international sur les organismes de bassins. Elles ont un rôle extrêmement structurant en France dans le financement de la politique de l'eau. Alors bien entendu, notre réglementation se décline via les textes européens, notamment la directive 4 sur l'eau, bien entendu, et toutes ces directives filles, en particulier également la directive eau potable. Et ce qu'il est important aussi de signaler, c'est que donc le gouvernement, le ministère de l'écologie en charge de la politique de l'eau, s'appuie sur un certain nombre d'établissements publics tels que l'Office français de la biodiversité, l'Institut d'agronomie, le Bureau de recherche minier, voilà, pour pouvoir piloter cette politique de l'eau. Alors, il y a un élément quand même important qui s'est passé cet été en France, c'est que nous avons dû affronter brutalement la réalité du changement climatique, même si les scientifiques, bien sûr, alertent depuis longtemps. Nous avons eu une crise tout à fait inédite par son intensité, puisqu'on a eu 33 jours de vagues de chaleur, c'est un nouveau record depuis 1947. Nous avons eu également une crise qui est inédite par sa durée, puisque nous étions encore en période de sécheresse en octobre, et encore aujourd'hui, il y a des départements qui sont en restriction d'eau, également inédite par sa durée, et par son extension, puisqu'en fait, phénomène nouveau également, c'est que cette crise a touché tout le territoire français, y compris les régions traditionnellement bien arrosées, comme la Normandie ou la Bretagne. Donc tous ces éléments-là ont été un peu un électrochoc par rapport à ce que, encore une fois, ce sur quoi beaucoup alertaient. Nous avons donc été collectivement confrontés à cette gestion de crise hors norme, et dans ce contexte, le gouvernement a lancé un exercice de retour d'expérience afin de tirer tous les enseignements de cet épisode, et surtout pour être prêt à affronter l'été prochain et les étés suivants, en se mettant peut-être malheureusement dans une logique de sécheresse consécutive. Donc au-delà de la gestion de crise, c'est bien toute la gestion structurelle qu'il va falloir faire évoluer, même si les outils dont on disposait avaient déjà montré leur efficacité. De ce fait, les ministres ont engagé un chantier dédié à l'eau en septembre dernier, et qui va donc s'inscrire dans un grand chantier de planification écologique. Et ce plan, il va aboutir à un plan d'action qui va être lancé donc en tout début d'année prochaine, et il travaille autour de 3 axes, avec aussi les volets de financement, bien entendu, qui font l'objet des travaux de ce plan. Donc 3 axes autour de la sobriété des usages, de l'accès à l'eau potable de qualité et de la restauration du grand cycle de l'eau, ces 3 piliers étant à gérer de façon complètement intégrée, puisque on a bien vu qu'effectivement les problèmes de qualité de l'eau recoupaient les problèmes de quantité de l'eau cet été, et qu'on a vu également qu'il fallait évidemment travailler sur la protection des milieux pour pouvoir être beaucoup plus résilient face au changement climatique, donc travailler sur ce grand cycle de l'eau. Alors sur la question donc du financement, donc, depuis la loi de 64, comme je l'ai déjà indiqué, la France s'est dotée d'une organisation autour des 6 bassins versants de nos grands fleuves. Ce sont les fameux organismes de bassins qui collectent une redevance sur les divers usages de l'eau. Sur les divers usagers de l'eau, donc auprès des collectivités pour l'eau potable, des industriels, des agriculteurs. Ces 6 agences de l'eau sont des établissements publics de l'État à caractère administratif. Elles sont sous tutelle du ministère de la Transition écologique, et elles participent à la mise en œuvre des politiques de l'eau et de la préservation de la biodiversité. Donc cette organisation par bassin, elle est adossée, c'est important, à une gouvernance décentralisée, les fameux comités de bassin, qui sont des parlements de l'eau, dans lesquels siègent tous les acteurs de la gestion de la ressource. On va retrouver les collectivités, les industriels, les agriculteurs, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, les associations de défense du consommateur et de la nature. Alors cette organisation, elle a montré ses vertus et ses avantages en termes de péréquation en faveur des territoires ruraux, de solidarité à Mont-Aval aussi, et d'adaptation des politiques d'aide aux réalités territoriales, en termes de partenariat et de consentement à payer. Pour le compte de l'État et du comité de bassin, leur objet est de contribuer à l'atteinte du bon état des eaux et à la préservation des écosystèmes naturels. Donc, ces objectifs sont atteints par des interventions financières, bien sûr, par la construction de développement d'outils de planification et par la production de la gestion de données sur l'eau pour la connaissance, la gestion et l'évaluation. Ce qui est important, c'est que donc, ces agences contribuent également à l'aide publique au développement en finançant des actions de coopération décentralisées. Donc on est vraiment donc, dans une mise en œuvre localisée à l'échelle des territoires de la politique de l'eau. Et pour financer ces actions, donc, les agences de l'eau vont percevoir des redevances auprès des usagers, comme ça a été donc déjà indiqué. Et ce qui est important de savoir, c'est que ça fonctionne par un système de double plafonnement, c'est-à-dire que les agences de l'eau ont un plafond de recettes et un plafond de dépenses. Le plafond de recettes est de 2,156 milliards d'euros via la loi de finances. Donc ces agences de l'eau vont pouvoir redistribuer ces redevances sous forme d'aide, conformément à un programme d'intervention qui est adopté sur 6 ans par les fameuses instances de gouvernance, donc les comités de bassin. Donc ce plafond de recettes, comme je l'indiquais, il est voté, il est revalidé en loi de finances chaque année. Au-delà de ça, il y a aussi donc un plafond donc de dépenses qui, lui, peut faire l'objet d'une révision sans passer en loi de finances. Alors, comme d'autres opérateurs, les agences de l'eau participent à l'objectif de maîtrise des dépenses publiques et de limitation de la pression fiscale qui pèse sur les Français, les entreprises, ce qui fait que c'est toute la logique de ne pas, depuis plusieurs années, rehausser ce plafond de recettes qui reviendrait à augmenter la fiscalité et donc à augmenter la pression sur donc, les collectivités et les citoyens.
Ms. Mitty, if I ask you to wind down, please.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm very sorry to interrupt you.
Donc là, nous sommes au 11e programme d'intervention 2019-2024 qui vont donc se terminer à la fin de l'année 2024. On est en train de préparer donc la prochaine programmation pour 6 ans, donc 2025-2030. Ce que je souhaitais également ajouter juste pour terminer, c'est qu'à côté de ces financements par les agences de l'eau et les redevances avec ce principe pollueur-payeur, également, on a un gros programme qui doit permettre de renforcer la connaissance, un programme exploratoire de recherche pour 53 millions qui va structurer la recherche autour de l'eau et des actions vis-à-vis du changement climatique. Voilà un petit peu. Et donc en conclusion, ce que je voulais simplement vous dire, c'est que l'ensemble du dispositif français a bien pour vocation la gestion équilibrée de la ressource, un partage de l'eau, une utilisation raisonnée qui doit permettre à tous d'appréhender la nécessité d'une action commune afin que l'utilisation de la ressource en eau se fasse dans le respect des besoins de chaque activité, de l'homme et de la biodiversité. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, time to carry on straight away. Gentlemen, I'm hoping now the next two will stick to the 5-minute rule. There'll be a box of chocolates for you if you do, okay? Right, so, so next coming up to the stage is Mr. Abdulrahman Maki. He is the Land and Water Officer at the UN FAO. Over to you, and I think you've got a presentation, I believe.
Yes, hopefully. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Dot. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, moderator, rapporteur, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. So, the status of groundwater and its development faces a lot of constraints linked to financial gaps in most countries, including the countries where groundwater represents a significant share of the supply for domestic, industrial, or agricultural needs. The question is, how or what shall we do to enable national pathway for financing water for development. In early 2021, FAO with OECD have co-convened a roundtable on agricultural water financing to spur investment in agricultural water for both the public and private domain, with linkages to blend those financing mechanisms with food security, environmental outcome, and livelihood support. We have also engaged with ministers of agriculture and water at the G20, who recognized the need to strengthen the enabling environment for reasonable investment and to mobilize financial and non-financial resources, including national and international, public and private, including blended financing to address water challenges and funding gaps. A series of high-level meetings and events were hosted by FAO headquarters or in the regions, from Land and Water Days in Cairo, in Rome, the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, early in November, where FAO and the Egyptian presidency jointly launched the Food and Agriculture for Sustainable Transformation initiative called FAST, which aimed to improve the quantity and quality of climate finance contribution towards food system by 2030. Water security was another high priority issue where FAO contributed to the COP27 presidency initiative on action on water adaptation and resilience. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, that's here it is. That's where we are. And then a few weeks ago, the Rome Water Dialogue was a key gathering organized by FAO, contributing to the run-up to the UN 2023 Water Conference. It aimed at raising awareness on water's role in achieving all the SDGs, forging deeper link between the water sector and the principal water user, the agriculture sector, but also to develop solutions and action for future and discuss the National Water Roadmap. National Water Roadmap are country-owned strategic approaches to achieve global commitment and water-related SDGs at the national level. By 2050, global production of food, fiber, and feed will need to increase by 50% compared to 2012 to meet growing demands. Under a business as usual case, this will mean at least 35% of additional fresh water resources on already very scarce resources. This is one of the principal highlights from the FAO Solo 2021 report, The State of the World Land and Water Resources, titled System at Breaking Point. So in the last 10 years, FAO Investment Center supported design and implementation of at least 120 projects for a total of $17 billion on 65 countries. So intervention was on agricultural water, agricultural water investment was on blue water, green water, and as well as grey water, the non-conventional water, for the benefit of groundwater in terms of infiltration, recharge, pollution control, and qualities. Here is an example of investment program, US State Revolving Funds. I think the next speaker will talk about it as well. It's an interesting model that has been replicated in various countries and depends on separation of governing bodies. For example, funding, implementation with different partners, including operation being done by different other responsible partners. This is another initiative, which is a Sustainable Water Impact Fund. It's a promising model as well, where institutional.
If I could ask you to wrap up, please have to wrap up.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Sorry.
This initiative also, you will see it in the next session, so I have to wrap up. This is an example of what such kind of financing models can do. And this is my final slides. Just to say here, international funding institution must ensure that benefit and costs are more equitably distributed, and financial models exist. They are available, and success stories also are there, and can inspire to build favorable environment and enable national pathway for financing water for development. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have to rush you. I feel like the party ruiner. Okay, Franz, we're going to go straight to you now. So Franz Rojas is Director of Water and Sanitation Analysis Division at CAF, which is the Development Bank of Latin America. Over to you, Franz. His gifts are cancelled, so you can get double if you stay to 5 minutes. Okay. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thanks for the invitation. I'm going to talk. Everybody knows that we are not on track to achieve SDG 6, so that's why we have to look for alternatives not only to fill the gap, but to bridge the financing gap. And I'm going to focus more on how to bridge the gap, with repayable finance. And there are different schemes, as you can see. The traditional ones, it's the traditional loans that could come for investment project financing, IPF, or facilities, especially needed for the pandemic. CAF, for instance, the Development Bank of Latin America, issue a facility for liquidity for water utilities. And also we can support different private PPPs as specific purpose vehicle or trust funds. And we can also find as traditional ones the combination with climate funds from GEF, which provides mostly grants, also the Green Climate Plan, and also the Adaptation Fund. And we can combine, as CAF is doing with GCF, for instance, a combination of traditional loans, coming from IFIs, plus climate funds. But we could also mention the non-traditional ones. It's more focused on filling the gap, like the payment for environmental services and the water funds. I don't have time to explain a little more, but I would like to highlight on the innovative schemes like the green bonds that could be used either by countries, by IFIs, or also by water or public utilities, for instance. So we have different examples, as the one as CAF issued green bonds in different years, also facilities created by different IFIs, and also we have different water utilities that have been using green bonds as an alternative to promote and to finance green projects. Let me just mention the blended finance as an interesting alternative because it's a combination of development finance to mobilize commercial finance, as you can see in this. So you are providing concessional loans plus non-concessional loans, and that mixture could be the blended finance, but the important thing is to stress on the importance of additional finance coming from commercial finance. And you can have different structures like lower cost capital, guarantees, technical assistance, or to some grants for designing project preparation. And as part of the World Water Council, because we are also a member of the Task Force on Financing, we have produced two pieces of work that are quite interesting. Let me just mention. One is about blended finance, but we took 10 successful cases, and we have identified 10 attributes that you can see there: domestic liquidity, international liquidity, and you can see that those are the main attributes to structure a good blended finance scheme, oriented for sure to attract more capital to the water sector. And it's a document that it's not written for financial specialists, but for water practitioners. So I recommend you to take a look on this document. And our second one is about nature-based solutions. We have identified 6 business lines, we would say, with different alternatives like those ones that I'm presenting. These are very interesting because these two mechanisms, the sustainability-linked loans or the environmental impact loans, are schemes for pay-for-success projects. For instance, the municipality issues a bond, and they can provide a bonus to the investor if they achieve flood reduction, for instance, or they can penalize if they do not achieve the expected flood reduction, for instance. Or in the other case, in the sustainability-linked loans, for instance, an IFI can provide an interest rate, and if the water utility gets the goal, they can reduce the interest rate or maintain the interest rate if the goal is not achieved. So these structures are becoming more and more attractive because they are promoting an incentives to have pay for success. We also have some other schemes like the Impact Investment Fund, especially for managed aquifer recharge, for instance, and we have mentioned one case in that document, and also nature-based solutions bonds as alternatives we have been providing. Let me just finish with this slide. I think it's important after the pandemic to mention that the economic recovery should be and must be greener, and we need more efficiency on using financial resources, avoiding to crowding out for commercial finance, for instance. And most of us, and because UN Water Conference is coming and they are asking for specific commitments, even the IFI should commit on something. And for instance, in our case as CAF, we have committed to increase and to double the investments in water sector in the next 4 years. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Franz. Thank you very, very much. I've seen two presentations where we're really getting into things that are action, and it's a how-to guide, and I really recommend those documents that Franz mentioned because they're very easy to read. Right, let's get straight into our panel now. I'm very excited about this. Francois, if I may come to you first. So Francois Berton is the Senior Water Resource Management Specialist at the World Bank. Francois, a question for you straight away, please. Given what you've heard today, but also the World Bank's view, really, what are the most pressing needs in terms of groundwater financing from the World Bank's point of view?
Thank you very much, Neil. Well, when we were preparing this session, the main question was how much money are we spending on the groundwater side, and the answer is we don't know. We don't know. So we made the exercise. We tried to understand how many of our projects include a groundwater component. We found that, in average, for the World Bank, we have something like 60 projects per year that include a groundwater component, with a total of this groundwater component about $3 billion per year. So the figure seems enormous, or at least reasonable. But when we go to the details, we see that for the investment itself, and especially when we are talking about the groundwater infrastructures, then we are limited. Groundwater infrastructure, boreholes and water well typically, it's only 2.5% of our groundwater projects. So it's a small thing, but it's a small need. We know that the limit is not in the groundwater infrastructure itself. We know that there are limits, but it's more in the surface infrastructure that has to be built with the groundwater infrastructure for the water to be delivered. The limit can be in the capacity of the government to absorb all this amount of money, and we know that it's one of the main issues. So once this is said about the total volume of investment on the groundwater infrastructure, we can look at the weakness. The main weakness we have seen, and we are working on it, and we know that many other organizations are working on, is about the quality of this groundwater infrastructure. As soon as we come to boreholes and water well, we know that we have an issue with the quality of this investment. These investments are supposed to stand for 40, 50 years, and most of them are obsolete after 5, 10 years. This investment are also impacting very much the financial sustainability of the utility that is using this water because of the extra cost caused by wrong or limited quality and the head losses in the borehole that directly impact the energy cost of the pumping. So we have to work on it, and at the financial institution level, but also at the governmental level, how to increase the quality of our infrastructure. And to conclude on the, not yet, But to continue on the groundwater finance, I would say, and it has been repeated several times from this morning, our main issue is on groundwater knowledge. How do we finance groundwater knowledge? How do we finance groundwater expertise? We need the groundwater expertise to be present in the country and to accompany, to join the decision makers and to help them to make the correct decision. So how do we finance that? It's not with this classical finance standard finance solution. It cannot be on a project base. It cannot be on a 5 years, 7 years time frame, because if we are talking about groundwater knowledge, we know that it's a continuous process that cannot stop. And if we are talking about expertise, it means starting from the school to the undergraduate and to all these PhD thesis and whatever. And I will probably finish. I know that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask you a question. So what you're saying is, it's a local capacity issue. It's easy to just throw these general terms around, but is that the issue here, or is it that on the engineering and technical side as well, that's causing the issue of the low quality?
It's mainly about groundwater is invisible, as we all know from the whole year of this message. So what we need is science. We need science to accompany the decision makers. Excellency Minister of Water in Morocco was saying, well, we are setting up contrat NAP in our countries, but how to set up a contrat NAP if you don't have the good knowledge of what is the resource available, and more than that, the acknowledgement of this knowledge, the real ownership of this knowledge by the water user that should agree on the amount of water that they have to share and then share it. And I will finish maybe on the last point. I say investment is not a strong issue. I will contradict myself as soon as it comes to farmer-led irrigation, because we know that groundwater can be an option for resilient agriculture. It can help us to move to the food security, and especially through groundwater-based farmer-led irrigation. And there, when we are mobilizing private finance, where it's individual farmers that have to invest, we still need to find the correct financial instrument for this. And I will stop here.
Francois, thank you very, very much for that. Very great insights. Thank you. I'm going to hand straight over to Xavier Leflevre. And Xavier, I'm almost going to ask you the same question, really. But so I must introduce Xavier as well. So Xavier is leader of the water team at the OECD and the Environment Directorate. Xavier, kind of the same question to you. Would you concur with what Francois said? Or?
Well, actually, I would like to piggyback on what Francois just said, and I won't repeat because of the sake of time. But first, I would like to emphasize that groundwater is particularly invisible when we talk about financing water. It's actually the first session I participated on financing water, which is focused on groundwater. I won't repeat what Francois said about the nature of the investment and the orders of magnitude. We're piggybacking on World Bank data. I'll just focus on the gap. So how do we close that gap? And before we talk about increasing the volume of water that would be directed to groundwater, I think there are other priorities that could come first. The first one is make a better use of the existing assets. It's a point that Francois already made. We are still in a cycle. We built, the infrastructure will decay, we have to rebuild. That's a never-ending cycle where we build future liabilities. If we could put a little bit more effort and money into proper operation and maintenance, that would minimize financing needs for groundwater-related infrastructure in the medium term. Second, we could do much more with the available financing resources already. Here I have in mind the opportunities to redirect existing flows that keep putting more pressure on groundwater resources. You are aware about a number of ill-designed subsidies which actually accelerate pumping, accelerate depletion of groundwater, and contribute to increased pollution. There is much more that could be achieved with the same volume of finance if these financing streams were redirected to projects, practices that contribute to water safety. And the third point I would like to emphasize here is justice. I think there is a big issue on, again, misallocation of fund, misallocation of attention. Who needs access to groundwater? Who needs protection of groundwater resources? Who is actually affected by depletion of groundwater and pollution? These are the people who should be targeted and prioritized when it comes to providing financing support. I'm not sure this is usually the case. So that's again an opportunity to make a better use of the finance that is already available. How do we achieve that? Of course, there is a lot that could be achieved through water policies, the way we value water, the way we allocate water. I was very interested in the presentation from the Minister from Morocco on the use of alternative water sources, which can minimize pressure on groundwater. Economic policy instruments. France had an experience a few years back on putting a charge on sealed surfaces. If you think about it, sealed surfaces, they accelerate runoff, so they increase flood risks, and at the same time they prevent groundwater recharge. So putting a tax on sealed surfaces can be a very effective way of contributing to groundwater recharge and sustainability. Now there are limits to what water policies can achieve, and it's even more important maybe to put water on the radar of other communities, urban development, agriculture, making sure that they have water issues and groundwater issues in particular on their radar, so that again they stop building future liabilities. And I think the next frontier is how do we engage with corporates? And even more specifically, how do we engage with financial institutions to make sure that they are aware that their investment, their action, the way they behave can be either curse and affect groundwater sustainability in the medium term, in the longer term, or on the contrary, it can be beneficial to groundwater management. So how to make sure that they are aware of how exposed and vulnerable they are to risks related to groundwater. If we do that well, there is an opportunity to redirect all the financing flows that are being managed by corporates, financial institutions towards projects, activities that contribute to the water agenda instead of harming it.
Xavier, thank you very much. As always, we get some strong, yes, please. Very, very strong and clear messages from Xavier. Things like increase in O&M and the justice angle and the redirection of flows as well. Very, very clear messages. Thank you. Cheryl, I'll come back to you because Xavier mentioned corporates, right? So we'll come back to you in a second. I also wanted to mention to the audience, Astrid, you can't see this, but in our big screen we have your face in the corner, and I just wanted to let you know that Astrid, we'll be coming to Astrid soon. She's from the Global Environment Facility, so just that you're wondering who that face is, all right? Just there. Okay, so Dimitri, I'd actually like to go to you next, please. So Dimitri Pozidayev is the Chief Technical Officer of the UN Capital Development Fund, and Dimitri, in a short bit of time that you have, could you please briefly introduce the Blue Peace Financing Initiative and how it could adapt to groundwater? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the Blue Peace Initiative is about accessing national capital markets to finance a bond, a development bond in the Gambia River Basin. So the specific features of that initiative, which is implemented with the support of Switzerland, is firstly that it is dealing with a basin organization. And as you know, it is a rare occasion that basin organizations get access to capital markets in their own rights. The second specific feature of this initiative is a broad approach to the issue of the water sector, which also includes various economic aspects of the sector. As we know, as any other sector, it has backward and forward linkages, and quite a few forward linkage projects are incorporated into the pipeline of projects that is funded through the bond issuance. Those include, for example, irrigation, energy production, marketing, transportation, and other activities that are linked to the core water projects. The third specific feature of the project is that it has a diversity of projects when it comes to the size of the project, in addition to the sectoral distribution, and of course the nature of the project. That allows partial cross-subsidization between the projects and the combination of the projects that bring a below market return with the projects that bring an above the market return, thus allowing a return that meets the expectations of the financiers. And that answers the concerns of social justice, which we all share, of course. Probably the last interesting feature is that there are no sovereign guarantees in this particular special purpose vehicle. And this has significantly facilitated the entire process because getting regulatory action from 4 states, and the River Basin Organization includes 4 states, would be otherwise very difficult. So this is in a nutshell about the initiative.
Dimitri, full marks, thank you for cutting. There's so much to say about the initiative, and that was a record-breaking summary in a very short space of time. I have to say, actually, that Nino and others, if you're listening, I think we need to do a follow-up on finance, because this is, there's a lot of new stuff coming out today, and each of these panelists need about 2 hours each. So, and I'm really, really sorry to have to cut you short. So, thank you, Cheryl.
No, you know, I was thinking that the previous panel discussed innovations, and they discussed all kinds of innovations, but no financial innovations.
Yeah.
Does it mean there are no financial innovations? I don't think so.
Yeah, and likewise how the financial innovation links with social and environmental and any other type of innovation as well. It's all linked, isn't it? Okay, Cheryl, what's the role of the private sector in groundwater financing is the question for you, so I must introduce Cheryl as well. So Cheryl is Senior Advisor at the CEO Water Mandate.
Great, thank you, Neil, and thank you. Picking up on those points of a lack of innovation in financing for water. That's an approach that the CEO Water Mandate is also picking up with its new initiative called the Water Resilience Coalition, which has quite, I think, unique investment strategy, which I'll take you through. But wanted to start with a bit of a vision around, the role that private sector financing could play in water. And I think, as many of you know, there has been that lack of innovation, but also a lack of investment products, a lack of diversified investment opportunities. And if we look to climate finance over the past decade, this has been quite inspiring, actually, in terms of what has come online, the investment products that have been created in just a decade, offering a lot of diversity for different types of investors to engage. And from figures from 2020, which I know have grown, but that's what we could find, 632 billion has been invested in climate finance, is being invested in climate finance annually. Half of that is from the private sector. And corporations make up 40% of that private sector portion of the investments. So these are significant, significant movements on behalf of really enabling the private sector to be able to invest in climate finance. And so together with partners of the CEO Water Mandate and Water Resilience Coalition, started to really look at this as a vision for private sector investments in water resilience. And the Water Resilience Coalition is a CEO-led initiative. It's a leadership initiative of the CEO Water Mandate, where in 2020 CEOs came together with the recognition that they have to raise the agenda, raise the bar amongst their peers in business to invest more in water resilience. So this is a strategy that is about increasing private sector investment in water resilience, and the way that that they are doing that is through four different elements. One of them is collective investments in basins at the basin level, so where companies are operating, withdrawing water, and have already made commitments to water stewardship, acting together and investing together, and working together with investment managers to create the investment products that will enable to do that much more efficiently. We heard about efficiency earlier, but also sustainably. Private sector capital can be catalytic capital, and it can be returnable capital, which will enable businesses in the private sector to invest more. And so in this investment strategy, we are currently identifying existing investment products where this group of companies who've made the commitment to increase their investments in water security collectively can invest. There's a small pipeline, I should say, at the moment, but we're not discouraged by that. Also taking inspiration from climate finance, working together with a number of investment managers. Also very interested in some of the examples that have been pointed out today by Kath and my colleague next to me here. These are investment products that companies can invest in to meet their own water security goals and the collective goals of the Water Resilience Coalition. Thank you.
I think you said all of that without even taking breath, and I really appreciate it, Cheryl. Thank you very, very much. That's very, very interesting. And much more private sector investment than I thought, actually. That 40% figure I think you mentioned was much higher. Okay. We have one more person to speak, and it's very important. So I'm going to ask the organisers if we can steal just a couple more minutes, because we did start late as well, okay? So you can, thank you, I've got the yes from Teresa. Right, we now go to the face in the sky, which is Astrid Hillers. She is Senior Environmental Specialist at the International Waters at the Global Environment Facility. It's a good link from what Cheryl was talking about, because Cheryl mentioned climate change a minute ago. Astrid, this is Paris calling. Guten Tag, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent, and we can hear you loud and clear. Go for it. Astrid, our question to you is that have you noticed a greater recognition of groundwater as a buffer against climate change, and specifically through the projects that the GEF has supported in recent years?
Thank you, and first of all, thank you for the organizers for this excellent event. We do need to work on groundwater. So in fact, we have indeed seen more interest from river basin organizations in countries on groundwater and transboundary aquifers. As you know, especially the Japanese national waters local area is focusing on the transboundary aspects. We do not work by ourselves, and that's important to say. We work through regional grants with 18 agencies, and we have colleagues from these agencies sitting on the panel from the World Bank, FAO, CAP. It's a total of 18 of MDBs and UN organizations and regional banks and NGOs. The increase, I think, is driven not only by climate change. It's a range of issues that put pressure on resources and why we see that increase. It's not totally only related to the occurrence and extent of dry periods through climate change. But I think also with connected to that, of course, the role of groundwater in agriculture, and we heard that from other speakers, in city water supply, and you heard a few years ago of day zeros of several cities, and energy cooling comes in there too, right? The groundwater role is hardly looked at, but it's very important. And it's especially important on resilience in rural and remote areas to provide a reliable and clean source of water. So climate change is a factor, yet it's not a single driver. It's a combination of factors that are coming in where we see more investment and more questions and requests for grants on groundwater. In the international focus waters, focal areas specifically, we see the increase is quite significant. I would say in the last, in the period from 2010 to 2022, the requests and the approval of project is about double in volume to the same period before that. And mind you, we are not an MDB. This is grant funds. We're not talking billions, we're talking hundreds of millions. But examples have been on previous panels also, and it's very neat to see that regional initiatives are starting, not project by project. So there's the SADC Groundwater Management Institute. We have issues working on surface groundwater in transboundary basins, that's the Niger Basin and the ICAS, so the underlying aquifers, and working on the legal implications, working with different riparian states on that, the Mekong and the pressures on the delta there, smaller aquifers on Kigali, Mount Elgon, Gedaref. We have it in Latin America, on Guarani, and requests from the small island states, for example. But including, as Francois had said before, from the World Bank, we do also need to look closer to food systems projects and across the portfolio of the GF, where groundwater is embedded in projects, because we do not have an overview of how the numbers follow there and have developed. To our side, the increased pressure initially is on assessing the resources, and that comes in initial transboundary aquifer projects are driven by that. You know, the countries don't know really what's under the territory. They don't know the directions of flow, and that's clear to both parties. And so it's easier to invest and request engagement in projects to support a common process of assessment. That doesn't necessarily result in cooperation and investment and action beyond that. One large stumbling block, and I have mentioned it before, worth mentioning, I think, is the general limited capacity to manage and having a solid governance framework at national level. The capacity building section before us, or two before us, mentioned that quite clearly. So if in our experience, if on national level, there isn't enough information and capacities to manage, there's not enough knowledge on the uses in country and the needs in the future, and there's no governance that is solid and well established, it makes it much harder to engage beyond the assessment stage in transboundary governance and management.
Astrid, I'm going to have to, unfortunately, stop you there, but I picked up, you mentioned governance again, and local and national skills and capacity, and that's been one of the major themes, I think, of what a lot of people have said. Astrid, I'm so sorry.
Can I add one point?
Yeah, go for it. Go on, and because it's you.
I think what we really also need to stress is the issue about groundwater quality. We have not seen the increased investment or requests, and I think that is a thing that will hit not maybe our generation, but the next generation quite hard. It's hard to clean up. It's hard to really clean up the groundwater, and incredibly expensive. So we need to put that on the list of things that need to be addressed.
Noted. Thank you very much. And I encourage everyone, please, who hasn't heard much or doesn't know much about the Global Environment Facility to please have a look and contact Astrid and talk to her more, because I certainly found out a lot. Right, we're way over time, and I'm not going to walk out of here alive, I think, because Teresa's going to beat me up unless I stop talking now. So I just want to say thank you, a massive, massive thank you to the panel. That's fascinating, and I think we just need a whole 2 days on this, quite frankly. Thank you very much to the Minister, to Mary Laura. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm sorry we're out of time. I'm sorry we've had to cut everyone's speeches so short. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we have the last technical and scientific session of the day. As everybody say in English, the last but not least, it's the 5th accelerator, governance, and the fact that we have decided to have it at the end is because governance definitely coordinate and decide for investment, for data collection, for capacity development and for innovation. I mean, you need a good governance in order to have the infrastructures and the institutions and the law, also the legal settings together. We have a great moderator. It's a great friend of mine, by the way, since many, many years of her work in groundwater. Everybody knows her, so why I have to introduce her? Karen Whittle, as Director of the Water Cycle Innovation. And with Karen, there is an amazing number of panelists. Karen, I will let you introduce the panelists and take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice, for the introduction, and welcome to everyone to this last session of the day. Not the least important, I would say. Now we're going to talk about governance, and you just have to pay attention to the fact that we're not talking about groundwater governance, because groundwater governance doesn't exist in isolation. Groundwater governance is, or the governance of groundwater is part of a broader topic of governance. And so what is governance? Well, basically it's the framework, the legal, institutional, cultural, whatever, in a society that governs the benefits, the sharing of the benefits. And I would like to highlight in this context the accelerators that we've been discussing throughout these couple of days. And just to emphasize that governance is at the heart of achieving those accelerators to be a success, which at the end of the day will also help us achieve the SDGs, and within that, of course, the sustainable and equitable management and use of groundwater. So when we talk about capacity development, we talk about data, we talk about innovations, we talk about finance. How those instruments, if you like, are being governed is so critical for whether those benefits that are supposed to come out of those accelerators actually benefit at an equitable level throughout the society, poor and rich, and that's sort of the basics of governance. But let me not talk. I'm here as a moderator, and I have with me a great team here of panelists and speakers. You're very welcome. I'm also very pleased to say that we have everybody in person here, and I should also actually welcome both you and people in the sky. I think we tend to forget that there's maybe 200, 300, 400 people also listening to us from home, basically. So we're a big team. Without further ado, I would like to start the session by giving the word to Tanja Miskova, who is from the government of Slovenia, and she's ambassador at large for water diplomacy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The word is yours. Thanks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is a year we celebrate groundwater, and I would like to thank UN Water, UNESCO, and IGRAC for raising the banner and giving a stage to this vital resource. As we heard many times today, in many parts of the world, groundwater resources are under unprecedented pressure from a wide range of factors. But a large part of these factors can be traced back to the issues related to governance. Governance of an invisible, complex, and often undervalued resource was never going to be straightforward. It is a reflection of our understanding of this resource, and this understanding can be limited to our primary use of groundwater. So effective governance needs to consider groundwater's multifaceted nature and its being an integral part of the water cycle. In my country, Slovenia, understanding, knowledge, and development of groundwater are among the world's best. Though our experts would say that we should invest more in water governance and in capacity building. From the perspective of decision makers across the globe, the challenges they often cite are integration and prioritization of water issues within governments, administrative problems of fragmented water institutions, and the lack of finance. But groundwater should not just be about mechanisms and finance. It should also be about equity and environmental justice. It should be targeted, transparent, and inclusive, and empathetic to the local level needs, conflict sensitive, and respectful of human rights, unleashing female and youth potential and leaving no one behind. Groundwater may be one of the most localized resources, yet what happens with groundwater at local levels may have implications at regional or global level. Depletion of groundwater in major food-producing areas can have global effects on trade and on food security. Good groundwater governance, therefore, needs to happen at every level. With more than 450 transboundary aquifers, cooperative governance across borders and regions is a facilitating pathway to enhance governance at multiple scales beyond the national. At the level of the UN, groundwater governance should be part of a UN system-wide approach to water. Our eyes are set towards the UN 2023 Water Conference. I urge the UN agencies in charge of preparing the concepts for interactive dialogues to mainstream good groundwater governance across all 5 dialogues, and to consider further action to provide more guidance and support to governments on groundwater governance, including those based on the recommendations of today's discussion. And to all of us, I say, let us talk about the importance of good groundwater governance at the conference next year, and let us contribute to a more water-secure world by making commitments toward a better groundwater governance for the Water Action Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. And now I will introduce and welcome Raya Stephan, who will be talking or giving us sort of an introduction and setting the stage for the session. Raya is an expert in water law. She's a consultant as well, and also the deputy editor-in-chief of the journal Water International by the IAEA. You're welcome.
Thank you, Karen. As Alice just said when she introduced the session, governance is about everything you heard this morning. And in view of all the complexities that you heard today, you will understand that in 10 minutes I will not give you what is groundwater governance, just a summary of a document that I invite you to read. Let me just see how this works. When Mahmoud, green, this one? Okay, thank you. So first thing is to define what we mean by groundwater governance. Groundwater governance is the processes and the enabling conditions for groundwater management, planning, and policy implications. So it is basically to determine who gets what, when, how, where, and when. We distinguish groundwater governance from groundwater management, which is more action-oriented, focused on practical implementation activities such as delivering permits and other on-the-ground activities. Groundwater governance has 4 essential components. The first one is the institutional framework, very important. It is also composed of a comprehensive legal framework. Knowledge, we heard a lot today about knowledge systems and generalized awareness of groundwater with groundwater uses. And finally, policies, incentives, structures, and plans are aligned with effective governance. In addition, we should not forget, and we should add, the human rights approach, because as a reminder, groundwater is the easiest source of water to satisfy the basic human right to water. And it is key to leave no one behind, and the guiding principle of the global acceleration framework. Governance is multi-level, like we heard on capacities, on all sorts of issues that we heard today. We act at multi-scale, so governance is the same, starting by the local scale, Groundwater is often accessed and utilized directly by the end users, who are the communities, the individuals who have their own household or farmers. So in addition to these, in addition to the local authorities, these have to be integrated in groundwater governance. And then we have the national scale, because often the state is the custodian who manages the water in general and groundwater in particular, and the regional level, where states engage in regional economic commissions or river basin organizations. At the international level, we saw that groundwater is critical to reaching many SDGs, not only SDG 6, the human rights obligations and other political commitments to which the states have committed. States in their technical assistance to developing states can include activities such as reviewing a country's regularity and policy framework. I'm sorry because I can't see really from far. Building partnerships and providing practical advisory services and strengthening water diplomacy capacities in transboundary settings. Groundwater governance needs to be inclusive. We heard this word also many times this day. It's one of the key words, and this is one of the other guiding principles of the Global Acceleration Framework. Okay, and we heard also about the cross-cutting aspect. And the action on SDG 6 depends from action on other SDGs, but we have also vice versa. And other guiding principles that were developed through the Groundwater Governance Project and updated or adapted in the World Water Development Report are the conjunctive planning for and decision-making on surface water, groundwater, and aquifers, vertical integration in planning and management between the different scales, the horizontal policy coordination across different sectors, because groundwater covers different sectors, consideration of both quantity and quality, co-governance of subsurface and subsurface space and subsurface resources, so land use, cooperation on transboundary aquifers. These aspects will not be developed here and is not developed in the overview document, because you will have a session on transboundary aquifers, and you can understand that we have all these complexities, and the boundaries will add another complexity. So how to reach SDG 6, what accelerators can be identified to reach SDG 6 achievement. We have, this is not an exhaustive list, and you can find more in the document. Reaching SDG 6.1 and 2, who are about access to drinking water and sanitation, conjunctive governance, complementary of groundwater and surface water, complementing households and people through practical training, so the awareness of the people who are using directly the groundwater, prioritize the right to safe drinking water over other uses, again the human rights approach. On SDGs 6.3 and 0.4, strong implementation of best management practices. We mentioned agriculture because it's the stronger user of groundwater, but other sectors are also concerned, and introduce effective demand management policies to counter water stress, but accompanied by capacity building, advice, and other incentives. On SDG 5, integrate management of all water as one dynamically interconnected resource, undertake detailed assessment and draw up aquifer contracts. We've heard, I think, from some countries who have introduced such contracts, and advanced mechanism for transboundary cooperation on aquifers. Finally, this is the only SDG, I think, that mentions aquifers, preserve groundwater-dependent ecosystem to preserve all the nature-based solutions and the ecosystem services, adopt an ecosystem services perspective. SDG 6.b about achievement. So it is important to recognize the necessity to adopt groundwater governance based on inclusivity, to integrate all stakeholders, and to involve all the actors across different administrative lines. Recognize the local nature of groundwater through training and creating awareness to the end users, and support improved transparency and accountability on the information and communication. Ensure stakeholder participation with gender equality and representative of vulnerable groups, and recognize that self-regulation of the communities can let's say, live along with the institutions created by the states. Just final key messages, and some of them were repeated since the opening ceremony this morning. We all know, I hope that now we all know that groundwater is key to achieve progress on the SDG accelerators, and that it is central to achieve other goals beyond SDG 6. The agents of change must be in all different sectors of the society and at different level, and we need to improve the cross-sectoral consideration of groundwater resources. Some recommendations, of course the list is not exhaustive, is to coordinate governance arrangements to reduce the impact of fragmented roles and responsibilities, to align the work carried out by appointed SDG custodian agencies to prevent a siloed approach to groundwater resources, to foster better alignment between formal governance arrangement and informal elements, so the local communities' actions and with the government action, regulate groundwater resources through consideration of the common pool character of groundwater, recognize that groundwater resources are mostly managed on a day-to-day basis at the well or borehole scale, and engage the private sector by aligning better with the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raya. And without losing time, we will go straight into the panel. The plan for the session is that we have 2 rounds of questions, one very quick one. It only requires 1 answer. So you never heard that before in this event, but it's a game, or the rules of the game. The second one will be a little longer. And then we have a couple of announcements and speakers, separate speakers at the end that will give us some insights from their perspectives. So let me start by quickly introducing the panel, and then I'll introduce the speakers afterwards as they speak. So first of all, number 3 here in line is His Excellency Mr. Nisar Baraka, who is the Minister of Equipment and Water of the Kingdom of Morocco. He's also, and this is mostly in this context that he's representing us here today, he is the President of the International Network of River Basin Organizations, INBO. Then we have next to him Joanna Duma, and she is Associate Professor at the American University of Beirut in Jordan, and she's also the Vice President for the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa region, for the International Association of Hydrogeologists. Next to Joanna, we have Yuan Li, who's a professor in China, and he is also the president of the International Water Resources Association. And next to Professor Li, we have Olcay Onma, who is presently a professor of practice at the Arizona State University, and he's also currently the member of the Water Policy Group, and he will be representing both of these in this context. So I will kick off the panel discussion very quickly now by asking each of you, by giving me your best view on what is the main challenge in groundwater governance. And I will ask Mr. Nisar first. 1 word.
Now it's working. Je vais parler en français, donc si vous permettez. Aujourd'hui, en fait, comme ça a été dit par rapport à cette question, l'un des challenges les plus importants, c'est évidemment la préservation et la durabilité en fait de ces ressources en eau. Et dans ce cadre-là, nous considérons qu'il est essentiel d'agir. D'ailleurs, c'est un des points sur lesquels l'Euriop a beaucoup mis l'accent, sur le besoin d'avoir une gestion intégrée de l'eau. Et cela implique 3 éléments principaux. Premièrement, je dirais donc une meilleure connaissance des ressources en eau disponibles. Deuxièmement, une mobilisation des différents acteurs autour d'objectifs clairs pour assurer la soutenabilité et la durée de l'eau. Et le 3e élément, c'est évidemment le contrôle et avec des sanctions en cas de...
Thank you very much. I get the word integrated water resources management, but with this broader view. So thank you very much for that. Joanna?
So I will go ahead and say maybe a huge political will sometimes, yeah.
Great. Thank you for that quick response. Professor Lee?
Yeah, I think most challenge is to set up the proper groundwater regulation framework regarding to scientific basis, sustainable basis, and also regarding to the resilience-based basis.
Great. Thanks a lot for that. And Olcay?
Yes, in one word, it's complexities.
Complexity. Great. Some very interesting feedback here. We appreciate that. And we will now go back to the first speaker in the panel. And these will be more individually targeted questions. And the first question is to Mr. Nisa Baraka again. In your role as the head of the INBO, International Network of Basin Organizations, what are the challenges and the major advances and benefits in governing groundwater as part of river basin organizations? Where does groundwater fit in? And as part of that, what are the major incentives for countries to get involved? And how can RBOs, river basin organizations, drive a stronger agenda on the groundwater governance?
Oui, alors... Alors, concernant la question, en fait, le RIOB il joue un rôle très important, comme vous le savez. C'est que nous inscrivons dans une logique de partage d'expérience, mais aussi d'appui pour pouvoir développer, en fait, ce réseau concernant les différents organismes de bassin. Il faut savoir que ces organismes sont de différents types. Nous avons les organismes de bassin qui sont, je dirais, au niveau d'un seul territoire, et nous avons des organismes de bassin qui concernent plusieurs territoires. Et dans ce cadre-là, la notion de... donc le RIOB joue un rôle important par rapport à cela et par rapport à ce type d'organisme, c'est que ces organismes, surtout qui concernent plusieurs territoires, qui gèrent en fait les aquifères de l'ensemble de ces territoires, permettent de répondre à trois objectifs majeurs. Le premier objectif, c'est celui de mieux, je dirais, mutualiser et de mieux exploiter ces ressources dans la durabilité. Le deuxième objectif, c'est celui véritablement d'avoir une meilleure valorisation de cette eau. Et le troisième objectif, c'est surtout de faire en sorte à ce qu'on puisse assurer la paix au niveau de ces pays et de ces territoires, je dirais, concernés par cette gestion. Et donc l'un des meilleurs exemples qui a été mis en avant par d'ailleurs la directrice générale de l'UNESCO, ça a été le cas de l'OMVS, l'organisation de mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal, et qui regroupe plusieurs pays et qui a réussi, malgré les différentes difficultés qu'il y a eu au niveau de ces zones, de maintenir en fait cette gestion au profit des populations et de développer en fait cette situation. Le deuxième aspect sur lequel je voulais revenir, c'est que dans le cadre de les avantages, c'est comme j'ai dit d'abord la paix, deuxièmement je dirais des ressources partagées qu'on assure la durabilité, et le troisième élément c'est aussi je dirais la capacité à mobiliser des ressources donc financières pour pouvoir mieux exploiter je dirais ces capacités aquifères au niveau de ces zones. Dernier point sur lequel je voulais réagir, c'est que le réseau a aussi un intérêt particulier, c'est celui du partage. Nous partageons les meilleures expériences pour qu'elles puissent être le mieux exploitées par les autres organismes. Ça permet aussi d'apporter, je dirais, l'appui technique pour pouvoir mieux avancer et faire en sorte à ce que d'autres pays ou d'autres, je dirais, groupements d'États puissent mettre en avant en fait ce type et utiliser ce type d'organisme de bassin pour pouvoir profiter des avantages que cela procure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baraka, for this insightful intervention. I think you really hit the nail on getting the groundwater and the aquifers into the river basin organization structures, especially the ones that are transboundary, of course. So very much appreciated. Then we're going to move on to the MENA region. And Joanna, I have a couple of questions for you here. How can regional cooperation enable accelerated groundwater governance in the MENA region? And also, what is the role of awareness raising on groundwater and aquifers among decision makers and communities in the region?
Thank you, Karen. So first of all, I must stress that the MENA region faces a lot of scarcity in terms of water resources that is getting worse with the climate constraints, and that more than 50% of the water supplied comes from groundwater. And on top of that, most of this water is also shared among countries. So there is a need for governance. And when we think about the local cooperation or the regional cooperation, that includes this dialogue, this participatory dialogue among associations, among organizations, decision makers, even local communities, scientists as well. This has helped at the beginning to highlight the bottlenecks against proper governance and shared governance. And I can cite among these, for instance, the lack of political will, or for instance, especially in countries where economic sector exploit groundwater above their safe yield. Also, I can cite the lack of education at different levels, and mostly the limited use of science and research and developments and advanced technologies in promoting or enhancing governance in some of the areas. But yet, I mean, this is not very negative at the end, because we can look at various successful stories that are shared among during this regional consultations or this regional dialogue. And I can cite among these, for instance, what is happening in North Africa related to the convention about the shared aquifer of the between North African countries, also in Morocco, where the local communities were heavily involved, and where they signed some agreements with the state about the use, the quantitative use of water, and also the advanced technology that is being used in the Gulf areas. And the sharing of these successful stories may create a ripple effect in the MENA region and help slowly advance governance more and more. And I must say that it is, I mean, being part sometimes as this, of these consultation meetings, I feel that this is raising a national commitment, or let's say a collective commitment towards enhancing governance and sharing governance in our area. So that's with respect to the first question. And the second question, I mean, needless to say that awareness is key to drive change from within the communities and not through a top-bottom approach that has not proven to be very successful. So first, I would like to say we need the right definitions. So, and here science comes really in handy, because we need to define what water is, what surface water is, what groundwater is. And also, this is very much needed to create the right institutions and to know the right expertise that are needed in order to cope with these groundwater challenges. And also, we need to do the right capacity building and trainings of trainers. That is something that should be something continuous, not just a couple of hours technical like a technical workshop for a couple of hours, but mostly train people on the job, do some aquifer testing, and be part of the training as well. Also, I would think that awareness would help people understand that decentralization may be the key to advanced governance, because if we test governance on small successful areas, we will be able to replicate this. But if we think about it as only in a strategic way, I don't know how we could test it and validate it. And also, I mean, there is a need to look at the other sectors and help raise awareness among other sectors that are using groundwater. For instance, the agriculture, we have a project that is groundwater and the WEF, where we look at groundwater specifically and try to find its value in terms of quality and quantity to be able to convince farmers that this asset is not only theirs, but it's a shared common good. And finally, as an educator, and I will stop on this anecdote, when I was teaching a class called Water in a Changing World, I asked the student where this bottle of water comes from, and nobody could answer anything about groundwater. And this raised a very important challenge that groundwater is not taught at a secondary level. And we're standing here thinking about sustainable groundwater for the future, but these are the people in schools right now who will be holding the torch later on. So I think we have to invest some serious work on groundwater awareness at the school level as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joanna. This was very nice interventions on many levels. I really enjoyed the way that you embedded groundwater and basically all the aspects that where it comes in. So much appreciated. Now we're going to move on to Professor Lee, and in your role of the president of the IAEA, I would like to raise a couple of questions here regarding that, and that is, what is the contribution of IAEA to the global debate on groundwater governance, and also how can IAEA support progress on groundwater governance?
Thank you, Karen, for response to your first question. IAEA is we treat ourselves as a water professional agencies, try to establish the interface between scientific-based policy and the real-world practice. So what we have been done regarding to the groundwater governance is number one is to strengthen the scientific research, to create more knowledge, to understand the more situation of the groundwater. Second is to, through our network, to disseminate this knowledge, and through paper publications and those kind of things. And the third one is to host the webinars, conference regarding to the water governance, groundwater, those kind of things, because we have set up the task force of the groundwater within our associations to enforce the groundwater aspects. Yeah. And number four is to deal in some policy study and interventions, and we periodically produce some policy briefs to encourage the improvement of the water governance. To respond to your second question is how we to do. As many people have mentioned, the groundwater is very complicated and not easy to understand. It's invisible. So we still go along with our missions is to establish the relation and interface between science, policy, and the real-world practice. So on the three aspects, number one, in the science aspects, we think we should not only just IAEA, but also all the international groundwater committees to have more efforts to study the groundwater cycle, groundwater mechanism, interaction between surface water and groundwater, trade-off of groundwater with land use, with agriculture, with environmental, with other. So all this will be provided the technical scientific background for people to know, to understand the groundwater, to know the situation, to know the problem, to know the challenges. Second aspect is we still focus on our efforts to getting the study intervention of governance of the water. So particularly like the groundwater, actually we are very late to set up the proper groundwater regulation frameworks, which reflecting to the characteristic of the groundwater, reflecting to the culture of the groundwater use, reflecting to the political and social setup of the countries. So they have to be carefully studied because groundwater is scanned in the area is different from place to place. So it have to be carefully, precisely regulated. So this framework of the groundwater regulation need to be carefully studied and further doing well for this. And third aspect is to find the solutions, find the tools, find the experience to solve the real-world problems of the groundwater, such as the overexploitation of the groundwater, how to protect the recharge of the groundwater, how to maintain the discharge to keep the groundwater and surface water have the interactive relations. So I got to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. And talking about policies, I think this leads us very nicely into our next panelists. And before I actually ask you the question regarding the policy aspects, I would just like you to reflect, based on your long-standing experience in the water sector, from FAO, from the World Water Assessment Program, etc., how do you see that we have progressed in terms of groundwater governance, and what are your reflections in that regard with your long-standing experience? And then secondly, as part of the water policy group, where do you see that groundwater governance stands with specific reference to achievement of the SDG 6 targets, and what are the sort of the groundwater specific aspects to that? Thanks.
Thank you. To make your job easier, I will answer both questions in one go. Last year we conducted, as Water Policy Group, a survey of water ministers and national water leaders from 88 countries. And we asked them specific questions regarding the challenges they had, the risks, and specific questions with the accelerators of the SDG 6 framework. And we had interesting answers. So I will provide my three perspectives to your first question based on some observations from these survey results. First of all, out of the listed 9 risks we provided, which were not under the control of governments, the ministers and water leaders listed climate change as the top list. And the third and the fourth risks, top listed risks, were floods and droughts. And those are also linked to climate change. Then out of the 9 listed challenges, the very first ranked challenge was water issues being a relatively low priority for the government, and this is coming from the ministers. And the second most often identified challenge was fragmented water institutions, again coming from those running these institutions. So that is telling. As for the SDG 6 accelerators, for most of the water leaders, the SDG 6 targets are challenging or impossible to achieve because of either governance problems or finance problems. So the two were almost equal in weight, with variations from income groups or water stress levels. We had a groundwater chapter in our survey, and specifically for groundwater, led national water leaders to a percentage of 90%, of all income groups, they said groundwater was either very important or essential to the future of their country's water supply. Those who said essential was over 50%. So that provides a very good basis to discuss this. And the same group also said, 27% of them said that groundwater was being used sustainably in most places. So the rest said either not sustainably or in some places sustainably. So based on the examination of these, my three personal perspectives and recommendations. The first one is a water resources perspective, and that is groundwater's integration in water institutions and national water plans. Again, the same ministers and water leaders gave a optimistic response. 55% said yes, they were well integrated, but 45% said no, they are not well integrated. So we see progress here, but the need for further action. Secondly, in the water resources perspective, effectiveness of institutions and laws, and the response to this was only 11% said they were highly effective. So integrated, but not effective, and that shows an immediate and urgent area of action. My second perspective is climate change, because climate change is the biggest concern they have. And groundwater is different from water resources in general here. So the observation was that groundwater comes with mitigation and adaptation options in addition to the broad water benefits to climate change. And as a result, it has two backdoor elements that are probably moving into faster than water resources in general: the buffering role in an adaptation context and mitigation role through geothermal energy when applicable. The third one is broad national policy perspective, and the justification is that the ministers themselves didn't think that water was prominent enough in policies. So the recommendation here is priority for water in general, but groundwater in particular, to be recognized in government policies directly, but also indirectly in the policies of public health, in pollution and contamination, drinking water sources, etc. Climate change that I mentioned earlier, the energy security sector, the food security issue, and a healthy environment from a human rights perspective, and in nature-based solutions. So the international organizations and professional agencies have a lot to do with those, and there is a large scope for groundwater.
Thank you so much for that, Olcay. Very insightful, and we can see we have a long way to go. I appreciate the view of this trends across sectoral role that groundwater plays. I think that's one of the key messages coming out. Now we are done with the panel. Thank you for, let's give a hand to the panelists. Now we'll have some individual reflections from our right side of the chairs there. And first I would like to introduce Mr. Kalis Tindimugaya. He is the Commissioner for Water Resources Planning and Regulation at the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda. And I don't have any set script for you, Kalis, so it's really up to you how to reflect. Thanks.
Thank you very much, moderator. Yes, I think we are talking about governance, and of course one needs to ensure that groundwater is integrated in the various decision-making processes across institutions, agencies at different levels, international, regional, and national level. And of course one can ask himself or herself whether this is happening. I think it hasn't happened to the extent we would want for a number of reasons, that we are challenged by the knowledge of groundwater resources. Many institutions assume that groundwater is available in unlimited quantities, so they just develop the resource without actually taking any informed decisions. The other thing also is that we have tended to talk about groundwater within ourselves. And I think we need to go beyond ourselves and bring those outside the water sector to actually engage in these discussions. The other issue is we haven't actually, in many areas, quantified the contribution of groundwater. If we look at how much groundwater contributes, for example, to economic development of a country, I don't think we have that information. So again, decision makers take it for granted. They assume groundwater is there, and probably it is not as important as we would want them to believe. And of course, we also tend to communicate groundwater information into a technical language that people don't understand. But I feel that we are making some good progress and a number of things are happening. In many countries, groundwater has been integrated in river basin planning. And we see groundwater being considered together with surface water. And I note that in many river basin organizations now, groundwater is integrated. We have been having programs to build capacity integration of groundwater in river basin organizations. And again, we are promoting conjunctive use of groundwater and surface water, and also bringing stakeholders into the fore beyond what we have been having. The other issue is also we see a lot of work being done to quantify and monitor groundwater resources, to build capacity, and also to ensure that groundwater is given attention at various levels. Internationally, we see many organizations looking at groundwater. At the regional level, we have regional economic communities taking up groundwater, river basin organizations, and the countries. And within all of those frameworks, we see a lot of capacity being built. And at the community level, people engaging in discussions on groundwater. So I hope that we are on track and we'll be able to achieve our objectives moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caliste. I will go straight to the next speaker because we are running late. And this will be Barbara Pompili. She was the ex-minister of the ecological transition in France from 2020 to 22. Here today she is in the role of chair of the OECD Water Governance Initiative, and I'll give the word to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Karen. A lot has already been said today on the challenges and the opportunities of good water governance, but as the chair of the Water Governance Initiative of the OECD, allow me to reiterate 3 messages. First, we cannot improve what we cannot measure. And I am not just talking about data on the quality and the quantity of groundwater. Data and information on institutional frameworks for groundwater are also scarce. And in most parts of the world, groundwater governance is lacking because it is invisible. And unfortunately, out of sight often means out of mind. To support the countries in this endeavor, the OECD Water Governance Initiative developed water governance indicators that can contribute to monitoring and evaluating groundwater governance. Second, when there are no clear-cut boundaries for groundwater, cooperation is needed. Groundwater withdrawal grew tenfold in the past 50 years, enabling economies and population across the world to prosper. But between 1960 and 2000, the rate of groundwater depletion more than doubled. This could become the biggest threat to agriculture and drinking water supplies in many parts of the world. Good groundwater governance should therefore investigate if groundwater policies are tailored to places and tackle coordination challenges between the national, regional basin and local scales. And 3, and last, groundwater is not just about water. Groundwater does not just supply 40% of all irrigation water, it also provides drinking water to half of the global population. Cities, for example, use groundwater in houses and businesses, but over-extracting the groundwater below them can cause land subsidence or sinking. This, in turn, affects the city's built environment. Good groundwater governance should address the interdependencies between groundwater policies, surface water policies, and other related fields. So let's continue to build on this momentum to improve water governance towards more effective and efficient groundwater policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a hand. I think my takeaway from a couple of the panelists is that data is not just about groundwater data as such, the biophysical aspects. It's also, when we talk about governance, it's actually some indicators of how we are doing in terms of governing groundwater. So thank you for your contribution. Okay, so we have one more speaker. This is Mr. Nigel Crowhall. He's from UNESCO, and he's the chief of the section on local and indigenous knowledge and knowledge systems. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's a very short message. It's to say the late Professor Elinor Ostrom she was the first woman to win an economics prize, the Nobel Prize. And her lifetime study was on governance systems, on how people managed common pool resources and made decisions and reacted to them. And she put a lot of her attention, as the work went on indigenous systems of governance. And what she highlighted, and I think it's very germane for the conversation, is that policies can facilitate good governance or they can really damage good governance. And the point about the indigenous governance systems is that they had ecological feedback and were based on equity. So they were responsive to their environment. But a rigid policy environment could undermine that. And we've worked together with UNDP and UNEP and FAO at the Dushanbe conference, and it was very exciting. The declaration from Dushanbe highlights the importance of gender equality, of youth, and the role of indigenous peoples and local communities. And if that can carry forward into the messaging in 2023, then we've achieved something. So about the scaling of the different types of governance. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Now we're about to round off. We're actually catching up a little bit, so thank you for sticking to time. And we also have a bit of time left over from Marianne Kjellen from UNDP. She's a water advisor, and she would like to wrap up a bit around our discussions. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, and just by rounding up, I would like to say that I think groundwater protection is really the crown of cooperation. It's something where it's the collective trust and actually together cherishing and sharing the resource, refraining from pollution and over-extraction. So I think that's really an achievement that builds on scientific information, understanding of the resource, but also the trust which needs to be built in by the governance framework through community organization or regulatory frameworks. So thank you all for highlighting so many important aspects of that. So as the last speaker, I have the privilege of just thanking everyone for listening and for the great introduction, the overview, for the wisdom of the panel, for the great contributions and excellent moderation. Also our rapporteurs, we look forward to hearing from you, and thank you also for the amazing organization that comes from this side. And also the overall guidance by Alice Aureli from UNESCO has been fantastic for this panel. And so thank you UNESCO and IGRAC for also the amazing organization. Well, thank you, and maybe an applause for the organizers, I think. And by this, I think we are in a much better situation going to the UN 2023 Water Conference and the 2024 World Water Forum, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for your nice words. And Well, let's say that if we made it, it's because we made it all together. IGRAC, UN Water, UNDP, FAO, all the UN agencies, partners, and international experts. So it's the success of everybody. Well, this is the end of the 5 accelerators looking at groundwater for today. But I think one of the best moments just to come and to start. We have the pleasure to have with us a special event. We are looking at the conference in 2023, but what happened after the conference 2023? We have to go beyond, we have to go far and to think about the future. There will be the World Water Forum, the 10th World Water Forum in 2024. So we are looking already what groundwater and what water will be in the future. So we have with us the delegation of Indonesia, and I invite here the experts and the panelists and the World Water Council representative to be with us for this special event and presentation. They told me that, of course, there will be no interpretation in French and Spanish for this special event, but we will try to do it. Please come in the way to facilitate translations. Okay, perfect. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the special event, World Water Forum 2024, Preparations for Road to Bali. I'm Karishma Asadani from the World Water Council. In this special event today, we are happy to share essential information for the 10th World Water Forum to be held in 2024. As you all know, we are just a year and few months away from the 10th Forum. This is a joint effort to communicate the key updates. I will now invite Ms. Yundrin Kim, Director, 10th World Water Forum, to the dais to take us through the proceedings and to deliver the welcome address. Ms. Kim, over to you.
Thank you, Karishma. Okay, welcome to the special event, Bali 2024, preparing the 10th World Water Forum. Distinguished guests, participants, it is my great honor to be here to co-organize this valuable gathering with our Indonesian colleagues who are sitting beside us. So today's session will provide a general information and updated progress of the preparatory process of the 10th World Water Forum that will include forum framework, thematic keywords, and different milestones we've engaged so far and plans to engage in our further pathways. Considering this chance of sharing information of the 10th Forum during this UN Water Summit and Groundwater Summit, Groundwater should be the opportunity to ponder how the importance of the UN-led initiatives and the priorities such as groundwater could be applied or reflected to the World Water Forum in 2024. So thank you very much once again for your participation. To begin with, please welcome our heads of the delegates of the two co-organizers of the World Water Forum in 2024. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Mr. Loy Fashong, President of the World Water Council. Please give him a round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know if you can speak French, so I will speak English. Dear friends of water, it's a great pleasure to meet you today in the UNESCO Center, headquarters. Again, we are very happy to talk about a new forum. Last one has taken place in Dakar, and I would like to salute my friend Minister Serimi Etiam, Minister of Water and Sanitation of Senegal, and all his staff. Was produced with us a very successful forum, the 9th one. Now we are on the road of the 10th next forum, 10th one. And last March in Dakar we have decided to co-organize the next forum with the Indonesian government and with the province of Bali, with the governorate of Bali. And I would like to thank at this moment the Indonesian authorities, represented by the Minister of Environment of Indonesia, and also by the governor of Bali, who is with us tonight. We are very proud and very honored to organize this forum with our Indonesian friends. Really, they have prepared I think, very efficient, very professional forum. And we are now together as co-organizers. We are on the way to have the thematic we would like to push is a little bit new. It's to spare water for shared prosperity. Spare and shared. And what does it mean? We are facing, as you know, different strengths and different difficulties. I would like to underline one. Obviously, we could talk about climate divagation, climate change, and the consequences on water resources. But there is one other difficulty that most of our colleagues in the world knows. That's demography, that's growth of the population, that appearing of a lot of megacities with difficulties, with pollution, with difficulties to provide food for the population. That's the current difficulty. And so we'll try to work on these two main issues, climate and demography. But not only. And we need, as you know, more water resource for these challenges. It means that on one hand we have to produce more water. When I say produce, to bring at the disposal of the different users more water. Water for man and water for nature, both. We cannot continue to provide water only for mankind, for human. And now we need to be more careful for water and nature. That's a new challenge. That's the case when we talk about the nature-based solutions, but not only. And that's our duty to plan solutions and responses to face these new needs. And produce more and consume less. Consume less means use all the digital evolutions to manage better the different use of water, and also to change our kind of consumption. And it's a big challenge for the new generations. So we need whole capacities, and I am very pleased to see so many friends, so many participants, so many water experts in this room tonight. We need all innovative ideas. We need all know-hows, all experience. And I would like to pay tribute, especially tonight, to Mrs. Azoulay for these very important, very nice words, very complete speech this morning, but also to Mrs. Shami Bedwell, to Mr. Hamani, to Mrs. O'Reilly, all the UNESCO team for water and others for the help, for their involvement, and together this afternoon we have decided to launch new cooperation programs between UNESCO and World Water Council, which will take place in the preparation of the next forum. We would like to bring on the ground, and not only in the conference, to bring a new kind of solutions and response which could change the daily life of billions of people, to bring access to water and sanitation concretely during this period. So help us all of you, all together to contribute to make this 10th World Water Forum a very successful one, and that we could all together work during the 18 next months on the road to Bali. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, President. Now we'll invite our second speaker, Ms. Siti Nirvaya Baker, the Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Excellencies, Ministers, President of the World Water Council, Honorable Ambassadors, Permanent Delegates to UNESCO, Assistant DG for Natural Sciences, Governor of Bali Province, Board of Governors of the World Water Council, Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the special session of the World Water Forum 2024, co-hosted by the Government of Indonesia, together with the World Water Council. It is an honor for Indonesia for being elected by the World Water Council in Senegal to host the 10th World Water Forum to be held in Bali in 2024. Under the theme of Water for Shared Prosperity, the Government of Indonesia wishes that the 10th World Water Forum will be able to strengthen our joint efforts and collaboration in finding concrete solutions in addressing opportunities and challenges related to water issues. We choose Bali as a host province, as Bali is one of the places in Indonesia where water connects every aspect of life. Water in Balinese culture and religion is not only important because it serves as holy water in rituals, but also for its prominent role in the ecosystem. Water, as part of the nature, is such a central element in Balinese belief. Water is a revered element incumbent in everyday life. Hence, water is deemed as a form of purification in Bali. Strong commitment has been fostered through a recent meeting between President Joko Widodo and the President of World Water Council. Support and collaboration with all parties involved, especially in the UNESCO, is crucial to the 10th World Water Forum success. We also do hope all of new Board of Governor members would be the messenger to invite participants in each country to the 10th World Water Forum in 2024 in Bali and to raise the theme Water for Shared Prosperity for facing the global water challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government will assure that we are preparing the 10th World Water Forum as inclusive as possible to ensure that all people, irrespective of sex, age, race, or ethnicity, may voice their concern on water. This platform is expected to accommodate every concern and interest in water with no exception to the young generation. We would expect to hear and consider the younger generation's voice as they are able to use the power of their collective voice to advocate, lobby, and lead campaigns about water. As more youth grow up in a world characterized by advanced technologies and information sharing, many are harnessing this opportunity to create innovative, sustainable environmental solutions. Bali has been renowned as a tourist destination for decades, with its magnificent scenery and vibrant culture. Bali offers splendid experience for the participants to combine both conference activity and leisure activity. With this concept, hopefully, the 10th World Water Forum will bring us an extraordinary and genuine experiences. Combining the classroom sessions and site visits will be the strength and magnetism of the 10th World Water Forum. Site visits will be organized in several places which is relevant to the themes and sub-themes, especially Subak in Bali. Subak is a Balinese irrigation system that concerns cultural law, which has characteristics namely social, agricultural, religious, with determination and a spirit of mutual cooperation in the effort to obtain water with the goals of providing water needs in producing foods, especially rice and annual cash crops. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on this particular occasion, it is my pleasure and honor to invite you all to come to Bali for the 10th World Water Forum on May 18 to 24th, the year 2024. We will ensure you have a wonderful experience in a forum for open discussion, formulation of innovative perspective, and new ways of perceiving the future technology towards sustainable development and management of water resources. We do hope that the upcoming 10th World Water Forum can be a good forum for sharing knowledge and experience in water resources development and management, strengthening global water community. We look forward to seeing you in Bali, Indonesia on May 2024. Bali awaits you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. So now we'll give you a little more detailed information and progress of the preparation of the 10th World Water Forum from now. We have two speakers for this, and myself will be the first presenter. Can I ask for the remote control if there is any on the stage? Or, oh, okay, here, sorry. So, yes, the other one, please. Thank you. So, this is what we are going to update for the preparation of the 10th World Water Forum, what we have discussed so far with our co-organizer Indonesian colleagues. My presentation goes with 3 items. First, the World Water Council. It is very essential to understand the World Water Forum based on the understanding of the World Water Council and its activities. The World Water Council is an international multi-stakeholders platform organization that has a mission to mobilize action on critical water issues at all levels, including the highest decision-making level, by engaging people in debate and challenging conventional thinking. Accordingly, we currently have 6 strategic priorities we're focusing on to make valuable global advocacies and analyze subtopics to bring every member's heads together for better solutions to related water challenges. The World Water Forum is one of our critical actions of the World Water Forum that tries realize the aforementioned missions with the selected host government every 3 years. World Water Forum as the platform for partnership catalyzing concrete actions to reserve water issues is a procedure of facilitating responsible actors in water in this international society we're belonging to. So far, we had 9 editions of the forum, begin with Morocco, Netherlands, Japan, Mexico, Turkey, France, Republic of Korea, Brazil, Senegal for the past 27 years. And this is the trajectory that you could see, and maybe if you're interested in any more information, I will share with you later on. So now, we're heading towards the 10th edition of the World Water Forum, as you are all well aware of. Since after the forum host was selected in March this year in the car at the board meeting of the World Water Council, co-organizers of the Forum of the World Water Council and the Indonesian governments had more than 20 times of on and offline meetings for preparing and designing the visions and the practical framework of the World Water Forum 10th edition, which has been included in the framework agreement as well. We completed this procedure for the framework agreement in November in Bali, which was the last month. Meanwhile, there were different occasions and chances that we could share information on the forum, and many of you might have already received some information before you came here on the forum, and having this occasion started from this year with the Asia Pacific Water Forum Summit in Kumamoto and Cairo Water Week in Egypt, G20 and HELP meeting in Bali, Korea International Water Week in Daegu. Now we are here at the UN Water Summit on Groundwater with you. The key information on the screen throughout what has been discussed between the 2 co-organizers. The 10th World Water Forum will be in Bali, Republic of Indonesia, and it will be from May 18th to 24th, 2024. The basic framework of the forum is composed of the different processes that provides a global platform framework of the cooperation based on the themes and the regions and stakeholders all together. Firstly, thematic process that provides the substantive underpinning of the World Water Forum as a whole with various water prioritized issues. And the political process that encourages and catalyzes decision makers' political commitments that eventually leads us to implementation as well. And the regional process that will design to share customized local knowledge and experiences with action-oriented solutions and deliverables. Each and every process will proceed with youth involvement, seeing them as one of our major actors. Other than these basic processes, there will be also additionally Fair and Expo and Citizens segment that will be included in a very strong way. With a shared notion to resolve water challenges with local, regional, and global multi-stakeholders, the overarching theme for the 10th World Water Forum has been decided: water for shared prosperity. To have developed concept and a concretized topic under this overarching theme, the World Water Council and Indonesian colleagues have made our efforts to draw some keywords you can see on the screen. Based on the World Water Council survey conducted to its members and its nation-state stakeholders meeting operated by our Indonesian government, here you can see 7 different keywords each have been summarized on the screen. So also these keywords from each organizer had somewhat linked or even same, as you can see the matching lines in between. The possible keywords that could help our further decision of the subtopics include water, environment and conservation, water, energy, food, health alliance, water and disaster, integrated water resources management, water conflict and resolution. These are just the keywords, not the all different themes that we're going to finally use for the forum. Globally shared challenges when we consider aforementioned issues are climate change, population growth, urbanization, energy crisis, as well as soil and air pollutions and so on. Based on understanding the conditions, common enablers to make solutions to the major issues may include good governance, innovative technologies, well-managed financing and investment, efficient cooperation and partnership, policy development, circular economy, and capacity building and training. We'll invite you to the kickoff meeting, which is the first stakeholders meeting that will be finalizing our all subtopics that we're going to list up for the further forum processes. And even before that, it will be really great to have your voice through our main channel of the Secretariat of the World Water Council and also the Indonesian co-organizers. I'll just highlight the yellow part, the ISC. This is one of the main actors to decide everything about the forum processes. So International Steering Committee will be the highest decision-making body that we are going to rely on, which will be composed of equally Indonesian side and the World Water Council side of the experts. So this might be my last slides. Here you can see the important timeline. The kickoff meeting, the first stakeholders meeting, will be held 15 months before the forum on February 15th to 16th. The kickoff meeting in Bali is providing everyone specific framework of the forum and the process composition with detailed information than now. Above all, it will be the place to collect your voices to each of the process and themes on how to develop them together. Second stakeholders meeting will be around September 2023, which will be 8 months before the forum. That will be the place of the developing various activities by each of the working bodies and the commissions under the forum processes. So there will be many milestones that we're having and we're planning, like here, the UN Groundwater Summit as well. So we are also having this good works between everyone here and discussions how we are going to apply different thematic issues and the regional actors to the forum process. So information will be keep updated and we truly deliver our sincere welcoming to all of you to Bali. So now I will invite our Indonesian co-organizer, our good partner, Mr. Andra Adwadi Dada, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Public Works and Housing, Republic of Indonesia, to the stage for his presentation. Thank you very much.
So thank you, everyone. Yeah, which one? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Minister of Environment and Forestry, the Republic of Indonesia, and His Excellency, the Governor of Bali, and also His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia for France, the President of World Water Council, and then Honorable Board of Governors of World Water Council, and also a Joan of Director General of UNESCO. And Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. And I'm delighted here to inform a little bit, to add some more slides because it's already a little bit late, and I know you're already hungry here. So I'm not talking too many slides. So I just want to add some more slides because Madam Yoon Jin previously has informed so much, has given you so much information. So to add some more, so these are the expectations from our government about the World Water Forum in Bali 2024. So we expect, for example, here 30,000 participants to come. And of course, all of you here are welcome to be in Bali in 2024. And we also learned so much about the previous World Water Forum from our colleagues from Korea, Japan, and Brazil, and also the last one from Senegal. I think this make us in a very good condition to make this event more successful for you and for all the participants. And Bali is very much ready to be the host of this event, and we have just organized the G20 event a few weeks ago. And I think all the necessary elements of this organization will be there. And yeah, like for instance, the accommodation, logistical matters, transportation, etc. And it's very, for instance, in Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center will be the main venue, but as Minister Siti Nurbaya said, we will try to make a perfect mix between the indoor and outdoor events to make this World Water Forum different from the previous forum. So it will be a perfect mix between work and leisure in Bali. And of course, we have made the organizational structure, and this is the structure, and the National Organizing Committee has been set up and chaired by the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment, and also the vice chaired by the Governor of Bali. So this event has been organized after the election in Senegal a few months ago, and we have started with the National Stakeholders Forum meeting in Jakarta twice this year, and we have also planned to make 2 more National Stakeholder Forums before the International Stakeholder Forum that will be held in March 2023. In February 2023. So the response from the national stakeholders are very positive in responding this event, and they are very eager to participate since the beginning of the process. So Madam Yoon Jin has been talk about this earlier. And the support from the national government is already there from the highest level of the government. The President of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo, has met President of World Water Council, President Loic Fossong, in Bali during the G20, before the G20 meeting. And we again stated our commitment to make this event as successful as possible for you and for all the participants. And all the missions of the World Water Forum can be achieved through the strong commitment of this, of the government of Indonesia, as a co-host with the World Water Council. And the framework agreement as the primary guidelines for our operation has been also signed a few weeks ago, also in Bali. And the site visits, as I mentioned earlier, we will try to make a perfect mix between the indoor and outdoor activities, and to show to the world about what Indonesia can do, what we can do with our Mother Nature with related to water. And this one is the last slide, and we will also organize the international kick-off meeting for the international community in 15 and 16 February 2023 in Jakarta. So you are welcome to participate and be there, and that will be the good opportunity for us to discuss about the themes, discuss about the programs, and discuss about other essential elements for the World Water Forum, and also the launching of the website and registration process. So I think that would be all. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Andra. That was very concise and very well visualized presentation. So as I've highlighted, it is such an important work to link our procedure of the World Water Forum to the UN Water Conference and the Groundwater Summit as well, so that the forum process goes more inclusive than now. So we'll invite Ms. Shamila Bedol, the Assistant Director General for the Natural Science at UNESCO. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hyunjin Kim. Don't worry, please. It's okay. My name is quite difficult to pronounce. So please do not worry. Honorable Minister, Mrs. Siti Nurbaya Bakar, Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Good evening to you, ma'am. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for gracing us with your presence here today. Mr. Loic Fauchon, President of the World Water Council and Forum, it's a deep honor to have you among us and to grace us also with your presence and to support UNESCO. This Groundwater Summit would not take place without, indeed, your dedicated support to all of us. And while I thank everybody, let me also thank the UN Water family, all of the UN Water family, which has given UNESCO this unique mandate to organize the first ever UN conference on groundwater. I thank you dearly to all of you for bringing us here and gathering us here today. I want to thank also Mr. Indra Atamwijaja, Senior Advisor to the Ministry on Technology. Thank you for the excellent presentation and the framework of how Indonesia intends to take forward the next conference. I want to thank Mrs. Hyunjin Kim. Thank you for all your dedication, for all your support. It's good to see that a woman is the director of the 10th World Water Forum. Congratulations to you and to the government and to the Republic for nominating a woman to lead the next water dialogue. We're also in the hands of the minister, who is also a lady and will also take forward the gender perspective of water. Thank you, Minister. Let me thank all the other delegations, ambassadors who are present with us here today, the delegations of UNESCO that fully supported this initiative. Now, Excellencies, dear delegates and participants, the protection and sustainable use of water resources is an issue that concerns all of us. Indeed, access to safe drinking water is a human right, as is access to sanitation. These rights have been recognized by the United Nations General Assembly. So, to put it another way, water resources are the common goods of humanity. But how can we ensure that they are managed for the years to come? So I'm pleased to see all of you gathered here today from all across the world, lending your support to call upon governments, the private sector, civil society, experts across the world to consider the vital question of water as a human right. Now, UNESCO is one of the founding members of the World Water Council and has always been involved in all of its activities, especially contributing to the World Water Forum. And for this reason, I want to reiterate how important it is to have with us the President here with us today, President of the World Water Council, Mr. Loic Fauchon. Thank you very much for being with us on the subject of groundwater. Now, the groundwater was afforded substantial visibility during the last World Water Forum in Dhaka, where UNESCO launched the World Water Development Report, Making the Invisible Visible, is the remedy to the water crisis under our feet. Indeed, what better way to have launched this report than on a continent, the African continent, which has a potential for groundwater which still has to be fulfilled. And yet there are so many other countries, small island developing states, and other developing countries which have a potential for groundwater to meet their needs. UNESCO congratulates the Republic of Indonesia for hosting the 10th World Water Forum in May 2024 in the beautiful island setting of Bali. This World Water Forum in May 2024 will provide an excellent opportunity to address the challenges of groundwater resources across the world and especially in Asia. How can we use groundwater essential for food safety, for food security? I want to thank all of you for the cooperation on water and through water, because there can be no development without water security, no stability without access to water. So let us address this water scarcity, which will be also an adaptation to climate change. That is why UNESCO is committed to really promoting the beneficial roles of science in decision-making and protection of our resources. The Intergovernmental Hydrological Program is dedicated to science for a water-secure world in a changing environment. So UNESCO lends its scientific, technical support to the government of Indonesia for the organization of the 10th World Water Forum, and we will work closely also with the President, available here with us today. So in closing, I want to say that I've just come from the World Science Forum, launched last night in the city of Cape Town. This is the first time the African continent hosts the World Science Forum. The theme is science for social justice. Well, what type of science do we have to access water? What type of science do we need to access groundwater services? I think these are questions that we would like to address with you jointly. Water really sustains life on Earth, and we must value that as a human right. And I want to thank all of you for your participation, for your support to UNESCO. I will not do justice if I do not thank all those staffs present here today who worked very hard over the last 2 years to bring us here. My first thanks goes to Madam Alicia Orally, the Chief of Groundwater. Thank you, Alicia. Let me also thank Abu Amani, the Director of the Division of Hydrology, Abu, and all the team that have worked days and nights to make this conference a success. I want to thank them all sincerely, and thank all the translators also present with us here, all the technicians, the staff of the Water Division, IA, and all those who've contributed to this. Thank you very, very much. I look forward to working with you, all of you, and please be rest assured of UNESCO's undying support to ensure that water really becomes a reality for every child in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jamila Nile Bedwell. Now I think I pronounced right. Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. Now we cannot wait to invite our last but not least speaker from Bali, Mr. Iwayan Koster, Governor of Bali Government. Please give him a round of applause.
Om Swastiastu. Yang terhormat Duta Besar luar biasa dan berkuasa penuh Republik Indonesia untuk Perancis, Andorra, Monaco, serta delegasi tetap Republik Indonesia untuk UNESCO, Bapak Muhammad Umar. Yang terhormat Presiden World Water Council, Mr. Louis Poussin. Yang terhormat Menteri Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Siti Nurbaya. Yang terhormat Asisten Direktur Jenderal UNESCO for Natural and Science, Mrs. Samila. Yang terhormat hadirin sekalian, selamat malam. Semoga kita semua senantiasa dalam keadaan sehat dan berbahagia.
Excellencies, the Ambassador of Indonesia and Permanent Delegate to UNESCO, the President of the World Water Council, the Minister for the Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, the ADG of UNESCO, and Board of Governors of the World Water Council, and all dear participants. Good evening, and may we all be in good health and good fortune.
Mewakili pemerintah Provinsi Bali dan masyarakat Bali, sebagai Gubernur Bali, saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan apresiasi telah memilih Bali sebagai tempat pelaksanaan World Water Forum ke-10 tahun 2024. Dengan keindahan alam Bali, keramah tamahan masyarakat Bali, dan keunikan budaya Bali, kami siap menyambut kehadiran para delegasi di Bali, the Island of Gods, the Island of Love, and the last paradise of the world.
Representing the provincial government of Bali and the people of Bali. As the governor of Bali, I would like to express my appreciation to the to the international community for having chosen Bali as the host of the World Water Forum in 2024. With our beautiful nature and friendliness of the people of Bali, we were ready to welcome you to the Island of Gods, the Island of Love, and the last paradise of the world.
Bali menjadi daya tarik pariwisata dunia yang mendapat penghargaan sebagai tujuan resort terbaik se-Asia. Selain itu, beberapa warisan budaya Bali telah ditetapkan sebagai warisan budaya dunia oleh UNESCO, antara lain Lanskap Subak Catur Angga Batu Karu, Pura Kerajaan Taman Ayun, Jatiluwih, Sistem Subak Bali, dan Lanskap Subak Daerah Aliran Sungai Pakerisan.
Bali is a very popular tourist destination that has been awarded as the best resort destination of Asia. Apart from that, Bali hosts various UNESCO World Heritage Sites such as the Subak Catur Angga Batu Karu, the Taman Ayun, the Jatiluwih, and the Subak Bali systems, and the landscape of the Subak watersheds.
Sebagai Gubernur Bali, saya mengajukan pelaksanaan World Water Forum ke-10 tahun 2024 pada tanggal 18 sampai 24 Mei 2024. Acara pembukaan dilaksanakan pada tanggal 18 Mei 2024 bertepatan dengan hari baik menurut kearifan lokal Bali, yaitu Hari Tumpek Uye, merupakan pelaksanaan upacara Danu Kerti, yaitu Hari Penyucian dan Pemuliaan Sumber Air sebagai sumber kesejahteraan dan kebahagiaan kehidupan manusia. Acara pembukaan dilaksanakan di panggung terbuka, fasilitas budaya yang megah, akan dipentaskan suatu karya seni yang mengaktualisasikan pemulihan air sebagai sumber kehidupan.
As the governor of Bali, I had proposed that the World Water Forum take place during 18 to 24 May 2024, because according to Balinese calendar, 18th of May 2024 falls on a very holy day, the day of Tumpak Uya, meaning the sanctity of water, where we sanctify the water. And we will have an opening ceremony with various traditional ceremonies.
Rangkaian pertemuan World Water Forum ke-10 di Bali akan dilaksanakan di Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center, kompleks resort yang memiliki fasilitas convention berkelas dunia. Kompleks resort ini merupakan tempat yang nyaman dan aman, serta memiliki akses yang mudah ke banyak daya tarik dan destinasi wisata.
The 10th World Water Forum will take place at the Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center, which is a world-class resort which has been host to various international meetings and conventions.
Tempat ini sudah sering dipakai sebagai penyelenggaraan event internasional, antara lain pertemuan IMF dan Bank Dunia, pertemuan negara maritim sedunia, dan yang baru saja berakhir dengan sukses, rangkaian pertemuan presidensi G20.
These international meetings include the IMF and World Bank meetings, the meeting of maritime states, and just recently the summit of the G20.
Berbagai event internasional yang sukses dilaksanakan di Bali membuktikan bahwa Bali mampu menjadi tuan rumah dan memiliki pengalaman mengelola event-event besar berkelas dunia.
The success of various international events in Bali proves that Bali is indeed a great destination for various international conventions.
Sebagai negara berkembang, Indonesia berkomitmen untuk mengatasi permasalahan dan tantangan yang berkaitan dengan air, serta bisa mendorong perhatian dan aksi global untuk menyelesaikan tantangan dan bencana berkaitan dengan air.
As a developing country, Indonesia is committed to overcome problems and challenges related to water and to push forward the agenda of the global action to face these challenges related to water.
Pada kesempatan istimewa ini, merupakan kehormatan dan kebahagiaan bagi saya bisa mengundang hadirin semuanya untuk datang ke Bali pada acara World Water Forum ke-10 tahun 2024.
I take this special opportunity to invite all of you to the World Water Forum in 2024 in Bali.
Saya sungguh-sungguh mengharapkan para delegasi hadir bersama pasangan dan keluarga ke Bali untuk melihat langsung keindahan alam Bali, keramah tamahan masyarakat Bali, dan keunikan budaya Bali. Dengan senang hati, kami akan memberikan pelayanan terbaik menyambut kehadiran para delegasi di Bali.
I do sincerely hope that all delegates will bring along with them their families, their loved ones, so that you can see for yourself the beauty of Bali and the friendliness of our people.
Pada acara cocktail party malam ini, saya memperkenalkan produk minuman khas Bali, yaitu arak Bali, kopi Bali, serta beberapa kudapan khas Bali. Arak Bali merupakan salah satu produk minuman yang diproses secara tradisional yang tidak kalah dengan sake Jepang, soju Korea, dan whisky Eropa.
At our cocktail reception, I would like to invite you to taste the various delicacies of Bali, including arak Bali, which is a traditional Balinese wine, which is as good as soju or sake or even whiskey.
Thank you. Pada malam hari ini juga saya menghadirkan seorang seniman khas Bali dan sudah memiliki pengalaman manggung di dunia internasional, dinamakan dengan Gus Teja.
I also bring with us tonight internationally renowned Balinese musician by the name of Gus Teja.
Selamat menikmati dan menonton.
Please enjoy and have a very good evening later.
Atas perhatian dan dukungannya, saya mengucapkan terima kasih.
Thank you for your kind attention.
Selamat datang, saya menunggu di Bali.
I wish to welcome you in Bali. Thank you.
Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you very much, Governor. As we are well aware of, there won't be any more valuable, lively, and realistic solutions will be there towards our shared vision without our collective action together. So please join us from the very beginning of the pathway towards water for shared prosperity throughout all 10th World Water Forum procedure. And this goes from your participation at the following reception that has been just introduced by Balinese Governor. So by expressing great appreciation to everyone here, all the participants, and especially to the speakers and the UN Water Summit Secretariat as well for all your efforts. I will close today's special event by welcoming all of you to our cocktail reception right after the session outside. Thank you very much.
Bali, the island of God, like a piece of heaven that fell to earth, surrounded by the springs. Supat is a cultural heritage from time to time to glorify water, giving life and prosperity. They believe harmonious with God, humans, and nature. Give them safely, happily, peacefully.